There are three kinds of people you must never mess with: a heartbroken man, a broke man, and anyone named Fan. Our protagonist today is also named Fan. An ordinary fan would be nothing special, but this fan is a little different. Because the system tricked him, he truly believes that he is just a mortal, yet in everyone else's eyes, he is an invincible existence who loves pretending to be a poor chairman to test people's hearts. An ordinary fool who catches him off guard will get wiped out, while a lucky fool who meets him can ascend to immortality in a single step and overturn heaven itself. Because one misunderstanding leads to another, countless bizarre and absurd situations arise. As for the details, let us begin the story. Somewhere, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You are so perfect, flawless, and exquisite that I have nothing left to teach you. From this day onward, the system is disbanded. We no longer belong to one another. Bye-bye." "Damn it, don't go." Ling Yinfan desperately tried to stop it, but failed. The system departed without even a merciful word. Ling Yinfan stood frozen as tears welled up in his eyes. It had been 5 years since he entered this world, and now the Saint system had finally left. Over those 5 years, it taught him everything from classics and history to broad scholarly knowledge, from astronomy above to digging holes below. Afterward, he received first-place certificates for turning boasting into poetry, growing flowers like a saint, becoming an unbeatable chess player, and even an unmatched farmer. In truth, though, he only got first place because he was the system's sole student. The issue was not that the skills were bad. It was that they were utterly useless in this world. Here, people could fly, and demons could speak. One moment of carelessness, and a monster would chew him up without leaving even a bone. In short, this was a world of immortal cultivation. Only a madman would study those things. Following the usual procedure, Lin Yinfan made a grave for that damn system. He had planned to wait until he mastered all those diligence and hardware principles, after which the system would teach him cultivation so he could swiftly become an immortal. But heaven did not favor him, and the author would not save him. Before he could ascend, the system ascended instead. It seemed that fate had decreed that he would be immortal for life. Because he was terrified of dying, he chose to live on a remote mountain where neither dogs nor birds would bother going. Every day, he tilled the earth in the morning and stayed in his little home at night, avoiding the outside world so he would not get dragged into conflicts between immortals and die an untimely death. Since he had not made an initial top-up purchase, the system only gave him a courtyard, a robot whose main function was being cute, and a foolish dog he had rescued. Looking up at the sky, he lamented life's unfairness. He could only comfort himself. Living a peaceful life as an ordinary person was not so bad, though judging by his expression, not even a dog would believe him. Time passed as quickly as a dog racing through a field. At this moment, footsteps passed outside. It was a princess who had run away from home because she was once again being forced into a melodramatic arranged marriage. The maid behind her whispered, "Your Highness, slow down. There seem to be wild beasts here." The princess was not afraid at all. She arrogantly declared, "I am already at the Foundation establishment realm. What are mere wild beasts to me?" The maid was speechless. That line about being almost at Foundation establishment had been used for 3 years already. The princess then claimed that only by hiding in such a godforsaken place could she avoid her father's notice. Suddenly, the princess stopped before a house. The maid immediately teased her. "So this place is not that deserted after all, is it?" The princess could not believe anyone would live somewhere like this. Using her extraordinary imagination, she immediately concluded that a reclusive master lived here and dragged her maid inside. She instructed her servant to call her Miss and pretend to be innocent. If anyone learned she was a princess, things would become troublesome. "Understood, Mississippi." "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? If you are a rabbit, show me your ears." Lin Yinfan reluctantly came out and asked who it was. The girl introduced herself as Luo Xiu, someone merely passing through, and especially emphasized that she was not some wealthy young lady. Her maid nodded as if her mistress made perfect sense, despite having practically revealed everything already. Lin Yinfan's heart began pounding furiously. He thought the system had manifested one last time and sent him a beautiful female cultivator. With even the slightest hint of romance, his gaze changed completely. In Lin Yinfan's eyes, Luo Xiu went from low-quality graphics to crisp, high-definition 4K. She softly asked whether, since they were tired, they might come in and rest. Lin Yinfan naturally knew a good opportunity when he saw one, and promptly invited the beauties inside. Staying for a few days would be no problem. Please do not leave. He would take care of them. Of course, Luo Shiyu said they only needed a brief rest. Would you like something to eat? Something to drink? They refused both. Lin Yinfan was helpless. After living alone for so many years, he did not know how to entertain guests. So he called out, "Xiao Bai, cut up a watermelon for our guests." Outwardly, Luo Shiyu declined. After all, cultivators were not accustomed to ordinary watermelon. Inwardly, however, she assessed the courtyard's remarkable arrangement. This place gave her a feeling that far surpassed even the imperial palace. Just then, Xiao Bai came out to welcome the honored guests, carrying a plate of watermelon. The two women froze for 5 whole seconds before their minds caught up. Their eyes widened in shock. Was that a living being? Lin Yinfan flicked Xiao Bai and scolded him for frightening the guests. But the two women were not merely startled. They were practically terrified out of their wits. Luo Shiyu thought, that is a spiritual artifact, but one with such powerful life force. Could it be an immortal artifact? Lin Yinfan cheerfully introduced Xiao Bai. He is actually a mechanical butler. Xiao Bai sincerely bowed to apologize. "I apologize, elder sisters." The two women nearly lost the ability to speak. Lin Yinfan casually explained that it was based on principles so simple even children could understand, like children's skeleton diagrams, quantum physics for kids, or advanced mathematics with children. In short, it was merely a somewhat intelligent toy. Luo Shiyu's head spun like a pinwheel, but she still indicated that she understood. Such an intelligent humanoid spiritual artifact had been reduced to a toy by his words. It was truly unbearable. Lin Yinfan beamed as he praised her. As expected of a cultivator, you understood such abstract concepts without even blinking. Then, without further delay, a plate of watermelon was placed before them. Lin Yinfan warmly urged her to eat and said that he had grown it himself in the ground. "Here, you can eat naturally grown watermelon. No growth stimulants were used. It is cheap and healthy." Although Luo Shiyu thought it was merely ordinary watermelon, she accepted it out of respect for the hidden master. Holding the slice, she noticed how beautiful it was. Its red flesh gleamed like crystal. The watermelon looked fragrant and delicious. Luo Shiyu took a small bite and immediately felt as though she were floating in the clouds. Spiritual energy surged all around her. When she turned around, she saw her own phantom image, transformed into a heavenly venerable, more fantastical than any ugly duckling transformation. Suddenly, a torrent of energy burst forth. Luo Shiyu felt spiritual energy flowing through her entire body, making her tremble uncontrollably. Her maid anxiously asked, "Miss, what is wrong?" It turned out that Luo Shiyu had unconsciously broken through to Foundation establishment. She had been just short of the necessary Tao aura and had struggled for 3 years without succeeding. Yet after eating a piece of watermelon, she had broken through. This was no ordinary watermelon. It was practically a heavenly treasure. Overjoyed, Luo Shiyu grabbed Lin Yinfan's hand and hastily thanked him. "Senior, thank you for helping me break through to Foundation establishment." Lin Yinfan started blankly utarli kumfusha. She had only eaten a normal watermelon. There was no need to exaggerate so much. He quickly shook his head, refusing to take credit. Deeply troubled, Luo Shiyu wondered whether she had offended the hidden master. She then concluded that he was concealing his identity as a mortal because he wished to remain hidden from worldly affairs. So naturally, he was being modest. She had just exposed his identity, so he must surely be angry. After reaching this conclusion, Luo Shiyu said, "I was disrespectful and offended you through my rashness, young master." Nianfan calmly replied that it was fine. He was simply happy that they enjoyed the watermelon. Oh right, he remembered something and called to Hay over. A foolish-looking dog, as silly-faced as a husky, appeared before them. Lin Yinfan tossed to Hay a piece of watermelon, startling Luo Shiyu. Lin Yinfan proudly said, "This rascal loves eating my food. Good job, boy." Luo Shiyu watched with a heartache so sharp that tears nearly filled her eyes. That watermelon contained Tao aura and was more valuable than spiritual fruit, yet he casually fed it to a dog. Was this the principle that all things under heaven existed solely to feed dogs? The more she thought about it, the more she believed Lin Yinfan was using this treasure to teach her a profound lesson. Was he not saying she stood on the same level as a dog. How humiliating. Finally, Luo Shiyu firmly concluded that he knew her identity and wished to make her acquaintance. Lin Yinfan could not understand what she was talking about. Luo Shiyu then took the jade pendant from her waist and pressed it into Yinfan's hand. She said it was a gift in return for the watermelon he had offered. Her maid reminded her, "Miss, you cannot. Your father gave you that pendant when you came of age." But Luo Shiyu was determined to give it to repay Yinfan's hospitality. In truth, she also wanted an excuse to return for more watermelon later. Holding the jade pendant, Yinfan figured that she wanted to come back for watermelon. "Oh, just say so directly. Why give me a jade pendant? You gave me quite a scare." Eventually, the sun began setting in the west. At the gate, Yinfan saw the two women off and said that he looked forward to seeing Miss Luo again. As they walked away, the maid curiously asked why her mistress had given away such a precious jade pendant. Luo Shiyu assumed a knowing expression. "You are still far too inexperienced. Many masters with extraordinary cultivation enjoy disguising themselves as mortals while traveling the world. In modern terms, they are wealthy chairmen pretending to be poor. It has been popular for years. Therefore, making the acquaintance of someone like him is something a princess ought to do. Though he possesses extraordinary strength, once he sees that jade pendant, he will recognize my identity and understand my sincerity. If he accepts it, it means he is willing to be acquainted with me." The more Luo Shiyu thought about it, the prouder she became of her brilliant plan. Her maid could only think, "Please stop being so self-absorbed, Mississippi." "So, are we continuing onward or returning to the palace to marry Duanmu Li?" Luo Shiyu's mood immediately plunged when she recalled that matter. Back in the courtyard, Yinfan happily spoke to his pets. "Look, this jade pendant is ordinary enough. The carving is barely acceptable, but it is still the first gift I have ever received from a girl. I am so happy." Poor young man. After 2 lifetimes, he had been single in both. Suddenly, the rascal snatched the jade pendant and ran off with it, forcing Lin Yinfan to chase after him. One man and one dog raced throughout the forest. On a cliff above them, a group of cultivators stood watching. They had come here after sensing that a demon had appeared somewhere nearby. At this moment, Lin Yinfan was relaxing at home, fishing. Yet he had cast his line from morning until late at night without catching a single fish. He shot De Hay a suspicious look, wondering whether the dog had secretly eaten them. He had clearly put a golden carp in the pond recently, but now it was gone. The dog was frightened and forced out an awkward grin, but Lin Yinfan still seriously doubted its character. In the end, he let it go and decided to go down the mountain to buy more fish tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Yinfan instructed Xiao Bai to stay and guard the house while he set off. "Yes, my beloved master." Inside the townsfolk enthusiastically greeted Lin Yinfan. "Young Master Li, it has been a long time." He was greeted like an idol, leaving him busy politely responding to everyone. One person especially thanked Lin Yinfan for saving his daughter. Yinfan secretly felt fortunate that, although the fraudulent system had not taught him cultivation, it had at least taught him some useful things with which he could help others. The townspeople thought he was exceptionally capable, but little did they know that he could not even keep a fish alive. Just then, a fish merchant curiously asked, "Young Master Li, are you buying fish again? Are you planning to become a monk?" Lin Yinfan felt irritated. He had put plenty of fish in his pond, yet after fishing all day, he had caught absolutely nothing. The man asked whether he had checked the water, environment, and food. Fish are living creatures too. Lin Yinfan insisted there was no problem. So, the fish merchant lowered his voice and said, "Could there be a demon?" This frightened Yinfan so badly that he shivered. The merchant then presented his premium item, a turtle. Lin Yinfan was confused to see that it was a turtle, but the man explained, "This turtle normally just stays still. Every noon, however, it climbs on a shore to bask in the sun. Put in your pond. If it remains safe and sound, that proves the pond is safe." Lin Yinfan blankly asked, "And if it does not come ashore at noon, that means a demonic beast ate it?" "Exactly." Lin Yinfan's eyes immediately lit up, and he paid for it at once. The man waved his hand and said that, to repay Lin Yinfan's kindness, he would simply give it to him for free. "All right, great. Thank you, boss." On his way home, Lin Yinfan noticed an older woman weeping bitterly. When he heard that Nanan had been taken by a demonic beast, he rushed over in panic. She was Zhang Binyang's daughter, the little girl who usually called him Big Brother, and was as angelic as could be. That was why he reacted so strongly. Everyone tried to comfort Zhang Dinyang. Do not worry. Cultivators have already gone up the mountain to investigate. Zhang Dinyang understood, but she feared that they were unfamiliar with the area and might search in the wrong places. By the time they found Nan Nan, it might already be too late. There was nothing the villagers could do. Demons lived in the mountains, while they were only ordinary mortals. After listening for a while, Li Nianfan understood the situation and volunteered. He was very familiar with this mountain and could lead the way. He said that he could follow the cultivators' traces and catch up with them. Everyone was still worried for Nianfan. Demons knew demonic arts, so it was far too dangerous for him to go alone. Nianfan tried to look calm, though inwardly he was terrified. He said he would only guide the great cultivators, so he should be fine. And if something did happen, he would still come back to see everyone on the 1st and 15th of every month. Thus, one man and one dog entered the depths of the mountain forest. Li Nianfan silently prayed, "Amen, Buddha, please let everything be all right." "You can do this." Li Nianfan, still terrified, he took out the jade pendant the young lady had given him and boasted that even all beings across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands would show it respect. Surely it would work against demons. Suddenly, the dog barked loudly. "Woof, woof, woof." Li Nianfan asked Hey what was wrong. The dog ran to a tree bearing a carved mark. Nianfan guessed that the cultivators had headed in the direction where the demon was hiding. This made Nianfan admire the cultivators even more. Since they had already found the demon, he felt much more relieved. He wanted to tell the Hay to go back, since the cultivators could rescue Nan Nan, but before he could call out, the dog ran off at full speed. What the hell? What is that stupid dog doing over there? Elsewhere in the forest, the cultivators had surrounded a demon. One of them disdainfully noted that it was merely a leopard spirit. Luo Hao immediately wanted to kill it, hoping to earn a generous reward from his master. Bai Luoshuang thought that eliminating demons was simply the right thing to do and should not be done for rewards. Qin Zhu righteously declared, "We are disciples of the myriad sword immortal venerable. We have come to save people." The leopard spirit snarled and extended its sharp claws. It looked down on the 3 inexperienced youths. 3 little brats? Fine, this leopard lord will reluctantly add some extra food to his meal. Luo Hao was enraged and immediately called for everyone to form an array while drawing his sword. But he was too slow. The leopard had already leaped forward. It shot toward Luo Hao. Before he could even command his sword to move, the leopard's claws shattered it. The demon sneered. "You 3 have cultivated for only a few years, yet you dare claim you can fight me? I have cultivated for over 200 years. You are fools." Bai Luoshuang was terrified as she watched her senior brother collapse to the ground. With a single move, the demon had defeated them. It was utterly unbelievable. Bai Luoshuang's pupils contracted as the leopard approached. It gave a wicked smile while appraising her. "What a beautiful little thing. You must taste delicious." The frightened girl screamed for her senior brothers. Like a helpless husband, she could only talk big, even bringing up the fact that her master was the myriad sword immortal venerable. But the leopard was not afraid at all. In this godforsaken wilderness, it was invincible. Unable to hold back any longer, it wanted to devour this beautiful junior sister right away. Just then, a rustling sound made the leopard turn around vigilantly. "Who is it? If you are a rabbit, let me see your ears." The 3 of them felt as though they had grasped a lifeline, assuming their old master had arrived. But what the hell? Just as the leopard thought the myriad sword immortal venerable had come, it turned out to be a foolish-looking dog. The leopard was startled, then relieved. "Good thing it is only a dog. I'm not in the mood to eat you today. Get lost, mutt." Suddenly, Dehei's eyes sharpened as he cursed. "Do not get cocky. Do not force me to make a move." Everyone was stunned. This dog could talk, and he sounded unbelievably cool. Was this a heroic dog coming to save them? The leopard had not expected to encounter such a fearless dog. "Do you know who I am?" Dehei flashed a grin brighter than the noonday sun and replied, "Nope." A dark aura appeared around the leopard. It intended to beat Dehei until he came to his senses. Leopard Gale. With this move, it unleashed an enormous force directly at Dehei. The leopard smugly said, "In your next life, reincarnate as a cat, stupid dog." Ha ha ha. The wind howled so fiercely that everyone had to circulate their spiritual energy to protect themselves. Yet Dehei simply swallowed it in one gulp. His mouth puckered as he sucked every last bit of it away. Then he rubbed his belly as if to say it had been delicious. The entire scene fell silent. The leopard froze in shock. Its ultimate attack had actually been eaten. Only then did Dahe stand up, roll his neck, and assume the stance of a rabid dog. My master will be here soon. I will not waste any more words on you. Suddenly, the heavens darkened and thunder boomed. The leopard had no idea what was going on, while the dramatic scene seemed to serve as a backdrop for the dog's booming bark. Bad leopards must be punished. Boom! An enormous paw print was stamped in the ground, making the leopard's spirit stammer in terror. What a huge dog paw! Dahe then leaped into the air. One of his paws transformed into a gigantic phantom paw and came crashing down at the leopard. Accept your fate, baby. The leopard immediately turned meek as a kitten and begged, "Mercy, sir. I am only a little leopard cub. Please spare me." Nope. With a loud crash, the leopard was flattened beneath the giant paw. As the clouds and dust dispersed, a life had vanished, leaving behind only the mangled remains of the leopard. When the sunlight returned, the rescued group knelt down and worshipped the immortal dog that had saved their lives. Dahe glanced at them, then turned around on all fours and told them to stand. My master likes to live as an ordinary mortal and experience mortal life. Remember this well. You killed this leopard spirit. It has nothing to do with me. When my master arrives, do not mention anything related to me. Bai Luoshuang looked blankly confused, unable to understand what he meant by master. Dahe said, "Just treat my master as an ordinary mortal and me as an ordinary dog. Do you understand?" He even urinated carelessly. Their faces flushed red. If even a demon dog was this formidable, what terrifying figure could its master possibly be? The three clasped their hands and said, "We understand. Rest assured, immortal dog. Good job." At that moment, Lin Yinfan had finally caught up with Da. Hey, everyone turned around, all thinking, could this be the great figure wandering the mortal world? Lin Yinfan was panting heavily. "You disobedient mutt. Why'd you run so fast? I am exhausted from chasing you." The group looked at him with admiration, thinking, so this is an expert traveling through the human world. Lin Yinfan promptly smacked the dog on the snout for running off. This was obviously a thug, not some lofty expert. Lin Yinfan was still irritated, but the disobedient mutt now knew to flatter him and seek peace. Everyone watching turned to stone. They had never imagined that a supreme expert would treat an immortal dog like an ordinary pet. It looked as though he might even turn it into a 7-course meal. The junior sister was especially terrified. She could not believe that such a divine hound, whose paw could cover the heavens, was being treated this way. Even their master might not be able to withstand that paw strike. Her senior brother could only sigh helplessly. "Junior sister, are you not underestimating Master too much? Master is the myriad sword immortal venerable. He could certainly block that dog paw attack. At worst, he would only need a few months to recover from his injuries." Qin Zhu continued observing Lin Yinfan, finding something strange. This man did not have any spiritual power at all. No matter how he looked at him, Lin Yinfan appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Lin Yinfan suddenly turned around, smiling warmly as he shook Qin Zhu's hand. "Did my foolish dog disturb you? My name is Lin Yinfan. Thank you, 3 young heroes, for slaying demons and eliminating evil today. Not only did you rescue Nan Nan, but you also preserved the peace of the town." Qin Zhu was startled upon hearing the name Lin Yinfan. He thought deeply about it. The name meant remembering the mortal world. He understood at once. No wonder this great expert had hidden himself among mortals. Even his name carried such profound intent. A great expert truly was. A great expert. With that thought, Qin Zhu pulled his junior brother down into a solemn bow. "Greetings, young masterly." Bai Luoshuang also greeted him with all the graceful charm of a young lady, not forgetting to mention that her master was the myriad sword immortal venerable. Despite her enthusiastic introduction, Lin Yinfan paid no attention. He was focused only on the leopard's corpse. Bai Luoshuang felt deeply embarrassed. He had completely ignored her. Lin Yinfan then rambled on, saying that if this were his previous life, there would have been an animal protection association. The three of them were utterly confused, unable to understand what he meant. Suddenly, Lin Yinfan looked down at the leopard's corpse. A glittering demon core emerged from it. Qin Zhu, displaying his impressive theoretical knowledge, explained that it was a demon core. One from a powerful demon beast, such as a leopard spirit, was extremely precious. Using it to improve one's cultivation could raise one's realm by at least 3 levels. Lin Yinfan felt like a country bumpkin seeing it for the first time. He had only ever seen such things on television before. He had not expected it to be so valuable. He handed it to Bai Luoshuang, reminding them to keep it safe and not leave it lying around outside. Bai Luoshuang asked, "Young master, are you giving this to me?" Qinju modestly said, "We only managed to kill the leopard spirit by luck. We do not dare accept its demon core." Nianfan firmly replied, "You killed the leopard, so the demon core naturally belongs to you." Yet Li Nianfan's sincere gesture only made the girl think that the senior was testing whether she was honest. If she accepted the demon core, she would be considered untrustworthy and cast down to the bottom of society. Therefore, although Bai Luoshuang was reluctant to part with it, she made up her mind and said, "Young Master Li, this leopard spirit clearly," before she could finish, Dehei barked. Li Nianfan turned to look at him. The dog still wore that foolish expression as he barked repeatedly. Li Nianfan somehow understood. The demon core was for the three of them. If they refused it, then the leopard spirit's corpse would belong to him. They could cook the leopard together and see whether it tasted good. That was a truly shameless move. The three fell speechless, unable to imagine what such an ugly leopard would taste like once cooked. Bai Luoshuang, on the other hand, smiled brilliantly. With that, the demon core belonged to her, and the three decided to follow Li Nianfan's arrangements. Nianfan immediately brightened up and told Dehei to carry the heavy corpse home. Dehei's expression said, "Master, there are many things I do not want to say." Thus, he took all his grievances out on the three of them. The three were terrified when the dog glared at them, nearly scared out of their wits. That afternoon, 4 figures headed back. Luo Hao quickly volunteered to carry the leopard, his face looking as though he had eaten dog droppings. He did not even want to speak. For Dog Brother's sake, he could only work hard. Qin Zhu had it easier, merely carrying the little girl back. Bai Luoshuang kept bringing up her master every few sentences and wanted to introduce Li Nianfan to her father. Li Nianfan responded happily, secretly surprised that cultivators could be so friendly. He had thought he had traveled into a harmonious world of cultivation. The townspeople soon noticed the group's return. When Nan Nan saw her mother, she hurriedly ran toward her. Li Nianfan felt that everything was now settled. The crowd thanked him, but he turned to the 3 cultivators and said that they were the ones who had saved everyone. I did not help at all. Qinju admired him even more. The great expert refused to claim credit and had even given away the demon core. He truly was kind-hearted. Suddenly, Li Nianfan invited the 3 of them to his home to try some leopard spirit meat. Certainly, we would be imposing. As soon as they arrived, Xiao Bai came out to welcome them. The 3 immediately cried out, "A spiritual artifact." Li Nianfan got a headache and had no choice but to explain again, "It is not a spiritual artifact. It is merely a small special contrivance." Then he invited them inside, telling them not to be so formal. Bai Luoshuang gave Qin Zhu a serious look, and he immediately understood. Such an intelligent spiritual artifact was being called a mere little contrivance. Was this the world of true masters? The deception was absurdly convincing. They were already overwhelmed by the room's extravagance. The bowls and dishes were exquisitely crafted, while the floor gleamed even brighter than a mirror. The chairs were so soft that they seemed to embrace their backsides. The 3 could only sum it up in one sentence. This was the world of true masters. Li Nianfan warmly entertained them, explaining that he had lived here alone for a long time and rarely received visitors. "You 3 need not stand on ceremony. Treat this place as your own home." The 3 had no spirit left in them and could only smile stiffly. "Young master, your home's furnishings are truly rather distinctive." Nianfan was immensely proud of this interior design. He had copied it entirely from his previous life. Even cultivators would surely appreciate its sophistication. Suddenly, Luo Hao spoke up, wanting to ask something. He hesitantly pointed at an object and asked, "What is that?" The other 2 also listened intently, wondering what extraordinary treasure it might be. Li Nianfan proudly explained, "That is an air purifier. It can make the air cleaner." Luo Hao nearly jumped up in disbelief, intending to point out the truth. But his senior brother pressed him down. "Oh, I accidentally fell. How could someone possibly fall for no reason?" He had practically crushed the poor fellow. But when Luo Hao saw Qin Zhu's dark expression, he became frightened. Qin Zhu reminded him with a grave expression, "Lord Dog told us that this great expert wishes to experience mortal life. We must treat him as an ordinary mortal. If the great expert says the air is clean, then it is clean. Do you understand?" Luo Hao was enlightened and blamed himself for his carelessness. Lin Yinfan casually asked what was wrong with them and why they were jumping around like monkeys. Luo Hao hurriedly covered for himself. Indeed, the air is so fresh that it makes one feel invigorated. Lin Yinfan became even happier, showing off further. The water here is purified too. He brought out an ordinary cup of water, but the fragrance it released made the three inhale deeply. They could sense that it was spiritual water, radiating spiritual energy, an unparalleled divine treasure. Seeing how delighted they were, Nianfan went off to cook, leaving them to admire the place by themselves. The three politely clasped their hands. "Thank you for troubling yourself, young Masterly." The moment the door closed, they could no longer hide their shock, their legs nearly going weak. Acting like an elder, Qin Zhu lectured his junior brother. "If we can befriend this person, our future fortune will be boundless. No matter what happens, we must never offend him." Before he could finish, Luo Hao began fiddling with the objects in the room. Qin Zhu was utterly helpless. "Did I not tell you not to touch things recklessly?" Luo Hao said, "Senior brother, have some Dr. Tan herbal tea and calm down. Look at how trustworthy I am." The item he was holding had come from the trash bin, so he assumed it was discarded. Qin Zhu still wanted to warn his junior brother to be careful, but Luo Hao could not resist and urged him to open it. Qin Zhu was furious enough to feel his heart break, yet his junior brother had such thoughts. Was this something a cultivator should do? Of course it was. Qin Zhu took the lead and opened it first. The group cautiously examined it, as though looking at forbidden material. Then Qin Zhu's eyes widened at the sight within, a scene brimming with a mortal aura. A man in white stood in the wind, his expression stern as he prepared to draw his sword. With a flash, the man leaped from a boat and charged toward someone on the shore. In an instant, the sword pierced Qin Zhu. He could clearly feel the sword qi within the painting. There was actually something like this. And Qin Zhu's vision went dark. The other two hurriedly woke their senior brother. Qin Zhu looked utterly dazed. Bai Luo Shuang anxiously asked, "Senior brother, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Luo Hao was only worried that the painting might be damaged. Qin Zhu dejectedly said that he was fine, but merely looking at it had pulled him into the painting. He had felt within it a profound loneliness and desolation, without the slightest fear. Bai Luo Shuang shared her own impression. It depicted a swordsman on his way to a duel. She had felt exactly what her senior brother did. A single strike had seen through her completely. Luo Hao stood to one side in confusion, unable to understand what they were talking about. Bai Luo Shuang was speechless. Such a terrifying sword intent, and he could not sense it at all? Was he really a disciple of the myriad sword, immortal venerable? More like a fool's disciple. His senior brother patted his shoulder in consolation. "You simply have not studied deeply enough yet. It is normal that you cannot sense it." Luo Hao felt insulted. "My theoretical knowledge is excellent too." Bai Luo Shuang was still wondering why young Master Li had thrown away such a treasure when the man himself entered. Nianfan asked, "Were you talking about me?" His hearing was remarkably sharp. Qin Zhu immediately clasped his hands in apology. "We touched young Master Li's belongings without permission. Please do not blame us." Lin Yinfan replied helplessly, "It is only a sketch. I drew it on a whim. It is not even my real skill." It took everyone a while to process that. Upon hearing it was merely a draft, the three stared in shock. Even a rough sketch contained such powerful sword intent. With tears in his eyes, Qin Zhu pleaded, "Young Master Li, since it is only a sketch, could you give it to me?" Lin Yinfan felt delighted. "Do you really like it?" He said modestly. "If you like it, just take it. There is no need to make such a big deal about it." The system had taught him how to draw, and this was the first time anyone had said they liked his work. The feeling was wonderful. The three suddenly bowed and thanked him, leaving Nianfan wondering whether such formalities were necessary. But Qin Zhu was already too impatient to wait. "We must immediately deliver this treasure to Master, in case anything unexpected happens." Lin Yinfan was full of question marks. Did they fear that he would ask for a gift? Qin Zhu hurriedly explained that was not the case, then slowly took his leave. "We will never forget your great kindness. Next time, we will be the hosts and invite young Master Li as our guest." With that, the three rode away on their swords. Lin Yinfan watched with envy and inwardly admired them. Cultivators truly were extraordinary. They had rescued Nan Nan without seeking repayment, asking only for one painting. He patted his two disobedient companions on the head and sighed. Compared with them, I really am timid. No wonder the system keeps saying I have no talent for cultivation. Right, Dahe? Dahe was speechless as he looked at his master. I also want to uphold justice and help people someday. Woof! At that moment, Luo Shiyu approached in haste, followed by her mother. Her mother skeptically asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Luo Shiyu replied sulkily, "It is truer than anything. If a great expert had not helped me, how could I possibly have broken through to Foundation establishment? Could that be fake, mother?" Luo Shiyu's mother was also a cultivator and retained the beauty of a young woman. Luo Shiyu was deeply troubled. Ever since her imperial father had forced her to marry Duanmu Li, she had not slept peacefully for a single day. Her mother could only advise her that everything was for the sake of maintaining stability, and neither she nor the emperor could decide otherwise. If the great expert you mentioned has a way to resolve this, that would be the best outcome. But if not, marrying Duanmu Li is also a duty that a princess must fulfill. Luo Shiyu became even more sorrowful. The scene shifted to a fragrant piece of meat roasting over the fire. Xiao Bai was the one doing the cooking, while Li Nianfan sprawled about like a lord, just like a capitalist exploiting machinery. He was now deliberating over which. There was a loud bang at the door. Thinking they had visitors, Li Nianfan went out to greet them. When he saw Miss Luo, he warmly welcomed her. Luo Shiyu happily greeted him and introduced the woman beside her as her mother. Li Nianfan wore a carefree, rather punchable expression as he looked at the woman. The woman was also sizing him up, wondering what kind of hidden expert he could possibly be. The woman greeted him with obvious disdain. "My name is Zhong Xiao." Li Nianfan was startled. He could tell she was no gentle soul. Still, she was beautiful, so he let it slide. Soon afterward, he led the two women inside. Just as Xiao Bai announced that the leopard meat was ready, Li Nianfan hurried over and told Xiao Bai that they had guests. Xiao Bai asked, "Master, have they eaten? Shall I prepare 2 additional portions?" Nianfan nodded. Zhong Xiao stared at the robot, her face full of questions. Luo Shiyu waved dismissively, as though telling her mother not to act so provincial. It is only an ordinary toy used by a hidden expert. Yet when Zhong Xiu saw Xiao Bai actually running over to flirt with the ladies, her understanding of the world was utterly shattered. What kind of spiritual artifact was this? Not only could it cook, it even knew how to flirt. Compared to it, even national treasures were rubbish. Zhong Xiu's attitude changed instantly. Luo Shiyu curiously asked Li Nianfan, "Can this meat really be eaten?" Zhong Xiu immediately lectured her daughter, telling her not to be rude. Luo Shiyu was speechless. Her mother changed faces faster than turning a page. At that moment, Xiao Bai spoke up. Thinking Luo Shiyu was criticizing its cooking, it was visibly displeased. Li Nianfan silently thought that soon they would learn what true flavor was. Putting on the air of a handsome chef, he said, "Comrade Xiao Bai, serve the dishes." Xiao Bai seriously asked, "What flavor would you prefer?" Nianfan replied, "The very best, of course." "Understood. It will be ready immediately." Xiao Bai swiftly sliced the meat and began seasoning it. Finally, it added sauce and fish oil, producing charcoal-grilled leopard medallions. The rich aroma filled the air, making both women drool. Looking at the delicious meat, Li Nianfan invited them to eat. Luo Shiyu immediately took a bite. The moment it entered her mouth, she was shocked. Then she became completely unable to stop. The grilled meat should have lost much of its flavor, yet the seasonings made it even more savory. Tender, crisp, fresh, and spicy. Every flavor blended perfectly before melting in her mouth. Judging from how ravenously the two women ate, the meat was undeniably delicious. Li Nianfan had not expected them to enjoy it so much, especially not to finish it so quickly. He decided to bring out the last piece of meat. He had intended to save it for dinner, but seeing how much they enjoyed it, he took it out. The two women immediately focused all their attention on it, throwing away all dignity as they both wanted it. In the end, the mother moved first and snatched it away, leaving Luo Shiyu furious. She had clearly spotted it first. After the meal, Li Nianfan asked why they had come. Zhong Xiu regained her composure and calmly told Luo Shiyu to reveal her true identity. Luo Shiyu, still heartbroken over the final piece of meat, suddenly came to her senses. She told her mother that she understood, then honestly said to Li Nianfan, "I am the princess of the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty. I have come today because I have a request." Luo Xiu felt apologetic, thinking Lin Yinfan would be greatly surprised. Yet he was not. Lin Yinfan calmly said, "If it is too surprising, then perhaps you should not say it." Luo Xiu hastily emphasized that she was the princess of the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty, but Yinfan had never even heard of it. She continued, explaining that her father had only recently ascended the throne and his imperial power was still unstable. Two powerful ministers controlled the court, making their lives miserable. To preserve peace, the emperor intended to marry his daughter to the son of one of those treacherous ministers. Luo Xiu was surprised that after hearing this entire story, Lin Yinfan still showed no expression. Clutching her clothes tightly, she assumed that young Master Li, a hidden expert living in seclusion, had already seen through everything. Little did she know that behind his blank expression, he genuinely did not understand what she was saying. However, based on his vast experience of watching dramas late at night, he did understand one thing. This was definitely a classic plot from a television show. The two women were bewildered. Lin Yinfan simply explained that he had seen this kind of situation many times in dramas. The two women were shocked. Did that mean he had witnessed countless dynasties rise and fall? Luo Xiu secretly rejoiced, feeling that seeking his help had absolutely been the right choice. Lin Yinfan looked at Luo Xiu and thought that a young girl being forced into marriage by her father must feel terribly wrong. He comforted her, saying, "Miss Luo, do not worry. Tell me about it." He was already preparing to use his imagination to offer her advice. Luo Xiu secretly thought he seemed rather excited, as though he were a spectator eagerly waiting for the drama to unfold. To explain, the major powers in the cultivation world were divided into immortal dynasties and sects. Immortal dynasties were kingdoms ruled by cultivators, occupying cultivation resources. Even their soldiers were cultivators. Every household cultivated, and the entire population pursued the path of immortality. The cultivators of the immortal dynasties governed mortals while protecting them from demons. The Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty was one such dynasty, with cultivation as its foremost duty. Most cultivators were simple-minded and not skilled in political schemes, which allowed the two great ministers to join forces. The Sacred Emperor had become a mere figurehead. The Chancellor wielded overwhelming power, while the Imperial Preceptor was slightly weaker, yet still fiercely ambitious. They were extremely cunning and could not be won over by the Sacred Emperor. By now, they had no regard for law or royal authority. Therefore, Luo Xiu begged Lin Yinfan to give her advice on what to do. Even her mother joined her in pleading. Lin Yinfan felt that this was such an old-fashioned plot. Drawing upon his extensive experience with historical dramas, he asked, "Have you ever heard of the 36 stratagems?" The two women said they had never heard of them. Lin Yinfan grinned smugly, delighted that it was finally his turn to show off. He first proposed fabricating a rumor, spread word that selecting the Imperial Preceptor's son as Prince Consort was the Imperial Preceptor's own wish, intended to gain the Sacred Emperor's trust and seize control of imperial power. Then use the stratagem of sowing discord. Add embellishments and claim that the princess and the chancellor's son were mutually in love. Tell the imperial preceptor's son that the chancellor's son had been clinging to the princess every day and that his father intended to sabotage the marriage. The imperial preceptor's son would surely return home and urge his parents to take action. That way, the winner would be decided. All that remained was one final stratagem. Watch the two sides fight while reaping the benefits. Mother and daughter were filled with admiration. Though they did not fully understand it, it sounded extremely impressive. Lin Yinfan was now immensely pleased with his own cleverness. With just a few pages from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he could handle this easily. Now, this was what a proper transmigration plot should be. Yet, Zhong Xiu mistook Lin Yinfan's smug grin for the bearing of a hidden expert. Lin Yinfan, meanwhile, was still enjoying himself and wanted to add a few more tricks to make things more interesting. Although his scheme was rather underhanded, Zhong Xiu found him terrifying. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but his scheming was even deeper. A plan casually spoken by him could stir up an entire immortal dynasty. After explaining the strategy, Lin Yinfan reminded them, "This is your own affair. Whether you can drive a wedge between them depends on your methods." Luo Shiyu asked in surprise. Me? Then she stood and thanked him, saying that she would do her best. Lin Yinfan awkwardly scratched his face. No need to be so polite. I'm glad if I can help you. On their way back, Luo Shiyu wanted to ask her mother something and hoped she would not become angry after hearing it. It was about the jade pendant she had given young Master Li. Her mother said, "Silly child, forget a family heirloom jade pendant. Even something more precious would be nothing if it were given to young Master Li. As members of the royal family, we need capable people to help us. Such broad-mindedness and insight are necessary. When we return, I will prepare an even greater gift to thank young Master Li for his assistance. If we can befriend someone like him, it will be an enormous stroke of fortune." At the same time, Lin Yinfan was examining the jade pendant. He had initially thought it was merely a cheap trinket, but now it had become the possession of an immortal dynasty princess. The object itself was not worth much to him, but the sentiment behind it was important. This could also be considered forming a good connection with the hidden dragon immortal dynasty. Lin Yinfan hoped the dynasty might protect him in the future. Suddenly, he had the idea to modify the jade pendant, which would also let him practice another skill. He looked confused, then lay back down and ignored him. After finishing the modification, Lin Yinfan hung the jade pendant outside the gate. After Lin Yinfan's alterations, the jade emitted an unusual spiritual radiance. Sometime later, the turtle Lin Yinfan had bought had grown larger. Lin Yinfan was hiding in nearby bushes, intently watching it, as though he were a crocodile lying in wait beside a riverbank. The two pets were speechless at their master's posture. Feeling their eyes on him, Lin Yinfan became embarrassed and irritated. "What are you looking at? I'm not a cultivator. Is it not normal for me to be afraid when I see demons?" The two pets felt wronged. They had not said anything. Still, after observing the turtle for so long, Lin Yinfan had confirmed one thing. There are no demons in this lake. Lin Yinfan breathed a sigh of relief and leisurely left. The two pets remained there, watching as though they had something on their minds. Meanwhile, the turtle began giving off an immortal aura. At Twin Sword Peak, the territory of the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect. This was the land of the Myriad Sword Immortal Gate. Long ago, when its founding ancestor, the Myriad Sword Immortal Venerable, practiced his swordsmanship, he split Jade Mountain in two with a single strike. Thus, the mountain became known as Twin Sword Peak, and the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect was established there. But over time, the strength of its disciples gradually weakened. Then, as fate would have it, a great calamity arrived. One after another, the disciples hurriedly packed their belongings and fled. When faced with such a crisis, they retreated faster than rabbits. The old man with white hair and beard stood alone in the cold wind and sighed. "Go. Those who should leave, should leave. It is best if they all go." Just as he was lamenting his lonely plight, he suddenly turned his head. A shabby-looking sword had appeared on the roof. This was the omen of doom for the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect. At that moment, his junior sister appeared and informed him that several disciples refused to leave and wanted to risk their lives in battle. He closed his eyes, unwilling to let them die in vain. The sword demon had provoked them by planting his sword upon the roof. Forget pulling it out. Even approaching it was impossible for him. How could they possibly fight? The story began 3 years ago when the sword demon appeared. Wielding the fallen demon sword, he challenged sword sects throughout the world by himself. To this day, he had never lost a single battle. Once defeated by him, an entire sect would be sent to join its ancestors in the afterlife. The old man had no confidence in defeating him, because no sect in the world had ever managed it. Having no other choice, he told his junior sister to leave as well, since he alone would be enough to face the sword demon. She had remained faithful to him for 10 years, and he already felt that he owed her enough. But how could his junior sister possibly abandon him? Just then, 3 people returned, calling out, "Master, we are back." They had only learned of the crisis on their way home. Bai Luoshuang still had many questions, but a sharp wave of sword intent suddenly forced them back. Bai Luoshuang stared at her master in confusion. Why'd he done that? The Myriad Sword Immortal Venerable did not want the 3 of them to return and shouted for them to leave. If they refused, he would personally force them away. Qinju hurriedly said, "Master, please listen to me. Our sect has received the favor of an upper immortal. During this journey, we obtained a treasure. It may help us overcome this crisis." Hearing that it was a valuable treasure, the myriad sword Immortal Venerable immediately became alert. Qinzhu continued promoting the painting. They recounted how they had encountered a hidden expert during their journey, someone whose dog could kill a great demon in an instant. He also possessed a square energy box that could continuously produce spiritual energy. He used its spiritual water to make tea every day. Bai Luoshuang presented the painting and said it was the treasure the expert had given them. Instead of being moved, their master was infuriated. Pointing at the painting, he asked if they had been deceived by some peddler. He angrily scolded them for being fools who had fallen for a scam. Bai Luoshuang remained certain it was a treasure and urged him to examine it. The myriad sword Immortal Venerable, boiling with anger, snatched it away and prepared to throw it out. He even drew his sword, intending to teach his disciples one final lesson. He pointed his sword at the painting and charged forward. The others were horrified, but they could not stop him in time. Yet the moment the myriad sword Immortal Venerable's sword touched the painting, it was unexpectedly stopped by a single finger. A man in white had emerged from within the painting. Feeling the man's oppressive aura, the myriad sword Immortal Venerable asked who he was. The man in white merely exhaled softly, and a column of energy shot from the mountain into the sky. The earth and mountains shook violently. The disciples who had just fled thought the sword demon had arrived, and their faces turned pale with fear. One person quickly said, "Calm down. It is not the sword demon. The sect master's cultivation is rising." In this cultivation world, the realms from lowest to highest were chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul projection, divine soul, integration, tribulation transcendence, and Mahayana. Upon reaching the nascent soul realm, cultivators experienced a tremendous leap in power and could be considered true experts. The disciples were astonished that their master had merely glanced at the painting and broken through from nascent soul to soul projection. After his breakthrough, the myriad sword Immortal Venerable looked far more imposing. With one stomp of his foot, he withdrew the oppressive aura. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief, overjoyed that their master's strength had increased. Now, even if they faced the sword demon tomorrow, they might have a chance of winning. But the myriad sword Immortal Venerable still could not relax, because the calamity had arrived. The demonic sword began to stir. Before everyone's astonished eyes, it flew into the hand of a man, the sword demon himself. He found it interesting that the old man had broken through at the last moment. Smacking his lips, he said, "Interesting, very interesting." Then he called the myriad sword Immortal Venerable by his true name, Bai Wuchen. With a sinister expression, he said, "I will remember that name." The disciples were startled. Their agreed date had clearly been tomorrow. A man should keep his word, not bark like a dog and then change his mind. But the sword demon had come early because he was curious after sensing someone break through. Since he had already come, he decided to settle things immediately. Bai Wuchen, the myriad sword Immortal Venerable, remained silent, making the sword demon think he was ready. In truth, he still did not dare to fight. The sword demon continued, "Then prepare to die." His junior sister came from behind and asked whether he had any chance of winning. Before everyone's doubtful eyes, Bai Wuchen coldly said, "Go, I will stop him." Without allowing anyone to protest, he flew into the sky. The sword demon showed a cruel grin and immediately attacked. In an instant, he closed in on Bai Wuchen and mocked the old man's speed. Yet his claw strike hit nothing but empty air. Just when Bai Wuchen thought he had evaded the attack, he realized he was completely mistaken. The figure before him was only an afterimage. The sword demon's true body had already appeared behind him. Fortunately, Bai Wuchen's reaction had become much faster after his breakthrough. He barely managed to raise his sword and block the attack with a thunderous clash. The sword demon praised the strength of his arm, then mockingly asked whether he trained in secret every night. The entire sky seemed to be thrown into chaos by the collision of two violent forces. In the end, one person was sent flying down. The sword demon's sword was stained with blood, while the person lying in a pool of blood was the myriad sword Immortal Venerable. The sword demon was deeply disappointed. "So, this is all you amount to even after breaking through? What a waste of my expectations." The disciples were all stunned by the sword demon's overwhelming strength. Even after their master's breakthrough, he could not withstand 10 moves. The sword demon began boasting loudly, acting more like a clown than any kind of true ruler. Then he flew away, leaving Junior's sister crying for her senior brother. Bai Wuchen said helplessly, "If I had been given 2 more days to study that painting, I could have protected the myriad sword immortal sect. But now, I can only make you die with me. I was just so close. What a pity." Hearing that he had been just a little short, the sword demon's ears perked up. The sword demon flew into a rage and sent the old woman flying away. He desperately wanted Bai Wuchen to understand that he had completely crushed him. "Did you not see how I beat you just now?" Bai Wuchen looked down on the sword demon's sword intent, because compared with the creator of that painting, it was nothing at all. Curious, the sword demon took out the painting and looked at it. Then he gave his verdict. A fake. He went mad and thrust his sword through it, shredding it to pieces. Then he screamed, "It has to be fake. How could anyone in this world paint such sword intent?" Yet the truth was plain to see, leaving him feeling utterly shaken. His rage surged, and he wanted to find the painter and kill him. Luo Hao offered to lead him there, but was stopped by senior brother. "This is the fate of the myriad sword immortal sect. We cannot drag young Masterly into this." Suddenly, Bai Luoshuang spoke up. She said she would take him there, but she had one condition: spare the disciples of my sect, as well as my father and mother. The sword demon laughed. No, he agreed only to kill the painter first, then return to kill all of them afterward. Bai Luoshuang trembled with fury. At that moment, her senior brother warned Luoshuang that if they provoked young Master Li, the consequences would be even worse. Still, there was no other choice. Qin Zhu could only remain silent and let his junior sister do this. Bai Luoshuang assured everyone, "If young Master Li punishes anyone, I will bear it with my own body. I will not implicate anyone else." Even though Bai Wuchen was at death's door, he still wanted to follow and see what would happen. But Bai Luoshuang persuaded her father to stay behind. "I'll come back after I leave." Then she flew away, with the sword demon following close behind, still looking entirely relaxed. Bai Luoshuang wanted him to discover that there was always someone greater beyond the heavens. Though the sword demon claimed not to be afraid, inwardly he was calculating his chances against the painter. He consoled himself. Such powerful sword intent must have exhausted that person completely. If he seized the initiative, he could still kill him. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two arrived. Bai Wuchen and junior sister had also rushed over, leaving Bai Luoshuang confused as to why they had come too. They told their daughters solemnly, "No matter the outcome, the three of us will face it together." The sword demon thought they were being overly dramatic and planned to send them all to the underworld soon enough. But when he saw the dilapidated house, his murderous mood suddenly turned cheerful. He could not sense even a trace of spiritual power. Surely, the owner was merely an ordinary mortal who had stumbled upon a lucky opportunity. Feeling reassured, he arrogantly shouted, "The great sword demon has arrived. Come out and kneel to welcome me." Yet only the wind answered him. Bai Luoshuang's mother asked her daughter doubtfully, "Why is no one answering?" Bai Luoshuang replied awkwardly, "Perhaps he isn't home." Not home. Bai Wuchen was on the verge of total despair. The sword demon, however, assumed the painter had sensed his sword intent and fled in terror. With the typical mindset of a villain, he decided to eliminate the threat at its root, destroy the man's foundation first, then kill him outright. Before Bai Luoshuang could stop him, he charged forward with devastating force. With one swing of his sword, the sky darkened, and a bolt of purple lightning shot forth. However, a layer of protection appeared around Li Nianfan's house and blocked it. Li Nianfan's house was completely unharmed. The sword demon was puzzled. There was actually a protective formation here. Suddenly, a blazing red feather flashed past. Then, out of nowhere, a phoenix wreathed in flames appeared, frightening the sword demon out of his wits. He was utterly bewildered. Why was there a phoenix here? He believed the three of them had lured him into a trap. To deal with it, he unleashed all his strength and declared himself the peerless sword demon. Better to die foolishly than die humiliated. Having gone all in, he directly collided with the phoenix. In a fight, the one with the bigger mouth wins. The phoenix opened its beak and spat out a purple flame. After that, there was no after that. The air became peaceful once more. The jade pendant at the entrance was still there, while the house looked as though nothing had ever happened. The three people hiding behind a tree were utterly stunned. The sword demon was simply gone. Bai Wuchen's eyes rolled back as he muttered unconsciously, "A hidden expert. He must be an unparalleled hidden expert." The sword demon, who had slaughtered tens of thousands, had been instantly killed by a single jade pendant without even seeing his opponent. Evil reaps evil. Karma always comes full circle, so do not behave wickedly in this life. Junior's sister then raised an even more serious matter. They had destroyed the painting. What if the hidden expert became enraged? Bai Wuchen held his forehead helplessly. Compared to ruining the painting, bringing the sword demon here had been even worse. At least they had saved the myriad sword immortal sect. He was willing to bear all responsibility for this matter himself. Bai Luoshuang then said to her parents that she had a bold idea. While young Master Li had not returned yet, they should leave immediately. Her parents were startled, but eventually agreed. Bai Wuchen decided to return first, prepare a gift of gratitude, and then come back to repay their benefactor for saving their lives. Bai Luoshuang wanted to take the demonic sword with her, but Bai Wuchen stopped her. Do not touch it. The fallen demon sword is a demonic sword. While it can rapidly increase its user's strength, the price is that it corrupts the mind and turns its wielder into a monster that knows only slaughter. Since the hidden expert killed the sword demon, this weapon should naturally be left for him to collect. The three then flew away, leaving the sword embedded in the ground. Just then, Lin Yinfan returned. He noticed that another sword had appeared outside his house. Being a good person, he looked around and asked whose it was. Seeing no one claim it, he temporarily picked it up. His expression looked serious, as though he had sensed something dangerous. But then he simply concluded, this sword is quite sharp. It should be perfect for chopping firewood. He barked a few warning barks at his master. Lin Yinfan told him, it's fine. It is just an unwanted sword. If its owner comes looking for it, we can return it. Woof woof. At that moment, the sword began to move, catching Lin Yinfan's attention. But in his eyes, it was merely a toy that could make sounds. Little did he know that he was laughing at a demon. A skeletal figure emerged and began tempting him. Young man, do you desire power? Do you want to become invincible and stand at the peak of the world? Do you crave endless wealth and wish to embrace all the beautiful women in the world? Do you want revenge against those who once looked down on you, to trample them beneath your feet? Lin Yinfan merely said, what is that sound? It is as faint as a mosquito. The skeleton had delivered 3 devastating temptations, yet none worked. Had it encountered an imbecile? Before it could continue rambling, Lin Yinfan tossed it beside the pile of firewood. Then he and He walked away, sighing over Xiao Bai's words. Xiao Bai said cancers would have good luck today. I never expected it to be true. The sword kept calling, young man. Are you still there, young man? The skeleton was completely dumbfounded. Who could understand this pain? It was utterly humiliating, but it refused to give up and climbed out of the sword. How dare he insult me? I am the peerless sword demon. How can such a trivial setback defeat me? Its eyes glowed red as it resolved to make this ignorant human, who had shown it no respect, experience suffering. It saw the door through which Lin Yinfan and He had just exited. It stomped the ground, gathered momentum, and shot forward. But just as it took off, it was hurled back. A force from nowhere shattered its bones into pieces, and it vanished in an instant. The skeleton reappeared beside the sword, but this time it was drenched in cold sweat. It looked at the brush that had struck it. On closer inspection, that was no ordinary brush. It was a killing brush. The skeleton could not understand why an ordinary mortal's home possessed an immortal artifact of a higher grade than itself. It assumed it had been a coincidence and thought that as long as it went around the brush, it could reach the door. Thinking this, it cautiously sneaked forward. But though it had planned 1,000 steps, it failed at the very first one. Even this cabinet was an immortal artifact. The skeleton was utterly helpless, but it still refused to give up. Instead, it changed tactics and began rolling away. Yet heaven had not abandoned it completely. A force burst up from the ground, but it managed to dodge in time. Sticking out its tongue smugly, it declared, I am the peerless sword demon. How could I be struck in the same place 3 times? What is this now? The skeleton was now on the verge of tears. It desperately wanted to know what cursed place this was, because here was the lowest ranked being of all, still unwilling to submit. The skeleton searched for another chance to escape. It finally found an opening and ran off with delight, drooling as it laughed. As long as I escape this place, the world will still be mine. But before it had gone far, something rose up and blocked its path. Before the skeleton could react, it was bound. What is this? It was transported into another space, where a little bald monk stood before it and said, "Fellow cultivator, please stop." The skeleton wondered where this monk had come from. With a kindly expression, the little bald monk said, "Amit Ba, benefactor, your demonic nature is too heavy. Why not lay down your weapon and take refuge in Buddhism?" Holding a book in his hand, the little monk introduced himself. "I am Alankavatara Sutra, this very book." The skeleton translated that as complete nonsense. It was already furious. Being bullied by a brush and a cabinet was one thing, but now even a tattered book was mocking it. It roared, "Reading is useless. Little monk, take my blood demon claw." Then came a loud thud. The skeleton was blasted until its soul nearly shattered. The little bald monk raised a hand again and advised, "Benefactor, calm down." The skeleton's eyes bulged. The monk had only raised his hand with good intentions, yet every time he did, the skeleton got slapped. Bang, 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 smack, smack, smack. It was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Lying on the grass, it cried enough tears to fill a river. "You say you pity me, yet you beat me." The little bald monk still spoke gently. This is all to help Benefactor calm down. But a few seconds later, he revealed an expression even more terrifying than a demon's. "Well, Benefactor, can you think things over calmly now? If you take refuge in Buddhism, there will be many benefits. What do you think? Consider it carefully." The skeleton was terrified and screamed, "What kind of hellish place is this?" Outside in the garden, Lin Yinfan was in a good mood as he watered the flowers. He hummed happily while working when he suddenly sensed something behind him. Turning around, he found the little turtle. Somehow, it had grown so much in only 2 weeks that Lin Yinfan found it rather suspicious. That was far too fast. But with his unique reasoning, Nianfan concluded that the turtle the fishmonger had given him must be an exceptionally rare breed. Delighted, he decided to thank the fishmonger. He had no idea that the fish pond he kept was so extraordinary. At that moment, the fishmonger was sleeping soundly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yinfan arrived, intending to buy some fish to eat. He also asked about the turtle, praising it for being amazing. "It has grown so large in only 2 weeks that it is almost as big as a house." The fishmonger thought he was exaggerating. How could it possibly grow that large? Still, he took the opportunity to boast that his fish were even better than turtles. A young lord from the Immortal Dynasty had nearly fought someone over buying fish from a shop. He then recounted what happened yesterday. The second princess of the Immortal Dynasty had gone out for a walk with 2 young men following her. The 2 argued noisily until the second princess passed by a shop and said she liked eating fish. The 2 men immediately fought until they were bruised and bloodied over the fish. They competed to spend money buying it. The fishmonger was extremely proud. Those 2 were immortal cultivators, yet they both loved his fish. Upon hearing that, Lin Nianfan understood. That young lady was carrying out the plan. She really was capable. The fishmonger happily bid Lin Yinfan farewell. Soon afterward, beneath clear skies, funeral paper began drifting everywhere, an ominous sign. A crowd pressed and jostled together, and Lin Yinfan was caught among them. Wondering why there were so many people and seeing the funeral paper, he thought, "Is there a funeral in the city today?" A funeral procession passed by, scattering paper offerings as musicians played their instruments. They were holding a funeral for Madame Chun. Near the coffin, everyone gathered and discussed the matter. Madame Chun had been a very kind person, but the child she had been about to give birth to had died. A joyous occasion had turned into a funeral. Lin Yinfan squeezed out of the crowd and was surprised to learn that the deceased was Madame Chun. Had she not been perfectly fine when she came into town just a few days ago? How had she suddenly died after only a few days? The others told him what had happened. Madame Chun had suffered a difficult childbirth, and even the midwife could do nothing, because a pregnant woman who died could become a vengeful ghost if left in the residence. They had to bury her. Lin Yinfan felt sorry for the kind Madame Chun. Her body was not even cold, yet they were already about to seal the coffin. Soon, the body of the pregnant woman was carried out. It was Madame Chun, still carrying her child in her womb. Everyone present, including Yinfan, mourned for her. Once she was gone, no one would help the homeless children anymore. In the entire town, perhaps only Madame Chun could have inspired so many people to come see her off. Just then, Dahe began barking, and Yinfan hurriedly told him to be quiet. How could he bark at a time like this? But Dahe continued barking insistently. Yinfan understood what he meant. The woman could still be saved. Stop. Do not close the coffin. Everyone paused and turned to see who had spoken. Lin Yinfan stepped forward. Do not seal the coffin. Madam Chun is not dead yet. The old man was startled. How do you know my mistress is still alive, young master? My dog told me. The old man was speechless and looked at the dog. He could not even be bothered to respond, assuming Lin Yinfan was mocking him. But before he knew it, Lin Yinfan had already put on gloves and was examining the body with practiced movements. The old man was so angered that he nearly fainted on the spot. After examining her, Yinfan concluded that this was a case of suspended animation. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to detect a pulse or breathing in such a state. Only by pressing the eyeball and observing the rebound could one tell. In short, Madam Chun was still alive. He turned around and was about to tell them, I can save Madam Chun. But before he could finish, the crowd surged forward angrily. Stop! It turned out that this was Madam Chun's husband. He asked, can my wife truly be saved? Lin Yinfan answered, yes. Let me take a look. The old man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. The surrounding people crowded in to watch, all skeptical that he could do it. Some even thought he was being reckless and disrespectful toward his beloved wife's body, deliberately causing trouble. By then, Lin Yinfan had changed into another pair of gloves. He now looked like a true physician. Everyone whispered among themselves, wondering where young Masterly had gotten such things. Someone asked the midwife whether she had ever seen them before. The midwife said, if I am not mistaken, he just took them out of his pocket. Clothes. Lin Yinfan's pocket was like Doraemon's magical pocket. This bamboo copter was even more unbelievable than Nobita's. No one could believe that something so large could fit inside a pocket. And what was this? The moment Lin Yinfan took it out, it immediately began to glow. Lin Yinfan secretly thought that although that damned system had run off, it had at least left him with storage space. It had also taught him modern medicine over the past 5 years. On second thought, he decided to forgive that damned system for the time being. After witnessing that incredible scene, everyone's confidence soared. Perhaps he really could save Madam Chun. But little did they know that he was silently telling himself, don't panic, Lin Yinfan. If Madam Chun wakes up, she'll say, my name isn't Lin Yinfan. His inner self replied, that is my name, though. Haha. Still, Lin Yinfan had experience. He had delivered a lioness's cub before, and lions were living creatures too, so he should be able to save her. The moment everyone imagined the bloody scene, their confidence plummeted. The old men began doubting their decision. Was it too late to take it back? Meanwhile, Lin Yinfan remained perfectly calm and even called the midwife over to assist him. Terrified, the midwife pointed at herself and asked, me? When she heard Lin Yinfan say he was going to cut open the pregnant woman's abdomen and take out the baby, the midwife nearly collapsed. Her mind was filled with visions of blood. Lin Yinfan calmly held out the umbilical cord and told her to cut it, as though they were merely playing with dolls. The midwife was scared out of her wits, trembling all over. She hurriedly refused, but with one gentle motion, Lin Yinfan cut it as easily as chopping vegetables. Only then did the midwife realize that the child was truly alive. It was even more unbelievable than winning the grand lottery prize. She shared her astonishment with Lin Yinfan, but he merely politely told her to hold the baby. Then he took out an acupuncture needle, intending to stimulate the child awake. It was ordinary acupuncture, but in his hands it seemed like a secret art. The boy instantly opened his eyes wide and wailed at the top of his lungs, as if shouting, that hurt like hell. Anyone unaware of the truth might have thought some great expert had been reborn. The father felt as though sunlight had pierced straight through his heart. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he repeatedly thanked Lin Yinfan. At the same time, everyone crowded around Lin Yinfan like fanatics, asking for an autograph. He simply said modestly, it was nothing. Suddenly, Lin Yinfan noticed the two old men preparing to close the coffin again and asked, what are you doing? The two old men wore innocent expressions as they replied, Madam Chun sacrificed herself to give birth to the young master. We truly cannot bear to leave her body exposed like this. Lin Yinfan was furious and shouted at them, Madam Chun isn't dead yet. The two could not believe it. Hadn't her abdomen already been cut open? How could she still be alive? Yet the incision had already been stitched back together, and Madam Chun was gradually showing signs of waking. This proved Lin Yinfan's words true, and everyone clasped their hands in prayer. Madam Chun is alive. Lin Yinfan also felt greatly relieved and told them to take Madame Chun back to rest. She had nearly been buried alive by those coffin bearers. He was deeply frustrated with this superstitious crowd who had almost caused Madame Chen's death. He patiently reminded them that they could not be so foolish and ignorant in the future. The townspeople still admired him immensely. Lin Yinfan humbly said, "You are all praising me too much," but that only made them see him as modest, honest, and courageous. At the same time, Lin Xingyun, the saintess of the cloud-soaring immortal pavilion, had watched everything from the tavern. She found it truly interesting. At first, when she saw him lift the coffin, she had thought he was merely a swindling charlatan. Yet he had actually saved someone from death. Lin Xingyun's gaze fixed sharply upon Lin Yinfan. Still, she could not believe such an absurd thing. The art of restoring life after death had never had a precedent. One needed immortal-grade medicinal pills and cultivation at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Even with all those conditions met, the success rate was only 10%. The more she thought about it, the more fascinating it seemed. Then, as if she had suddenly understood everything, she said, "I see. So this is why you refused the cloud-soaring immortal pavilion's aid. The hidden dragon immortal dynasty has truly been concealing a great treasure." The person she was speaking to was Luo Shiyu. Luo Shiyu evasively answered that she did not know him, but no one would believe her expression. Naturally, Lin Xingyun was not so easily fooled. She was determined to get to the bottom of it. Who exactly was that man? A month earlier, Lin Xingyun had heard that the Prime Minister and the Imperial Preceptor had used threats to demand the cloud-soaring Immortal Pavilion's assistance. But after arriving, she discovered that it was not the Prime Minister and Imperial Preceptor threatening Luo Shiyu's group. Rather, Luo Shiyu had been toying with those two men. Lin Xinyu knew that Luo Shiyu and her father were not particularly calculating people. Moreover, when she noticed the way Luo Shiyu had looked at that young master earlier, she became certain. There was only one truth. That great expert had offered a brilliant plan to resolve Luo Shiyu's predicament. Luo Shiyu shook her head repeatedly, denying it. Lin Xingyun pressed on, determined to expose the truth. Isn't he the expert the hidden dragon immortal dynasty wants to keep all to itself? Yet Luo Shiyu answered something entirely unrelated. "I don't like him." Then she could not bear it any longer and ran away. Lin Xingyun was left speechless. They had been discussing a reclusive great expert, yet it had somehow turned into a matter of whether Luo Shiyu liked him. This only made Lin Xingyun even more curious. "You cannot hide from me this time. El Sawada li Nyamfan Snasa." He could only helplessly assume that people were talking about him again. The vegetables he carried were gifts of thanks from the townspeople. Lin Yinfan rubbed his nose and smugly said, "I did not save Madame Chan in order for everyone to admire or thank me. This is truly embarrassing. Ha ha." Dahei gave him a look as though looking at one of his own kind. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind him, "Young Masterly." Lin Yinfan turned around and saw Yin Yin and Aunt Zhang. He happily greeted them both. Without warning, Aunt Zhang dropped to her knees and begged Lin Yinfan to save Yin Yin. Although Yin Yin had been saved before, her soul had not fully returned. With tears in her eyes, Aunt Zhang pleaded for Lin Yinfan's help. Lin Yinfan had never heard of a soul failing to return. He waved his hand in front of Yin Yin's eyes before concluding, "This is psychological trauma after an injury." Aunt Zhang did not understand what he meant. Lin Yinfan could only sympathize with poor Yin Yin. He frankly told Aunt Zhang that he could not cure her. "Why?" she asked. Tears welled in Lin Yinfan's eyes, not from emotion, but because he had caught a chill. He lacked clinical psychology training. Sighing, he told her, "If I find a way, I will be the first to tell you." Aunt Zhang could only leave in disappointment, taking Yin Yin with her. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Yinfan could only sigh to himself. In the end, he was merely a useless mortal, unable to help. He blamed himself, thinking how wonderful it would be if he too were an immortal cultivator. As he returned home in a heavy mood, he decided that when he had the chance, he would ask Miss Bai and the others whether they had a solution. Immortal cultivators surely had more methods than he did. He did not know that someone was lurking in the shadows, observing everything. The shadowy figure thought, "This surveillance is going well. I may be able to uncover your secret." That person quietly followed behind him and hid behind a tree. Unaware of any of this, Lin Yinfan cheerfully entered the house with Dahei. Outside, The shadow was Lin Qingyan. She wore a triumphant expression after discovering this supposed headquarters. Who would have thought that this shameless-looking woman was actually the saintess of the cloud-soaring immortal pavilion? She believed this was where the hidden dragon immortal dynasty had concealed its secret, and that the forest had been deliberately created to hide it from others. Convinced she had seen through everything, Lin Qingyun was immensely pleased with herself, just as she prepared to probe further. Bai Luoshuang and two others suddenly appeared out of nowhere, startling Lin Qingyun. She hurriedly greeted junior sister Luoshuang, Secmaster Bai, and senior Su, then suspiciously asked why they were here. Bai Luoshuang happily greeted senior sister Lin. Lin Qingyun then cupped her hands towards Secmaster Bai, who waved casually and told her not to stand on ceremony. Lin Qingyun was still puzzled to see Secmaster Bai here. Although the myriad sword immortal sect was weaker than her cloud-soaring immortal pavilion, he was still the master of an entire sect. Yet an old monster of the nascent soul realm had unexpectedly come to this remote place. Furthermore, she had heard from her master that the myriad sword immortal sect had been challenged by the sword demon, and should have been doomed, yet it was somehow still intact. Sect Master Bai stroked his beard and said, "Qingyun, the last time we met, you were still a little girl. It has been so long. Is your master, that old monster Yin, doing well?" Lin Qingyun was startled. Sect Master Bai had changed from calling her master senior to calling him old monster Yin. With a smug grin, Sect Master Bai proudly declared that, with the great expert's help, he had broken through to the soul formation realm. He even added that the great expert had helped them survive the sword demon. The myriad sword immortal sect was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Lin Qingyun suddenly understood. The plan that had resolved the hidden dragon immortal dynasty's crisis, the help that had saved the myriad sword immortal sect, the assistance that allowed Bai Wuchen to break through to the soul formation realm, and even Madame Chen's return from death, all of it had been done by that one person. To Lin Qingyun, the scene before her now carried an extraordinary pressure. She could not believe that such a person existed in this world. Very quickly, she slapped her cheeks and regained her composure. Then she thought. Both the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty and the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect had already formed ties with this godlike figure. How could the cloud-soaring Immortal Pavilion fall behind? The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became, to the point that Bai Luoshuang nervously asked her father, "Will senior sister Lin bite people?" Sect Master Bai replied indifferently, "Ignore her. Her temperament is unpredictable." He then said, "We should visit the great expert first. We cannot waste this auspicious time. Let us go." Before entering, Sect Master Bai reminded his daughter, "Do not speak carelessly, understand? I wonder whether the hilt of the fallen demon sword caused him any further trouble. If our benefactor is angry, we must sincerely apologize." "Yes, father." They then knocked on Lin Yinfan's door. He greeted them with a puzzled expression, and the three immediately bowed. Bai Luoshuang introduced her father and mother to him. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingyun also squeezed in, clearly hoping to join them. Lin Yinfan asked curiously who she was. Lin Qingyun shamelessly introduced herself as Luoshuang's close friend, Lin Qingyun. The other three silently cursed, wondering why she had followed them here too. Lin Yinfan then led them inside. When Lin Qingyun saw little Bai, she cried out in shock. Such dense, spiritual energy. Spiritual water. As Lin Qingyun kept jumping about in excitement, Lin Yinfan could only think that she had the makings of a clown. Suddenly, he remembered that he was cooking porridge and went to bring some out for them to try. Lin Qingyun's eyes still shone brightly as she looked around at the spiritual energy everywhere. Unable to endure it any longer, Bai Luoshuang reminded her that nothing at a great expert's residence was ordinary. The great expert is traveling through the mortal world. Do not mention matters of the immortal realm and ruin his mood. Frightened, Lin Qingyun replied, "Junior sister Luoshuang, so this is what you are like. I understand." When Lin Yinfan came out again, he noticed that Lin Qingyun had suddenly become quiet and obedient. She hastily explained that she was simply a little tired and had sat down to rest. Internally, she reproached herself for being careless. Her astonishment had made her behave discourteously. This person was absolutely no ordinary mortal. She had to build a good relationship with him and leave a favorable impression. At that moment, a bowl of plain porridge was brought out for everyone. Sect Master Bai pretended that, since they had arrived without notice, there was no need for porridge. Is that so? Lin Yinfan asked, before turning to Lin Qingyun. And you? Lin Qingyun also declined. Lin Yinfan could only scratch his head and smile confidently. All right, you are all too polite. Suddenly, Luo Shuang asked her father, are you sure you do not want any? She raised a bowl of porridge that shone even more brilliantly than pure gold. Sect Master Bai was astonished. It was porridge containing the Great Tao. He had made a terrible mistake in refusing it. He immediately shamelessly said, Young Master Li, I would still like to have a taste of this porridge. Lin Yinfan calmly replied, What did you say, Uncle Bai? I was bringing it out for the dog. Sect Master Bai froze on the spot, regretting his showy behavior. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Shuang happily drank the porridge, and her entire body immediately glowed with golden light. She closed her eyes, as though comprehending the Great Tao. When her feet touched the ground again, Bai Luo Shuang's cultivation had risen to the middle stage of foundation establishment. The family of three embraced each other, weeping tears of joy. Somewhere nearby, someone was silently crying. Lin Qingyun had never expected Bai Luo Shuang to break through just like that. She burned with envy, thinking that it was fortunate she had discovered this today. Otherwise, at such a rate of advancement, the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect might very well threaten the position of the cloud-soaring Immortal Pavilion. Lin Qingyun began planning how to win Lin Yinfan over and prevent the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect from gaining the advantage. At that moment, Sect Master Bai searched through his sleeve and took out a wooden box, presenting it to Lin Yinfan as a gift of thanks for his help. Lin Qingyun stared wide-eyed, thinking, could it be that? Sure enough, Sect Master Bai slowly opened the box and said, Please do not disdain it. Inside was the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect's sacred treasure, the Sword River Immortal Jade. Lin Yinfan simply concluded, a glowing stone. A glowing stone? Lin Qingyun felt as though her mind had short-circuited. Bai Wuchen had reached the nascent soul realm through cultivation with the Sword River Immortal Jade. Not only him, even the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect's high-ranking disciples relied on studying the Sword River Immortal Jade once every year to improve their cultivation. Lin Qingyun wore a smug smile. In the great expert's eyes, that thing was merely a glowing stone. The Myriad Sword Immortal Sect had offered up its greatest treasure to curry favor with him, only for it to receive such an evaluation. Yet Lin Yinfan happily accepted it, because he could use it as a lamp at night. He liked it very much and thanked them. Lin Qingyun was once again left dumbfounded. Bai Luo Shuang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that he liked it. Then, with an innocent expression, she said to her sworn sister, Senior sister, you did not come to visit empty-handed, did you? Lin Qingyun inwardly cursed at this unexpected move. To save face, she said that her sect had many treasures, while inwardly crying because she had nothing on her. Lin Yinfan merely waved his hand to show that he was not asking for anything. Lin Qingyun secretly sighed in relief and sentimentally assumed that he had noticed her embarrassment and was helping her out of the situation. Such a kind heart. He truly was a great expert. Then Lin Yinfan remembered something he wanted to ask them. He told them about a little girl who had been frightened and become mentally unstable. Bai Luo Shuang realized whom he meant and asked, Is it that little girl from before? Lin Qingyun immediately raised her hand, like a child eager to answer in class, hoping to make up for her earlier discourtesy. She adopted the manner of a learned scholar and explained, Being frightened means that the soul has been injured. Our cloud-soaring immortal pavilion has many medicines that can heal the soul. Lin Yinfan's eyes brightened, but Luo Shuang mercilessly added, The little girl is still too young. Her soul is too weak to use those medicines. Lin Qingyun then thought of another solution, a soul-nourishing jade. Worn for a long time, it could heal the person's soul. Lin Yinfan thought that sounded promising, but Bai Luo Shuang said that for a soul-nourishing jade to work, it had to be worn for at least 10 years, perhaps even 20. Then she teasingly asked Lin Qingyun, Since your cloud-soaring immortal pavilion is so formidable, do you have any other method? Lin Yinfan also asked Miss Lin whether she had any other solution. Lin Qingyun hesitated, her eyes darting about, before embarrassedly recounting something. When I was little, I was once frightened into a coma. My master stayed by my bedside and told me stories, but I do not know whether that would work. Her master was dejected and helpless at the time. Sect Master Bai and Bai Luoshuang clearly looked down on this cloud-soaring, immortal pavilion that had cost 5 million spirit stones. Lin Qingyun was extremely embarrassed, but Li Nianfan instead praised her. Good job, Miss Lin. Your reminder has given me an idea. Lin Qingyun found it unbelievable. Of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, the divine soul was the most difficult to heal, yet Li Nianfan had a solution. Nianfan scratched his head sheepishly. I only know a few foolish methods used by mortals. We can give it a try. In the eyes of the 4 cultivators, he truly was an expert. Even damage to one's divine soul could be repaired through a mortal method. They all decided they had to observe this carefully, as it was an enormous stroke of fortune. Li Nianfan then prepared to leave, instructing Xiao Bai to watch the house. The 3 of them immediately perked up upon hearing that he was leaving and cleverly asked to accompany him, so that they could run errands for him. Soon afterward, Li Nianfan arrived at Aunt Zhang's home in town to examine Nian Yan. Aunt Zhang happily welcomed young Master Li and the 4 immortal experts. If you have a way, please save her quickly. If this continues, it will only get worse. Looking at her face, I fear she truly cannot be saved. The 2 young women whispered to each other. Her condition is indeed extremely serious. Bai Luoshuang stepped forward, took Aunt Zhang's hand, and comforted her. Do not worry. I have always believed that young Master Li can save her and restore her completely. Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you, young Master Li. Li Nianfan was deeply concerned for the dazed little girl. Then, in his usual theatrical voice, he began telling her a story. He hoped that after hearing it, she would no longer fear demons. The story he told was Journey to the West. Dehei also remembered seeing this story on the bookshelf. Li Nianfan began. Before chaos was divided and heaven and earth were formed, all was vast and indistinct, with no living beings in sight. Since Panga broke open the primordial chaos and separated the pure from the impure. Dehei thought he was starting from the very beginning and lay down, believing he could sleep. Yet he soon noticed the exaggerated expressions on everyone's faces as they praised those words as the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. What was supposed to be a story for the little girl now had 4 idol cultivators listening as well. According to the cycles of heaven and earth, 129,600 years make one epoch, and one epoch is divided into 12 periods. To the 4 listeners, those words were the profound principles of the great Tao, the laws governing the development of all things. Dehei could not believe the scene before him. He glanced around and found that a large crowd had gathered without him noticing. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan was still quite pleased with himself. If he could make the little girl see the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, as a mischievous and lovable figure, then perhaps she would no longer fear demons. Only when he looked up did he realize that the place before him was packed with people. Seeing that everyone enjoyed hearing stories and gossiping, he cleared his throat and continued. The stone monkey ruled over the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain and lived in carefree happiness. Later, in pursuit of immortality, he crossed the sea on a bamboo raft to seek a master and learn cultivation. After much difficulty, he finally took Patriarch Subhoodie as his master. Wukong then asked, "Can learning this grant me immortality?" A lively little girl tugged at her mother's clothes. "That monkey is so interesting." What ordinary people heard was a tale about a monkey. What the immortal experts heard was the voice of the great Tao. The 4 of them even began associating Li Nianfan's story with events he had personally experienced. Li Nianfan told the tale with great enthusiasm, only stopping when evening came. He proudly raised his chin and said, "Please wait for the next installment." He was already delighted inside, considering whether he should become a famous storyteller instead. Yet he did not know whether the story had helped the little girl. Just then, she opened her eyes and called out, "Brother Nianfan." He was immediately overjoyed. It had worked. The onlookers who had come merely to hear the story were disappointed, and some even set reminders for the next session. Sect Master Bai and the others also gazed at Nianfan expectantly, hoping that they could continue to remain by his side and listen to his stories. To them, those details were more real than reality itself. If they were not experiences young Master Li had personally undergone, then they must have been stories of some supreme immortal from the immortal realm. The three of them threw away all dignity in order to keep listening. Seeing their earnest, pleading expressions, Li Nianfan agreed. You could bring chairs tomorrow. Sitting on the ground is cold. The three were overjoyed and immediately praised Li Nianfan for his selfless generosity. After the three flew away, Lin Qingyun shyly called out to Li, Nianfan, young Master Li, our cloud-soaring immortal pavilion was unable to help today. Please forgive our discourtesy. Li Nianfan did not see it that way. It was thanks to her reminder that he had thought of this method. Changing a child's perceptions through stories was a wonderful treatment. His eyes sparkled as he invited her to visit him often. In truth, he wanted to become friends with her, having heard that the cloud-soaring immortal pavilion was an extremely powerful cultivation sect. It took Lin Qingyun a long while to recover. She was so happy that she nearly cried. Then, with a solemn expression, she said, Yes, young Master Li. This humble one will certainly come again tomorrow to receive your instruction. Li Nianfan was bewildered. What did she mean by this humble one and receive instruction? Was she planning to become a diligent student while he became her teacher? Li Nianfan then bid Aunt Zhang farewell and left. Suddenly, a new figure stepped forward to stop him. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The man introduced himself as Meng Liangjun. He said he had come because Li Nianfan's story was exceedingly wonderful. Li Nianfan modestly replied, You flatter me. After all, who could resist the charm of Journey to the West? Meng Liangjun then said that he had a question he wished to ask. What is it? Meng Liangjun asked. Does a path to immortality truly exist in this world? Li Nianfan was stumped. How could he possibly know anything about immortality? Yet Meng Liangjun still wished to know. He had sought immortality for a long time and read countless books, but found nothing. Hearing Li Nianfan's story had made him believe that Li Nianfan knew the way to immortality, and he wished for his guidance. Li Nianfan was extremely embarrassed, thinking that this fellow had read himself foolish. The young scholar praised him, saying, As expected, you can tell that I am not clever. I have immersed myself in books all my life. I seem to know many things, yet in reality, I know nothing. Li Nianfan had not expected to meet such a stubborn man. He sighed and said, Since ancient times, no one who sought immortality has met a good end. In 10 years, one sees spring come and autumn pass. In 100 years, one witnesses birth, aging, sickness, and death. In 1,000 years, one observes the rise and fall of dynasties. In 10,000 years, one sees the winds and clouds transform. If mortals use the perspective of a single day to view the changes of 1,000,000 years, are they not like frogs at the bottom of a well? He patted the man's shoulder and sincerely advised him, Focus on the present. Settle your current affairs properly. Then he departed with an air of mystery, saying that this was all he could say. Watching Li Nianfan's departing figure, Meng Liangjun kept muttering, Focus on the present. He was deeply moved. What wisdom! Yet no one knew that. Li Nianfan was running away as fast as he could. He could not deal with someone so obsessed with abstract philosophy. At the same time, two people were climbing a mountain in the territory of the Myriad Sword Immortal sect. The disciple behind asked his master, Master, the Myriad Sword Immortal sect was challenged by the sword demon. I heard that it has already been destroyed. What are we going there for? The old man replied regretfully, Bai Wuchen and I are both sword cultivators. We openly and secretly competed for over 100 years. Now that he has fallen to the sword demon's blade, who but I will collect his body. In his heart, he had already concluded that Bai Wuchen, though not weak, could never defeat the sword demon. Suddenly, the old man noticed familiar figures ahead. Sect Master Bai and the others were discussing the story young Master Li had told. The old man was stunned, then cursed in disbelief. Sect Master Bai also noticed him and asked, Old Zhao, why have you come? Old Zhao glared at him. Why are you not dead? I came to collect your body. Collect my body? Then I must thank you. Old Zhao still could not understand, and asked whether Sect Master Bai had not been challenged by the sword demon. Did you flee? Sect Master Bai proudly displayed his cultivation. Old Zhao was shocked to discover that he had actually reached the soul formation realm. Sect Master Bai bragged, The Myriad Sword Immortal sect is deeply blessed and favored by heaven. That sword demon was merely a small trial for me. Old Zhao, there's no need to be so envious. Everyone has their own fate. Old Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully clasped his hands. Those who have learned before are teachers to those who come after. Congratulations, Senior Bai. Cultivators seek immortality, but how many truly attain it? It seems you will live longer than I do. Seeing his expression, Sect Master Bai thought that Old Zhao's lifespan was running out. Old Zhao helplessly admitted that he had less than 50 years left. I thought I would be the one to collect your body. I did not expect that I would be the one leaving first. Seeing Old Zhao in such a pitiful state, Bai Wuchen finally told him the truth. The person who helped me break through and defeat the sword demon was someone extraordinary. The two had competed their entire lives, and he could not bear to watch Old Zhao die. Old Zhao eagerly asked if that person had a way. Sect Master Bai happily said that tomorrow he would take Old Zhao to listen to a story. The next morning, the city gate became lively once more. Lin Yinfan was welcomed as warmly as an idol. He spotted the scholar from before. Meng Liangjun rushed over as though he were an enthusiastic admirer, saying, Young Master Li, I have waited a long time for you." Lin Yinfan was helpless before this man. Meng Liangjun excitedly declared that he had attained enlightenment. Young Master Li's meaning is that all things have their own laws. I must experience the present in order to comprehend them, and only then can I break those laws. Lin Yinfan did not know what to say. He asked, "Do you still seek immortality?" Meng Liangju nodded. "Of course. Young Master Li's great Tao is not so simple. I have only comprehended a tiny portion of it." Lin Yinfan was frightened by him and hurriedly sought an excuse to leave. Meng Liangjun continued babbling, "I will carefully observe everything in this world and comprehend the laws within them, striving to understand young Master Li's deeper meaning sooner." What on earth had he comprehended? He was even more obsessed with philosophy than Lin Yinfan had imagined. Lin Yinfan could only flee at top speed. Later, in a quiet corner, Lin Yinfan leisurely fanned himself and saw Miss Bai and Miss Lin arriving again. He also noticed the two newcomers beside them. Old Zhao and his disciple looked as though they were about to collapse from nervousness. Lin Yinfan saw them sweating profusely and wondered whether they were ill. Concerned, he offered Old Zhao a handkerchief. Old Zhao's hand trembled as he accepted it. "Th, thank you. Great expert. I am fine." His heart was already in turmoil. Even the saintess of the cloud-soaring immortal pavilion had become such an ardent admirer of this man. Lin Yinfan then continued the story from last time. The patriarch said, "You have affinity with me today, and I am very pleased. I shall impart to you the way of immortality." At the mention of the way of immortality, the three men's eyes lit up as they applauded in amazement. Lin Yinfan continued reciting the patriarch's words. "The mysteries of the world are profound. Unfortunately, they cannot be spoken in this life. All things possess essence, energy, and spirit. This is only a verbal formula. It cannot be revealed. It cannot be revealed and should not be spoken. Listen as I transmit the Tao, then reflect upon it yourself." The three spoke in unison. This is the great Tao of immortality. In only a few sentences, it had already been fully explained. Yet none of them truly understood a word. Suddenly, a layer of dark clouds covered the sky. Below, Lin Yinfan continued passionately. "All things in the world begin from their root. This name shall make you renowned. As for what will become of you in this world, we shall continue the tale next time." At that moment, a heavy rain began to fall. Seeing this, Lin Yinfan told everyone to go home and return another time to hear the rest. Sect Master Bai looked at the sky and sighed. This rain came the instant it was mentioned. Old Zhao transmitted his voice to Sect Master Bai. Words become reality as soon as they are spoken. Could it be that this young master can influence the transformations of heaven and earth? That must be it. Yet Lin Yinfan knew nothing of this. He merely had a headache because he had not brought an umbrella. Raising his voice to the sky, he shouted, "Such sudden rain is truly troublesome. Hey, stop raining already." The two old men were startled. Inwardly, they cried out, "Young Master Li is actually commanding the heavens to stop the rain." Meanwhile, at the courtyard 10 miles away, Dahe and Xiao Bai turned toward a golden dragon that had suddenly leapt out. The two of them did not know what to do. Their master had flown away, and now there was no fish meat to eat. Perhaps they should simply eat these two insolent creatures instead. Then the rain truly stopped, and sunlight broke through the clouds, shining directly upon Lin Yinfan's location. Lin Yinfan was equally confused when he saw the sun return. He scratched his head, wondering whether heaven was being kind enough not to let such a good person get soaked on his way home. But looking at the expressions of the two men, did he not seem like an immortal? If he still claimed not to be one, no one would believe him. Meng Liangjun then ran over with a book in his hands, writing something as he called out, "Young Master Li." He had recorded Lin Yinfan's story and wished to ask permission to spread it widely. Lin Yinfan thought for a moment. "That is fine, but do not stand so close." Meng Liangjun obediently stepped back and asked, "May I list your name as the author?" Lin Yinfan immediately replied, "Absolutely not. I did not write this story. The author's name should be Wu Qingyan, understand?" Meng Liangjun muttered the name Wu Qingyan, then said excitedly, "I have attained enlightenment again." He immediately rushed home to compile the story. Lin Yinfan watched him go in speechless confusion. The others also nodded thoughtfully. "So that is how it is. Gu Qingyan. Jis Gu Qingyan. Young Master Li is truly profound." Lin Qingyan added, "That is right. Journey to the West will certainly shake the cultivation world. Young Master Li is not only willing to share such immense wisdom, but he also uses the name Wu Chengyan. Its meaning is, do not be indebted. Do not carry gratitude in your heart." In everyone's eyes, Lin Yinfan's prestige rose yet again. Lin Yinfan had no idea what they were talking about. Seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to return home. Apologetically, he said, "For the past 2 days, I have only been concerned with the child and have not properly entertained you. I hope you do not mind." To make it up to them, he promised that the next time they came as guests, he would prepare some simple homemade dishes. Those ordinary words sounded entirely different to the cultivators. Sect Master Bai and his daughter believed that young Master Li was hinting at something. The leopard spirit's attack on Yin Yin had been dealt with by young Master Li, turning it into a meal. It seemed that he still harbored resentment toward demons. Bai Luoshuang added her own interpretation, saying that young Master Li was telling them to bring some wild game. Lin Yinfan felt wronged. That was clearly not what he meant. According to Bai Luoshuang's analysis, young Master Li was hinting that such wisdom of the great Tao could not be heard for free. They had to show their sincerity through actions. Lin Qingyun found this easy enough. She only needed to kill several demon beasts and bring them to young Master Li. Bai Luoshuang said she knew of a place where a tiger demon king at the nascent soul realm lived. Why not begin with it? Lin Qingyun praised the suggestion. A tiger demon king is highly nourishing. Sect Master Bai shook his head. You young people truly do not know the dangers of the world. That is a demon king. Lin Qingyun sneered, revealing a fierce expression. As long as it pleases young Master Li, I will kill however many demon kings there are and deliver them all to him. The father and daughter had not expected the saintess of the cloud-soaring immortal pavilion to have such a disposition. Later on Tiger Mountain, tiger demons ran and played everywhere. Seated on a throne within was the Tiger King. One tiger demon noticed something and asked the Tiger King, "Great King, what is that above your head?" Sometime later, while Lin Yinfan was still living his ordinary life, guests came to visit his home again. Outside stood Sect Master Bai, Old Zhao, and several demon kings. The two old men immediately bowed and said it was merely a small token of their regard, nothing worth mentioning. They had not brought much, but it was all freshly caught. Lin Yinfan felt that, in his previous life, he would probably have been scared stiff. But now that he had transmigrated here, what was there to fear? He got himself ready to cook. Carrying the 3 beasts by their tails in one hand, he headed into the kitchen and told them, "Go inside and have a seat first. I'll prepare the ingredients." Lin Yinfan hummed casually to himself. "What should I make? Immortal cultivators have come all this way and brought so many things. I should entertain them properly." Then inspiration struck him. A hot pot would be absolutely perfect. Before long, a table full of grilled food and a gleaming hot pot were ready. Lin Yinfan gave Xiao Bai a thumbs up. "Amazing. Good job, Xiao Bai." It was nothing. Lin Yinfan turned and called everyone over to eat. But he froze for what felt like half a century when he saw the over-the-top expressions on the 4 people's faces. The 2 young women kept touching the dishes as though they were holding priceless treasures. Sect Master Bai, in particular, was left dumbfounded when he saw the hot pot designed in the style of the Taiji symbol. He silently concluded that it represented the Tao of yin and yang. Old Zhao had disbelief written all over his face, believing that the hot pot embodied the harmonization of yin and yang and the primordial chaos of Taiji. The two men then eloquently analyzed this so-called hot pot. It was divided into two sections, a mild broth and a spicy broth. Meat and vegetables were prepared alike, their essence tasted and then refined within the body. After being processed by the stomach, they were expelled through the chrysanthemum gate, otherwise known as the anus, then returned to nourish all things upon the land. And thus the cycle began anew, endlessly repeating. In ordinary terms, it was simply eating and relieving oneself. Yet the two men had somehow attained enlightenment from it. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yinfan could not understand why these immortal cultivators found a simple hot pot so profound. Anyway, hurry up and eat. It was the first time the two women had seen such a meal, so they did not know how to eat it. Lin Yinfan told everyone to follow his lead. He picked up his chopsticks, took a slice of meat, and put it into the pot. Once it was cooked, he dipped it in sauce and ate it. The two women followed suit, placing the meat into their mouths, then suddenly slowing down. Their expressions became utterly blissful. In a single word, it was delicious. Their mouths were already watering, and they immediately began devouring the food. Sect Master Bai criticized the girls for being so unrefined. Young ladies should behave with grace. Unlike them, I shall have some vegetables for a healthy life. To his surprise, he sensed Dao intent within the greens. Lin Yinfan praised the vegetables, saying that they were all extremely fresh and that he had grown them himself. Sect Master Bai regained his composure. So that is how it is. If young Masterly grew them himself, then it is only natural that they possess Tao intent. Old Zhao was puzzled, but Sect Master Bai urged him to eat quickly. Vegetables are good for your health. Perhaps they might even help you live a few more years. Old Zhao immediately understood the hidden meaning. With the Tao intent contained in these vegetables, a few bites might be enough for him to break through. Young Masterly was truly godlike. The two women stood there eating. The two old men savored every bite, and their host could only look on helplessly. At the same time, atop a high mountain shrouded in mist, something suddenly darted through the trees. They were two demon beasts, two pure white foxes. The little fox advised her senior sister not to take human form, as it was far too dangerous. To transform, she would have to endure a heavenly tribulation and several bolts of heavenly lightning. One careless moment, and body and soul would be destroyed. The larger fox remained silent. The little fox asked whether her sister's character was good enough for her to survive. Even if she did survive, all her previous cultivation would be lost, and she would have to cultivate from the beginning again. Having heard too many stories, the little fox immediately imagined her sister being abducted by some wicked old man. The larger fox was irritated. Why was her junior sister's mouth so unlucky? The little fox replied that if her sister successfully transformed, she would be at her weakest. Every cultivator within dozens of miles would know, and they would come for her demon core. The two foxes rubbed their faces together affectionately. Sister, even if you are barely alive after transforming, won't you still have me? I will protect you. At that moment, the larger fox sensed that the time had come. She immediately ran away without a word of farewell. The larger fox understood perfectly well how dangerous it was to transform. Yet she had no choice. Because of the difference between humans and demons, only by becoming human could she go to young Master Li's side and serve him. Another tale of a beast repaying a life-saving favor, while a person gets nothing in return. Then the sky darkened, clouds gathered, and thunder roared. Lin Yinfan was collecting firewood when he cursed in frustration. It starts raining just because it says it will? I really need to get a weather gauge. He hurried inside to reunite with the hay. A deafening clap of thunder startled Lin Yinfan so badly that he shrank back. Inside, he huddled in a corner and wondered what kind of lightning this was. Was the world about to end? But he could also see that the lightning was striking only one location. To two unfamiliar cultivators, this lightning was clearly the ninefold heavenly thunder tribulation. An ancient fox demon was taking human form. The old man beside him scoffed. What foolish demon would gamble with its own life like this? Both men wore greedy expressions. A treasure had fallen from the sky, while they were doing nothing. How could they let it go? If they obtained the demon core, breaking through would be effortless. First come, first served. Not long afterward, the rain stopped. A young woman appeared in the desolate mountain forest. Her entire body was covered only by a thin garment finer than silk. She looked frightened when she sensed someone approaching. It was Lin Yinfan, still annoyed that all his firewood had gotten soaked and that he had made a wasted trip. But heaven did not disappoint one with a wandering heart. His heart was certainly wandering, and a beautiful woman appeared before him at once. His face turned red as he hurriedly covered his eyes, though the gesture was purely symbolic, and he cried out loudly, "A beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Daji." The young woman seemed to recognize him and was about to call him young master. She silently rejoiced that she had encountered her benefactor again just after transforming. 3 years ago, she had still been a seven-tailed fox. Back then, she encountered cultivators and was severely injured. Fortunately, Lin Yinfan had rescued her. Not only had he healed her, but in merely 3 years, she had grown 9 tails. She was truly grateful to heaven for allowing her to transform successfully and meet her benefactor once more. Suddenly, Lin Yinfan took off his outer robe. While she was still dazed, he swiftly draped it over her shoulders. The young woman looked confused. Lin Yinfan put on a righteous expression and comforted her. "Do not be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Nothing will happen to you." Then he carried the girl on his back and took her away to treat her. As the two returned together, neither noticed the little fox hiding in a nearby bush, her face filled with fury and resentment. She was upset because although her sister had survived the heavenly tribulation, her life force had been scattered. She was only holding on with her final breath and would not live for even a month. Her sister had risked everything for love, and now everyone else had to worry over her. The little fox vented all her anger on Lin Yinfan because he was the reason her sister had transformed. When her sister left this world, she would make him die with her. The tremendous disturbance had drawn many cultivators flying toward the area. Luo Shiyu also noticed that it was in the direction of young Master Li's home. Her mother asked, "You saw the heavenly lightning just now too, didn't you?" Luo Shiyu nodded. "Yes. Why would this demon abandon 1,000 years of cultivation to take human form? Because its demon core is extraordinarily precious. It will certainly attract countless people seeking to seize it. If too much commotion is caused and young Master Li is disturbed, then we are finished." Luo Shiyu flared up in anger. What if young Master Li's sleep is disturbed? If he cannot sleep well, it will harm his health. Wouldn't that be terrible? Her mother stared at her, as though asking, "Is that really what you were worried about?" Then the emperor spoke. "We absolutely cannot allow that to happen." Ever since he had heard the stories of the great expert from the mother and daughter, he felt that the great expert choosing to rest within their hidden dragon immortal dynasty was an honor for the dynasty. With tears in his eyes, he said that if the expert left because others had disturbed him, the loss would be immeasurable. The mother and daughter nodded in complete agreement. Thus began the campaign of this family trio to protect the great expert's sleep. The old emperor took the lead. If anyone disturbs the great expert's peace and quiet, Luo Shiyu immediately finished. "We shall deal with them on the great expert's behalf." Elsewhere, Old Zhao and Sect Master Bai were conversing in veiled terms. Both wore crafty expressions, like thieves plotting their next move, and reached the same conclusion. They had to help the great expert avoid being disturbed by pests. Sect Master Bai said bluntly, "It is indeed somewhat too noisy." The two old men then competed to see who could drive away more pests. As they spoke, the two formed a Bawa seal together, which exploded with a thunderous boom. Then they fled at once, even complimenting each other. Old Zhao said, "Congratulations on breaking through to the soul formation realm. This time, you have truly become an old immortal. It is all thanks to the great expert's vegetables." Where the two old men had just unleashed their attack, cries of "Save me" rang out everywhere. The scene was utterly miserable. Back at Lin Yinfan's home, he had skipped several steps of courtship and brought the girl directly to his room. With a serious expression, he told her, "This place is very quiet and safe." Then the noise outside slapped him in the face. Pretending nothing had happened, he said, "Perhaps the thunder has not completely stopped yet." He raised a thumb and reaffirmed, "This place is very quiet and safe." The girl did not know whether to believe him, but she still listened obediently to young Master Li. He continued, "Your injuries are serious and could endanger your life. May I treat you? I will follow young master's wishes. You need proper rest. If you have nowhere else to go, why not stay with me for the time being? I will follow young master's wishes. Lin Yinfan looked bewildered and asked, What is your name? I will follow young master's wishes. He was utterly speechless. You cannot leave that to me. Do you not have a name? The girl looked innocently confused. I cannot. Only then did Lin Yinfan understand, and a whole tragic story began playing out in his mind. She must have been a daughter of some wealthy family, born without any freedom, suffering so much that she did not even have a name. She had finally escaped, only to have nowhere to go and be severely injured by others. Tears welled in his eyes as he sympathized with her miserable plight. Then he stroked his chin in thought. Did I not become her life-saving benefactor by rescuing her today? According to how these stories usually go, if I treat her well, she might offer herself in repayment. Then we could naturally live together. He patted the girl on the shoulder, wearing what he thought was a handsome expression. Do not be afraid. No matter what suffering you endured before, it is all in the past. From now on, I will take care of you. Lin Yinfan immediately gave her the name Daji, since it was the name bestowed upon her by young Master Li. The girl did not object and readily agreed. I will follow young Master's wishes. Daji was about to tell him the truth, but Lin Yinfan had already run away on the excuse of boiling water. In reality, he was embarrassed by the experience of a man and woman alone in the same room, speaking at such close range. His heart felt as though it were about to leap from his chest. He hurriedly calmed himself, thinking that his kindness would surely heal her wounded heart, and happily went to boil water. Inside the room, the girl was delighted. She had accepted the name Daji. Just then, two old men flew over. Old Zhao greeted Lin Qingyun warmly and thanked her for helping them block those cultivators. Lin Qingyun courteously replied, It is nothing. In this matter, our interests are aligned. She laughed. As long as the three of us join forces, that rabble below the soul formation realm will never get near young Master Li. Before she could finish boasting, Luo Shiyu cut in. Sister Lin, who are you calling rabble? The sacred emperor made a grand entrance, and the three hurriedly cupped their hands in greeting. Greetings, Emperor Luo. The sacred emperor's expression remained stiff as he merely grunted in response. The reason the others were so wary of him was that, although sects possessed their own territories, they all fell within the jurisdiction of the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty. Although Emperor Luo was not particularly learned, his bloodline was pure, and he was one of the foremost figures of the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty. The three had not expected such a bold man to leave the imperial palace and come here in person. Emperor Luo was equally shocked to discover that those two men had both reached the soul formation realm. Since when had soul formation cultivators become as common as roadside grass? Luo Shiyu noticed her father's stunned expression and reminded him that it was likely due to young Master Li's assistance. Sect Master Bai said, That is right. Young Master Li helped our myriad sword immortal sect eliminate the sword demon. He bestowed upon me a gourd that enabled me to break through and prolong my fading lifespan. Young Master Li also imparted the ultimate great Tao contained in Journey to the West. I was fortunate enough to hear it and have benefited immensely. Emperor Luo was practically drooling with envy, but could only suppress his frustration. Although they had driven away some cultivators, many more would surely swarm over. Emperor Luo decided to visit young Master Li, ostensibly to see whether he could help, but primarily to seek some benefits for himself. Soon they arrived outside Li Niamfan's residencia. Emperor Luo was startled when he saw the jade pendant he had given his daughter. The two old men also recognized the extraordinary treasure and commented, This is Emperor Luo's phoenix jade pendant. It seems young Master Li has engraved it anew. No wonder a phoenix flew out of it last time. It is transformed from a crude stone into a divine artifact. Emperor Luo was furious, thinking the great expert must have found his pendant too cheap and shabby, which was why no further good fortune had come his way. His eyes burned with determination as he swore that he would redeem himself and not let the great expert look down on him. At that moment, Lin Yinfan opened the door and was surprised to see such a lively gathering. Seeing the great expert, Emperor Luo hurriedly cupped his hands. Greetings, young Master Li. Luo Shiyu introduced him from the side. This is my father, Luo Jinghong. Lin Yinfan's eyes widened when he learned that the man before him was the ruler of the nation. The two of them immediately exchanged 90-degree bows. "Greetings, sir. Greetings to you as well." Since Lin Yinfan happened to need help, he invited everyone inside, and they all eagerly agreed. Lin Xingyun joined in, declaring, "Whether they are cultivators or demons, anyone who dares disturb young Master Li should be killed without question. We must preserve the tranquility around young Master Li's residence. Li Niamfan Lauga. With all of you protecting me, I feel very safe." He sighed and explained that the lightning earlier had struck a young lady. Pointing at Daji, he said that she was the person who needed help. All five of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths in shock when they saw the demon who had taken human form. Daji felt terrified and shrank into a corner. "What is wrong?" she asked. "Are they here to capture me?" Lin Yinfan pointed at Daji and asked the others, "Are you here to capture her?" They all hurriedly denied it. They feared that if the great expert misunderstood them, they would be wiped out on the spot. Sect Master Bai immediately defended himself. "It is only a misunderstanding, Mississippi. We are friends of young Master Li, so there is no need for you to be afraid." Old Zhao chimed in with an innocent expression. "That is right. I have no ulterior motives. I bear no ill will and will not harm you." The five of them stood there like righteous heroes, loudly proclaiming themselves good people who did good deeds. Lin Yinfan used his own peculiar logic to conclude that Daji must have escaped from some family with great difficulty and had mistaken them for bad people trying to drag her back. Young Master is correct. They all agreed, though it was complete nonsense. Whatever young Master Li said was right. Lin Yinfan gestured to Daji that there was no problem. Daji trusted him completely. Lin Yinfan pitied the girl, saying that she had been struck by lightning and was now seriously injured. He asked whether they had any way to treat her, as that would be a great help. They all believed that being struck by such lightning meant her life force was severed, like a dead tree, beyond saving. Lin Xingyun was about to examine her when Lin Yinfan said that if he relied only on himself, treatment would take quite a bit of effort and time. Everyone was stunned. He carefully fed medicine to Daji, treating her like a beloved pet. "Be good, Daji. Bitter medicine cures illness." He said that if he relied only on himself, it would take quite a bit of effort and time. What the fuck? He carefully fed Daji medicine as if she were a beloved pet. "Be good, Daji. Bitter medicine cures illness." At once, vitality surged through her entire body. The five of them widened their eyes at the sight of that medicine. The fox demon had clearly been at death's door, yet a single bowl of medicine had completely reversed her fate. Lin Xingyun felt as though she were watching some ridiculous romance drama, but she knew that this was equivalent to snatching someone back from the hands of the heavenly Tao. Just what kind of existence was young Master Li? Nianfan was equally astonished. He had realized a profound truth. Beautiful girls glowed after drinking medicine. At that moment, Lin Xingyun said, "My cloud-soaring immortal pavilion has spiritual medicines that may help with Daji's injuries." The two old men hurriedly tried to curry favor with Nianfan as well, promising to bring out all the treasures in their possession. Luo Jinghong did the same. He wanted to return and fetch them immediately. Before leaving, he also took out a gift box, saying it was a token of gratitude for resolving the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty's crisis. He had intended to use the national treasure this time to restore some of his dignity. Nianfan had not expected these people to be so enthusiastic, so he could only accept it. When he opened it, a golden dragon flew out. The little dragon looked like some cheap imitation from a cartoon and haughtily asked, "Why have you summoned this venerable one?" Everyone was stunned. It was the Jade Dragonfire, the national treasure of the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty. Nianfan, meanwhile, still looked completely blank. Yet when the dragon saw him, it was so frightened that it immediately dove back into the box from which it had emerged. Luo Jinghong's expression was as ugly as if he had stepped in dog droppings. The dignified Jade Dragonfire of the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty had actually fled without a trace. Lin Xingyun explained that this insolent creature had formed from the spirit essence of an ancient fire dragon and was the supreme treasure of the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty. It had always been arrogant. Rather than saying that the Holy Emperor possessed the Jade Dragonfire, It was more accurate to say that it was the true master. Yet one glance at young Master Li had frightened it so badly that it nearly soiled itself while running away. Still bewildered, Nianfan asked, "Did it just breathe fire?" "It was too fast and too dangerous. I didn't see it clearly." Luo Jinghong eagerly replied, "Yes, yes. It can produce fire. What else could it do?" Thinking it rather impressive, Nianfan told it to come back out and perform again. The jade produced several tiny fireworks, which he found amusing. First it had been a light bulb, and now it was a lighter. Nianfan felt that cultivators really had all sorts of toys, far more than any online marketplace. The three of them nodded repeatedly, feeling that he should not keep accepting things for nothing. Nianfan promised that he would repay them properly someday. Hearing this, they were startled before tears of happiness filled their eyes. They thanked him profusely. Luo Jinghong, the foremost flatterer among them, sincerely shook Nianfan's hand. "Then Daji's medicine is in your hands, everyone." Luo Jinghong immediately took the lead in urging everyone to begin preparations at once. Then they all flew away in a hurry. Lin Qingyun used a teleportation talisman to return to her sect. The entire sect cried, "Welcome back, Saintess!" Without wasting words, she ordered, "Bring me all the spiritual medicines." An elder behind her reminded her that there were so many spiritual medicines that transporting them all would take months. The old man tactfully added, "An ordinary person cannot digest that much medicine anyway." Lin Qingyun felt that he made a good point, then concluded, "Then bring only the finest ones." The elder nearly coughed up blood. Meanwhile, the seemingly ordinary yet far from ordinary chairman, Li, was taking Daji on a stroll through the garden. Though the place was small, a humble cottage and 2 kindred spirits were enough. He introduced a He as well. "He may look ordinary, but he came from Pingyang." Then he pointed elsewhere. "That is Xiao Bai, the estate steward. If you need anything, just tell him." Xiao Bai obediently bowed. "Greetings, mistress." "Greetings, master." Nianfan was delighted, but hurriedly waved his hand. "Hey, don't call her mistress so casually." Even so, his mouth had already curved into a heart-shaped smile. In Daji's eyes, however, Dahe was a divine hound and Xiao Bai was an artifact spirit, leaving her terribly frightened. She could hardly believe that a garden filled with spiritual herbs like this was considered ordinary here. Her original purpose in taking human form had been to bear children for her benefactor and protect him for a lifetime. Yet the situation had turned completely upside down. Instead of repaying a benefactor, she had ended up clinging to an unimaginably powerful existence. Daji became even more insecure. Could an immortal-like figure, such as him, truly take an interest in her? Of course he could. Her master was clearly enjoying this very much. Lowering her head shyly, Daji asked, "Young master, may I truly live here?" Nianfan replied, "Of course. If you do not mind, this place can be your home from now on." Daji suddenly answered, "Then Daji will certainly serve you well." This startled him. He crouched down and told her, "You will not need to serve anyone ever again. We are equals." Daji heard the word equals and said that she did not understand. Nianfan froze again. He pitied her even more, seeing her as a victim of feudal society. Emotion welling up within him, he took Daji's hand and comforted her. "If you do not understand, I can teach you." But instead of anything profound, the young man took out a board game and intended to teach her this. Daji stared at it in confusion. "Young Master Li, this is..." He calmly replied, "It is a game board." Naturally, she knew that, but she wanted to ask why he had suddenly decided to play a game. Nianfan launched into a string of profound-sounding nonsense. No matter who sits on either side of a game board, they are equals. An emperor and a beggar can play. A teacher and a student can play. All social classes disappear at this board. That is the charm of games. Daji still did not understand, so he continued, "Games are the best way to nurture feelings." Then he began teaching her. As he placed a black piece onto the board, Daji's mind seemed to fall into an illusion. With only a few simple moves from Nianfan, Daji had already entered an illusory realm. A massive game piece seemed ready to crush her. When it fell, she saw a black and white path of yin and yang. From this, she gained insight into why she had been unable to resist the heavenly tribulation while taking human form. She believed that Nianfan was using the game to guide her toward the truth of the great Tao. Tears streamed down her face as she was moved by his grace in helping her rebuild herself. Meanwhile, Nianfan had no idea what was happening. He even proudly explained, if 5 black pieces form a line, black wins. He was plainly playing 5 in a row, not imparting some unfathomable truth. The heavenly tribulation, believing that Nianfan was using the game pieces to guide her toward the truth of the great Tao. Tears streamed down her face, moved by Nianfan's grace in helping her rebuild herself. Meanwhile, Nianfan had no idea what the hell was going on. He even proudly showed off, saying that if 5 black pieces formed a line, black won. This was clearly 5 in a row, not some profound mystery, just profoundly ridiculous. Only then did he notice that Daji had suddenly burst into tears. Only then did he notice that Daji was suddenly crying. He asked why, while Daji, after imagining all sorts of things, seemed to gain some further insight and thanked him. She even vowed to obey all his teachings, meaning his cultivation teachings. These two were fundamentally operating on entirely different wavelengths. Overwhelmed with emotion, Daji knelt to thank Nianfan. He was still confused. Did I not say that we should treat each other equally? Do not always act so frightened and formal. Yet she stubbornly insisted on repaying him, vowing to serve him like an ox or a horse for the rest of her life. Nianfan froze for what seemed like half a century. The words "serve young master," "be your ox and horse," and "I can do anything" sent his thoughts drifting into the clouds. Steam practically rose from his entire body like a train. He considered it a test sent by heaven, though he was clearly being an idiot. His values told him that equality was better, but if she insisted, then, well, all right. The two creatures watching their master behave so shamelessly wondered in unison whether anything their master said was actually human language. Outside, the air was fresh and Nianfan's mood blossomed. Excitedly, he went out to pick some wild vegetables so he could make dumplings for Daji. The moment he stepped outside, he saw that familiar scholar again. He had not expected the man to still be sitting cross-legged outside his house. His legs had probably gone numb, yet he acted as though he had not noticed Nianfan at all. On the contrary, the sharp-eared young man sensed him and rushed over at top speed. "Hello, young masterly." Nianfan looked displeased. "What are you doing sitting here like an idiot?" It turned out the young man had been captivated by the couplet on his door. Nianfan suddenly felt that writing those 2 lines had been a stupid idea. He hurriedly tried to downplay it. "I just wrote them casually. Do not take them seriously." The young scholar had come with an unsolvable question to seek guidance, only to find that Nianfan had written the answer right on the door before he could even meet him. I had been taught. Though he had grasped only the surface, he had already benefited immensely. The fellow kept talking on until Nianfan was afraid he might trip over himself in his haste to leave. Nianfan silently resolved to ignore him. The scholar looked toward Nianfan, smiled, and resumed his butt-numbing meditation. The young man continued contemplating the words outside Nianfan's home. Before long, evening arrived. Luo Shiyu and her father had gathered enough spiritual medicines from across the dynasty and eagerly wanted to be the first to deliver them to the expert. Then they noticed demonic energy ahead, and it was coming from the direction of young Master Li's residence. Luo Jinghong worried that the demonic aura belonged to 2 demon kings, likely drawn here by the inner core of a shape-shifting demon. If they disturbed the expert, it would be disastrous. They were no match for 2 demon kings, but they could only risk everything and fly over to stop them. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, the 2 demons had already arrived. They had caught the scent of the 9-tailed fox. She was inside Nianfan's courtyard. The 2 demons had never expected the fox to dare take human form. It was a prize fallen straight from heaven. Years ago, when Daji had still been a 9-tailed fox, she had escaped from them. They had sworn never to let such a thing happen again. The ox demon grinned greedily, drooling as he planned to take her life while she was weak from illness. Unable to wait any longer, they stepped forward, only to feel that something was off. They turned toward the scholar, then dismissed him as a mere passerby. Capturing the fox was more important. "Stop!" The scholar warned the 2 creatures. "This is not a place you should come to. Turn back while you still can. Leave before matters become worse." The 2 demons looked baffled. "What the hell are you talking about? Do you know who we are?" The ox demon blew a gust of wind at the scholar. The scholar did not even move. He looked as though he were merely enjoying a spring breeze. The attack had no effect whatsoever. In the demon's eyes, the scholar had been frightened stiff. They thought he had something wrong with his head and ignored him, continuing onward. No one could stop them from taking the fox. The scholar sighed helplessly at these foolish creatures who refused to see reason. He stepped in front of the two demons and said, "This is young Master Li's sacred ground. How can it be defiled by the likes of you?" The wolf demon flew into a rage. "I was going to spare your life, but you keep buzzing around like an annoying fly." It wanted to kill the scholar and be done with it. Its claws swept out, only to pass straight through the scholar's body, leaving the two demons dumbfounded. The scholar stood before the two great demons and murmured, "Dust to dust, earth to earth." The sky immediately changed as thunder rumbled overhead. Lightning flashed across the heavens. Only now did the two fools realize they had picked a fight they could not win. They tried to make peace, but a tornado wrapped in lightning tore straight into them. They vanished on the spot. The scholar looked regretful. It was not easy for animals to cultivate into demons, but they had been foolish and chosen the wrong path, the path of reincarnation. Well, start over again in your next lives. The scholar solemnly looked toward Nianfan's door. Then he cupped his hands and bowed deeply before departing, leaving behind two lives that it still had much left to say. Luo Shiyu and her father had witnessed everything, their faces frozen in shock. The scholar before them had killed two demon kings in an instant. The two sides remained silent until the scholar asked, "Are you two guests of young Master Li?" They hurriedly cupped their hands in greeting. The scholar looked envious that they were able to become the young master's honored guests. Young Master Li had never even invited him into the house. He assumed it was because he himself was too foolish. He advised them, "You must cherish this opportunity." Luo Jinghong assured him, "Of course, we certainly will." Luo Shiyu then asked where the scholar intended to go. He said that he wished to imitate Journey to the West by heading westward, gaining insight into heaven and earth while spreading the way of the West to all people. Luo Shiyu was even more confused. "If you're traveling so far, why are you not wearing shoes?" The scholar calmly replied, "Only when my feet touch the earth can I truly merge with heaven and earth." Then he vanished. They found the man truly strange and assumed that he must have come from the endless lands of Pingyang. But they understood that the scholar was not cultivating immortality. He was cultivating the Tao. A while later, Nianfan was stunned. "You met that scholar at the door? I cannot believe he sat there all day." Luo Jinghong believed that the man was the talented person revising Journey to the West for young Master Li. Nianfan, however, thought the man was nothing but a bookworm. The moment he opened his mouth, he asked how to attain immortality. Nianfan had explained it very clearly, yet the man still did not understand. Then Nianfan remembered the medicinal herbs they had brought and was about to thank them, only to see their utterly shocked expressions. It was as if thunder had exploded beside their ears when they heard Nianfan mention the way of immortality. They finally understood. What the scholar had learned from young Master Li was the way of immortality. No wonder he had been so terrifyingly powerful. At that moment, Lin Qingyun arrived as well. When she saw the bracelet Nianfan was holding, she was overwhelmed with envy. She had not expected the hidden dragon immortal dynasty to bring out virtually all its wealth. Fortunately, she had still brought the most precious spiritual herbs. They should be enough to save Daji. Nianfan cheerfully greeted Lin Qingyun. She put on an exceptionally ladylike manner and produced hundreds of precious spiritual herbs with a wave of her hand. The immortal herbs dazzled Luo Shiyu and Luo Jinghong. Lin Qingyun proudly showed off. "These are all top-grade spiritual medicines." Spiritual medicines in the cultivation world were divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Above top-grade spiritual medicines were innate spiritual medicines, and above those were innate spiritual roots, treasures found only in heaven. Across the entire world, there were only a handful of powers capable of producing 16 such herbs at once. Lin Qingyun had practically emptied her family fortune, and her heart bled at the sight. Nianfan thought they looked like dazzling game props. Before he could say more, the two old men raised their hands as if to say, "Please do not forget us." Old Zhao took out a wooden box. Inside was a seed that his ancestor had found while adventuring in an ancient secret realm during his youth. The father and daughter asked curiously, "Your ancestor found in his youth? That must have been at least 1,000 years ago. What kind of seed can survive for so long?" Old Zhao shook his head, saying that he did not know. He explained that his ancestor had discovered in his youth that it was impervious to blades, fire, and water. Nianfan found it very interesting. It was indeed still alive, though it was in a dormant state. He asked, "Are you really giving it to me?" He wanted to see whether he could bring it back to life. Old Zhao politely replied, "It is enough that young Master Li does not despise it." Nianfan looked at the bean-like seed in his hand and thought of a magical bean plant. The seed was unaffected by fire and water and had survived for hundreds of years. Since he was someone with the title of Divine Farmer, perhaps he could try growing it. Suddenly remembering that he had prepared some small return gifts, he ran off to fetch them. The moment they heard there would be gifts in return, everyone's eyes lit up with anticipation. Soon, Nianfan returned carrying several bags. The tea trees in the backyard are ready to harvest. They're not worth much, but I grew them myself, and at least they were not treated with pesticides. The bags of tea leaves gleamed beautifully. He gave them to everyone. Everyone beamed as they thanked him for the tea leaves. Then their faces darkened. They hurriedly fled with their treasures, afraid that such precious items might attract unwanted attention. The 5 of them fled faster than thieves on the run. Nianfan watched them enviously. Cultivators could fly so fast, just like airplanes. Daji did not understand what an airplane was and misheard it as something related to cockfighting. Embarrassed, Nianfan changed the subject. Miss Lin and the others brought many spiritual medicines. I have selected those useful for your injuries. I plan to plant the rest in the backyard. These glowing herbs will make excellent decorations. Daji was filled with confusion. How could one plant spiritual medicines merely as decorations? Nianfan took out the herbs and showed them to her. Look, aren't they beautiful? Daji was stunned before asking. Young master, these are top-grade spiritual medicines. Whether they live or die depends on fate itself. If they are planted carelessly, they will be destroyed. Nianfan was unconcerned and boasted, "Do not judge me by appearances. I have lived here for 5 years, and all the vegetables I eat are grown by me. Cabbages, potatoes, and all sorts of other things." Daji was so anxious she was nearly in tears. How could cabbages and potatoes possibly compare to spiritual herbs? At that moment, Nianfan waved her over to look at his vegetable garden. Daji still could not believe it, although the young master was no ordinary man, comparing spiritual herbs to cabbages. She truly did not know whether he was simply honest and unpretentious or a little foolish. The moment she entered, the spiritual energy completely shattered Daji's assumptions. She could sense traces of the great Tao here. No, not the great Tao itself, only residual traces of Tao aura. It was said that once one's comprehension of the Tao reached a transcendent realm, their Tao aura would leave marks upon the world. Those marks were called residual traces of Tao aura. The Tao aura in the backyard was somewhat different from that around young Master Li. What on earth had existed here to leave behind such dense residual Tao traces? And what realm had the one who left them reached? Seeing her silent and confused, Nianfan asked if she was feeling unwell again. Daji apologized, saying she was merely too shocked. Nianfan immediately laughed smugly. Though he was clueless about many things, he was very confident in this garden. Many people had come recently, but he had never brought any of them into the backyard. Daji was the first person he had brought here after that dam system. He pointed to one side and said that he planned to plant 10 or so trees there. Then he asked Daji what she thought and whether she liked it. Daji, however, was focused on another thought. Was System the name of that immortal being? No, someone at this level could not possibly be an immortal. He had to be beyond immortals. Nianfan merely tugged the dazed girl along. Daji was stunned by what she saw. Cabbages at the grade of spiritual herbs, potatoes at the grade of spiritual herbs, and even watermelons at the grade of spiritual herbs. No wonder. Growing in an environment saturated with Tao aura, even ordinary things would become divine treasures. Only then did she notice that something was rising from the pond nearby. She had thought he kept fish there until a turtle leaped out. The sight left her utterly petrified. Nianfan proudly explained that it was a turtle given to him by the owner of the fish shop. He had named it Old Turtle. It must have eaten one of the Dragon Balls or something. At first it had only been the size of a palm, but in less than a month it had grown this large, as though it had been pumped full of growth enhancers. Daji froze when she heard it had only been a month. Nianfan added that he had worried there might be a demon in the pond, so he had brought the turtle over to test it first. He had worried for nothing. How could there possibly be demons at his place? No, Daji was the one who had worried for nothing. She felt deeply ashamed for having worried that a godlike figure such as him, might not be able to grow spiritual herbs. She scolded herself for having such poor judgment. How could she possibly be qualified to doubt the young master? She made an important decision in her heart. Every thought the young master had was absolutely correct. Nianfan was in a good mood as he hummed and watered the plants. He explained to Daji that these were seeds old Zhao had given him. Old Zhao claimed they had existed for several thousand years, so Nianfan was not sure whether they could still sprout. He was simply giving them a try. He was really looking forward to seeing what they would grow into. At the same time, high above them, a seven-colored cloud drifted through the sky. Standing upon it was Qin Manyun, saintess of the near-immortal Dao Palace. Her junior sister asked in confusion, "Senior sister, are we here to capture the nine-tailed fox too?" Qin Manyun patiently explained, "The profound vein nine-tailed celestial fox is an ancient aberrant species, entirely different from ordinary creatures. It is said that drinking even a small amount of a nine-tailed celestial fox's blood can cleanse one's marrow and bones, shedding the mortal body. But foxes with nine tails are as rare as legendary treasures. The nine-tailed celestial fox has not appeared in thousands of years, and everyone believed this rare bloodline had gone extinct. Now that one has suddenly appeared and has even taken human form, greedy people will naturally covet it. If our near-immortal Dao Palace does not step forward to protect her, who else can?" Her junior sister was so thoroughly persuaded by her senior sister that she believed every word, unaware that her senior sister looked more like a con artist than a saintess. Qin Manyun firmly agreed. Exactly. Only at our near-immortal Dao Palace can she receive the best protection. In other words, only the near-immortal Dao Palace had the strength to protect her. They had now arrived, and beneath them lay the imperial capital of the hidden dragon immortal dynasty. Following proper etiquette, Qin Manyun intended to notify the local ruler before entering his territory. So, she would first visit Emperor Luo and conveniently ask whether he knew where the nine-tailed celestial fox was hiding. At that moment, Emperor Luo was already brooding over this very matter. If things continued this way, those cultivators would sooner or later discover Li Nianfan's courtyard. His wife beside him asked how much longer the barrier jointly erected by him, the cloud-soaring immortal pavilion, and the myriad-sword immortal sect could endure. It was precisely because the barrier was nearing its limit that, helplessly, not only cultivators, but also hordes of ferocious demons were arriving. They did not even know the nine-tailed celestial fox's gender. Some wanted to consume her, while others wanted to take her as a companion. Emperor Luo feared that if they disturbed young Master Li, he would simply leave without hesitation. Just then, a subordinate leaned close and reported that a nascent soul cultivator from the near-immortal Dao Palace had arrived. Emperor Luo was startled. He had not expected even people from the near-immortal Dao Palace to come. He could only receive them. He told his wife to personally prepare tea, the finest black tea offered as tribute by the Southern Territory. She agreed, but looked blankly around, unable to remember where that tea had been stored. By then, Manyun had already descended like a celestial maiden. The young men who saw her were utterly captivated. "Is that an immortal fairy?" "Idiot, that is Lady Qin Manyun, saintess of the near-immortal Dao Palace." "That's unbelievable. Are saintesses as common as vegetables in a market now? You could just pick one up anywhere. How does she compare to Lady Lin of the cloud-soaring immortal pavilion?" The man being questioned put on the air of a learned scholar and declared, "The near-immortal Dao Palace dares to call itself near-immortal not because it is arrogant, but because it is only one step away from becoming immortal. It is one of the foremost powers in the cultivation world." Emperor Luo wore the expression of a man who had not slept for years. Manyun formed a hand seal in greeting. Emperor Luo bowed and asked, "What brings you here, Lady Qin?" Manyun replied, "Emperor Luo, why pretend not to know? I am naturally here for the nine-tailed celestial fox." Upon hearing this, Emperor Luo went from mildly distressed to utterly hopeless and hurriedly tried to placate her. "The nine-tailed celestial fox has not appeared for thousands of years. This sudden news may simply be an unreliable rumor." Manyun looked as if she had seen through him and said, "No. This news was released by the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. He has searched for the Fox clan for a long time and knows them better than anyone. It is unlikely to be false." Could it be that Emperor Luo intends to conceal something? Have you already learned the nine-tailed celestial fox's whereabouts, but refused to reveal them? Emperor Luo's face turned pale. He silently blamed himself for being careless. Did everyone from the near-immortal Dao Palace speak so directly? It seemed this sect only took straight paths and never detours. He could only politely invite her to sit and have some tea to calm herself. Meanwhile, in the palace, his wife was searching for the finest tea to entertain their guest. She finally found the tribute tea from the Southern Territory. Just as she was about to take it over, she noticed a packet of tea tucked away in a corner. Curiously, she opened it. A dazzling radiance burst forth, blinding her eyes. She was astonished by this tea, which she had never seen before. After comparing it with the tribute tea, she immediately made her choice. At that moment, Emperor Luo asked Manhwa why the near-immortal Dao Palace was searching for the nine-tailed celestial fox. Because the nine-tailed celestial fox is the creature closest to immortality in this world, she answered. It is also the creature with the greatest hope of cultivating into an immortal. We wish to invite her to join the near-immortal Dao Palace. We will devote every effort to nurturing her and helping her attain immortality. Emperor Luo nodded as though he understood. Manhwa reassured him that they meant her no harm. You know the situation. No one knows when the path between mortals and immortals was severed. Even the near-immortal Dao Palace has not produced anyone who attained immortality for a very long time. The appearance of this nine-tailed celestial fox is extremely important to us. If she can reopen the path between mortals and immortals, it will be a blessing for all cultivators under heaven. Emperor Luo had once believed that the path between mortals and immortals had been severed. But 2 days ago, he had met someone even more formidable than an immortal. If the path truly had been severed, how could that person have arrived? The nine-tailed celestial fox was beside that person. If he told her this, would she dare to go and demand the fox? In Emperor Luo's heart, young Master Li carried far more weight than the near-immortal Dao Palace. Seeing his shameless expression, Manhwa angrily slapped the table and brought him back to the matter at hand. 2 demon kings under the silver moon, demon emperor vanished while searching for the nine-tailed celestial fox. He has now dispatched even more people to search on a massive scale. If they find the nine-tailed celestial fox first and consume her inner core, not only will there be no nine-tailed celestial fox left in the world, but the silver moon demon emperor will become even harder to deal with. After delivering her forceful speech, Manhwa sat back down and calmly concluded, I hope Emperor Luo will consider this carefully. Emperor Luo was left speechless. Just then, the tea arrived and Manhwa offered her thanks. Emperor Luo warmly invited her to taste it. Manhwa took a sip and exclaimed in praise, this tea truly is excellent. Emperor Luo was still feeling pleased with himself. As expected of his collection, even Lady Qin praised it. But his smile soon vanished, replaced only by tears. He knew this was not tea from his collection. The worst possibility, which he did not want to contemplate, was that these were the tea leaves Li Nianfan had given him. In cultivation, the most important thing was neither spiritual power nor talent, but broad vision and profound insight. To see through something was enlightenment. Only through enlightenment could one break through bottlenecks. And for most cultivators, each bottleneck could trap them for an entire lifetime. Manhwa had no idea what kind of tea this was, but it was unbelievably powerful. A single cup gave her an opportunity for enlightenment. Even the finest tea leaves of the near-immortal Dao Palace paled in comparison. Manhwa wanted to continue questioning Emperor Luo, but she saw his anger suddenly surge. Struggling to contain himself, he asked his wife where she had found these tea leaves. She answered calmly that she had found them in the treasury, perhaps because he had tucked them too deeply inside and forgotten about them. Emperor Luo nearly burst into tears. He had deliberately hidden them there. Women truly were a source of endless pain. He could not even bear to drink this tea himself. He regarded it as an invaluable treasure, the apple of his eye. It was gone just like that. Manhwa sneered and told him there was no need to get so worked up. This truly is good tea. The near-immortal Dao Palace will remember your kindness. Emperor Luo inwardly cursed for her to get lost. Throughout history, countless immortal dynasties and sects have hoped to establish ties with the near-immortal Dao Palace. But only the hidden dragon immortal dynasty has treated us palace with a treasure of this caliber. She then asked Emperor Luo for more tea leaves, intending to take them back for the elders of the near-immortal Dao Palace to taste. It might even make the palace view the hidden dragon immortal dynasty more favorably. Manhwa arrogantly added that the near-immortal Dao Palace would not take them for free and could exchange other treasures for them. Emperor Luo's blood boiled. She had already drunk his precious treasure, and now she wanted even more in exchange for some random items. With a bang, he immediately showed her out. Her junior sister asked in confusion what had happened and why the hidden dragon immortal dynasty had behaved so rudely. Manhwa had figured it out. Ordinarily, immortal dynasties and sects would line up from the far south to the far north just to curry favor with the near-immortal Dao Palace. Yet she had merely pressed for the nine-tailed celestial fox's whereabouts, and the hidden dragon immortal dynasty was willing to risk offending them in order to conceal the truth. There had to be some enormous secret hidden here. She had heard Emperor Luo mention a young Master Li, and the tea had been given by this person. Thus, she sent people to investigate exactly who this young Master Li was. Manhwa was very confident. How could the insignificant hidden dragon immortal dynasty possibly keep a secret from her? Suddenly, Luo Shiyu appeared and urged Sister Qin to think again. Manhwa asked in confusion, "Sister Luo?" Luo Shiyu knew that once Qin Manhwa decided to do something, she would see it through. Now that she knew of young Master Li's existence, investigating him would be as easy as pie. Manhwa praised her. "Indeed, Sister Shiyu understands me well." Luo Shiyu brought up the tea leaves Manhwa had tasted. From that alone, she should be able to guess that this young Master Li was no ordinary person. She warned Manhwa that if she acted rashly, it would not only spell disaster for the hidden dragon immortal dynasty. The near-immortal Dao Palace itself might vanish from the map. Manhwa merely thought Sister Luo was exaggerating, but Luo Shiyu was not joking. She directly told her that the nine-tailed celestial fox had been saved by that person from beneath the heavenly tribulation. Manhwa tensed. Saved her from beneath a heavenly tribulation? Is that even possible? Could this great figure be at the realm of immortals? How could he be so powerful? Luo Shiyu answered seriously, "Not an immortal. He is beyond immortals." At that moment, the roadside marketplace was full of stalls, including one selling steaming hot buns. A distracted young man, walking along, suddenly bumped face first into a bun stall. Except the bun he ran into was rather unusual. The person immediately became furious and scolded him for walking without looking where he was going. But when he looked up and saw that face, he was instantly dumbfounded. How could anyone describe such beauty? Terrified, the young man stammered, "I lost myself in thought." Who wouldn't lose their senses upon seeing an immortal fairy? Manhwa was disgusted by these ignorant, vulgar people. She understood even less why Sister Luo had brought her here. Luo Shiyu calmly explained that young Master Li did not like being disturbed, so it would not be appropriate to bring her to visit him. However, there is someone else. Once you meet him, you'll understand. Manhwa remained full of doubts. The path between mortals and immortals had been severed for over 1,000 years. Yet Luo Shiyu claimed that a figure beyond immortals existed. If it were true, it would bring earth-shattering change to the cultivation world. She wanted to know who this other person was. Luo Shiyu said that he was young Master Li's book boy. The two entered an inn together. In the center was an empty table reserved for a storyteller. Manhwa openly looked down on Luo Shiyu. "You are a princess. Why not go to a private room upstairs?" Luo Shiyu remained calm. There is no distinction of status when listening to this gentleman's stories. "Sister Qin, you will understand once you listen." Then she noticed someone approaching. It was the scholar, Meng Junyang, but the young man's foot only had 4 toes. Had he walked barefoot so much that he had worn one off? The scholar walked to the table and sat down. He continued the story from last time, the tale of how Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. The scholar told of Sun Wukong devouring all the immortal peaches in the peach garden. The Jade Emperor was enraged and ordered the 4 heavenly kings to aid Heavenly King Li and Prince Neza, leading 100,000 heavenly soldiers to Flower Fruit Mountain to capture and punish the monkey. Manhwa listened so intently that she became entranced. Looking up, she saw scenes of Sun Wukong's havoc in the heavenly palace emerge from the 2 illusion lanterns hanging above. The 2 sides fought fiercely. Wukong swung his Rui staff, enlarging it until it shook the entire heavenly court. Everything trembled and shattered. Manyun sighed with emotion. So this is the world of immortals? 100,000 heavenly soldiers, 100,000 immortals. Perhaps the patriarchs and predecessors of our sex who ascended to immortality were merely insignificant figures there. We struggle our entire lives, exhaust our lifespans pursuing immortality, yet still cannot obtain it. Yet in the heavenly palace, eating a single immortal peach can make one immortal. Only then did she understand that beyond every mountain was another, higher mountain. She had always considered herself superior, but in the eyes of immortals, she was likely no different from an ant. She gloomily realized that she had never considered how vast heaven and earth truly were. If I continue looking down on everyone from above, I fear I truly will have no fate with immortality in this life. After reaching this realization, greed soon appeared in her eyes. Even a mere book boy possessed such knowledge. She desperately wanted to know what kind of existence young Masterly was. After finishing his tale, the scholar began packing up, but Manhwa stopped him. My name is Qin Manhwa. I have some doubts in my heart and hope that Senior can enlighten me. He humbly called himself an ordinary mortal and a poor scholar. Since she was a cultivator, it would be improper for her to call him Senior. If she had questions, they could simply discuss them. Casting aside all restraint, Manhwa asked why the path between mortals and immortals had been severed, and whether cultivators of this era still had any chance of becoming immortals. The scholar thought for a moment, then pointed outside and asked her, "Do you think these mortals who work at sunrise and rest at sunset have any chance of becoming immortals?" According to Qin Manhwa, cultivating immortality required 3 things. First, spiritual nature. Second, talent. Third, comprehension of the Tao. Most ordinary mortals lost their spiritual nature amid the hardships of life, which meant they had lost their qualifications. Qin Manhwa replied, "That is precisely the qualification." The scholar agreed. Heaven and earth have their own laws. Who is immortal and who is mortal can only be decided by those who created those laws. How could mortals possibly understand? The scholar left behind these words before departing. There is a story that contains the wisdom of the entire great Tao, young Master Li's journey to the West. If you listen to it in full, you will surely gain some insight. Qin Manhwa murmured the name, young Master Li, and wanted to ask more, but it was already too late. That night, Daji was taking a walk when something white and ghost-like suddenly ambushed her. Startled, she discovered that it was her younger sister. The little fox burst into tears and threw herself into her sister's arms, asking whether humans had bullied her. She circled around Daji to see whether she was well and whether she had grown thinner. She also asked whether human beds were harder to sleep in than caves, and whether Daji had gotten used to them. Daji assured her that nothing was wrong. She stroked her sister's head and said, "Master treats me very well. You needn't worry." The little fox was stunned by the word master. Angrily, she demanded, "Weren't you going to marry him to repay his kindness? Why are you acting like a pet now? Even the lowest depths of society would not have room for this." Daji comforted her. "Young Master Li is a superior immortal who has shown me immense kindness. Being able to acknowledge him as my master is the greatest blessing of my life." The little fox looked at her sister and realized there was no saving her. She had truly been tamed. Then Daji remembered that she had something good for her sister. The rude little fox immediately became excited and asked what it was. Daji took out an apple, leaving her sister completely stiff. Inwardly, the little fox wept a river of tears. Daji continued praising the apple. Young Masterly grew this himself. It isn't an ordinary apple. Take a bite and you'll understand. Looking at the apple in her sister's hand, the little fox thought, "Sister, there are things I really do not want to say." Still, she raised it to her mouth and prepared to take a bite. Suddenly, Li Nianfan noticed an eruption of power in the distance. It burst forth like fireworks. The little fox had actually made a breakthrough. Unable to believe it, she asked, "Sister, have I become immortal? Why does this contain such terrifying spiritual energy?" Daji merely stroked her head and urged, "You have eaten it, so hurry up and leave." She was afraid Li Nianfan would discover that she had taken an apple without permission. Afterward, the two sisters bid each other farewell. Li Nianfan suddenly appeared behind Daji, sending a chill down her spine. She turned around fearfully, only to see his usual smiling face as he asked, "What are you doing here?" He looked around, wanting to know whom Daji had been speaking with. Daji confessed without being asked that she had taken one of his apples and given it to her younger sister. Li Nianfan asked in surprise. You have a younger sister? Daji explained that her sister was a six-tailed little fox. She added that although her sister was foolish, she was kind and had never bitten anyone. She had only come because she was worried about Daji. Upon hearing that she was a fox, Li Nianfan was baffled. He began explaining that foxes were carnivores and should not be fed apples. Foxes mainly ate small animals such as insects, wild rabbits, and mice. As carnivores, they were beneficial to farmers, but without meat, they could not meet their nutritional needs. Thus, kind-hearted Li Nianfan told Daji to bring her sister some meat in the future. There is still plenty of tiger and leopard meat left from the gifts that Sect Master Bai and the others had brought. Daji asked whether he was angry with her. Li Nianfan asked why he would be angry. He felt that girls who liked cute little animals were all adorable. Then he recalled that he had once saved a little fox with several tails years ago. Casually, he asked, could it possibly have been your younger sister? Daji's heart began racing wildly. Li Nianfan then let his imagination run wild, thinking that perhaps the fox had transformed into a beautiful woman to serve him in repayment for saving her. He wondered why girls always liked treating small animals as daughters or younger sisters, but never accepted lonely dogs as husbands. Daji was still troubled by Li Nianfan's earlier words. She thought he had long since seen through her true form and was hinting at something. With her simple-minded understanding, she concluded that Li Nianfan wanted Sixtail to transform into human form and serve him alongside her. Thinking of it that way, she became happy for her younger sister. What wonderful fortune! The next morning, while Qin Manyun was lost in thought, Luo Shiyu arrived and called out Sister Qin. She advised Qin Manyun that young Master Li's thoughts were unfathomable, and that they should let the matter of the nine-tailed celestial fox end there. Qin Manyun asked her with mixed feelings, what have we pursued throughout our lives as cultivators? Shiyu answered, naturally, becoming immortal. Qin Manyun gave a bitter smile. After cultivating until now, I have only realized that the path between mortals and immortals has been severed. Becoming immortal is already a hopeless dream. And yet, at this time, a young Master Li has appeared in the world. There must be heavens will behind it. Jin Shanzi was once listed among the immortals, but he reincarnated as Tang Sanzeng in order to save the world and endured great hardships traveling to the western heaven to obtain the scriptures. In my eyes, young Master Li is the Tang Sanzang of this era. He has come to save beings like us. Luo Shiyu's gaze became unfocused, and her smile gradually turned foolish. Qin Manyun believed that Journey to the West was a divine revelation Li Nianfan had bestowed upon the world. He had already arrived. Luo Shiyu thought about it and found it reasonable. Seizing the moment, Qin Manyun said, then why don't you quickly take me to pay respects to young Master Li? Luo Shiyu had not expected her to change her mind so quickly. Didn't you say that young Master Li prefers peace and quiet? You still want to meet him? Qin Manyun naturally knew that offending young Master Li could bring ruin to heaven and earth, but for the sake of an opportunity at immortality, she was willing to take the risk. Luo Shiyu was furious. Even if you want to throw your life away, don't drag me along with you. Half an hour later, however, Luo Shiyu had no choice but to bring Qin Manyun there. Qin Manyun's eyes shone like stars as she praised the little courtyard for being so simple and unadorned. Luo Shiyu could only helplessly warn her, if young Master Li becomes unhappy, we must leave immediately. Qin Manyun reassured her and stepped forward to knock on the door. Knock, knock. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, Daji was playing Go with Li Nianfan. Daji asked innocently, can I place my stone here? Li Nianfan was stunned by the move. If you place it on the left, you'll lose immediately. Daji apologized in fright, but Li Nianfan patiently told her to think some more. Daji tried to place a stone somewhere else. Li Nianfan hurriedly cried, not there. I'm sorry. Li Nianfan was completely helpless. After teaching her for so many days, she had made no progress at all. The knocking continued, drawing the attention of the two pets. Outside stood the two women. Luo Shiyu greeted Li Nianfan and introduced the woman beside her. This is my friend, Qin Manyun. Li Nianfan was surprised to see such a strikingly dressed beauty in the cultivation world. He immediately invited them in. Luo Shiyu politely said, "Please forgive us for disturbing you, young Master Li." Ling Yinfan waved his hand. "Not at all. I am happy to have you here." The two women were startled and lowered their heads. "If you have any instructions, please tell us directly." Ling Yinfan did not understand their reaction. He merely said, "I've been troubled by something lately, and I wanted to see whether you might have any ideas." The two women reacted even more strongly, making Ling Yinfan jump. He continued, "Recently, I do not know why, but so many demons and cultivators have been flying back and forth overhead. It is frightening, and I do not dare go outside. Since you two have such distinguished status, could you help me find out what is happening?" Luo Shiyu knew that these were people searching for the nine-tailed celestial fox. Even with the combined forces of the myriad-sword immortal sect and the cloud-soaring immortal pavilion, they could only stop the weaker fox hunters. It would be difficult for them to drive away every cultivator, but the near-immortal Dao Palace could do it. Qin Manyun was stirred by this. After thinking it over, she believed young Master Li had foreseen that the near-immortal Dao Palace would come to visit and had therefore summoned her. Qin Manyun immediately agreed and assured him, "Young Master, when you go out tomorrow, you will no longer see any of them." Ling Yinfan found it somewhat intimidating, but still gave an awkward smile. "Thank you." At that moment, Daji curiously poked her head out and asked, "Master, do we have guests?" The two women noticed her, especially Qin Manyun, who exclaimed in shock, "Could this be the nine-tailed celestial fox?" Luo Shiyu found it unbelievable when she saw her. The nine-tailed celestial fox had lost all her cultivation after undergoing heavenly tribulation. Yet after only a few days, she had already reached the Golden Core realm. Qin Manyun found it equally unbelievable. To rise from near death to the Golden Core realm was an astonishing leap. At that moment, Ling Yinfan told them about his game of Go with Daji and invited the two women to play a few rounds. The two women did not understand what he meant by playing Go, so Ling Yinfan introduced Daji as a beginner. He said they could play a few games and demonstrate for her. Qin Manyun immediately accepted, confident in her own skills. She had been intelligent since childhood and was proficient in the four arts of music, Go, calligraphy, and painting. Within the near-immortal Dao Palace, there were only a handful of people who could defeat her at Go. She even worried that defeating this great expert might offend him, so she intended to deliberately let him win a few moves. However, the moment she looked at the board, she saw a formation as vast as heaven and earth. Qin Manyun fell silent. Was this truly a game of Go, or a discussion of the Dao? Ling Yinfan invited her to make the first move. Qin Manyun thought for a moment and placed a white stone. Instantly, her entire consciousness seemed to fall into a boundless cosmos. Before her stood an enormous black ghost stone, descending upon her. Qin Manyun was crushed beneath that single move. In reality, Ling Yinfan continued playing. Each stone he placed was like a bombardment upon the board, while Qin Manyun struggled to evade them. She realized that this was not a simple game of Go, but a contest of one's understanding of heaven and earth. Young Master Li was displaying the truths of heaven and earth before her. It was an immense opportunity, but she did not know how much longer her frail body could endure. Still, she gritted her teeth and persevered. After all, she was the saintess. But then Ling Yinfan placed dozens of stones in rapid succession, and Qin Manyun spat out blood. Ling Yinfan was horrified by her condition. Qin Manyun, however, had been completely convinced by Ling Yinfan's Go skills. In the past, she had proudly believed that her abilities surpassed all opponents. Only today did she realize that she had been nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. In this world, she believed no one could be Ling Yinfan's opponent. Unable to hold on any longer, she collapsed as though dead. The others felt that her reaction was too exaggerated. Luo Shiyu even thought Qin Manyun was deliberately putting on an act to flatter the great expert. Ling Yinfan was even more frustrated. She had surrendered after only 11 moves. Daji added fuel to the fire by praising her. Miss Qin is impressive. She managed to last 11 moves, as expected of the saintess of the near-immortal Dao Palace. Ling Yinfan thought, impressive? How is that impressive? Even a beginner could do better. Meanwhile, Luo Shiyu thought Qin Manyan had made a mistake. A great expert played Go with others for enjoyment. Deliberately losing to him would be disrespectful. Qin Manyan had flattered him too excessively. This was her chance to take over. Thus, Luo Xiu eagerly accepted Lin Yinfan's invitation. Of course, she introduced herself as someone who had practiced Go since childhood. Though she was not a grandmaster, she was confident she could at least give Lin Yinfan an enjoyable game. Hearing her boast so confidently, Lin Yinfan rolled up his sleeves and prepared to play. Then, just like that, she was defeated. Luo Xiu had calculated 100 moves in advance, but she had never expected this move. Before her, a massive gate seemed to descend from the heavens. Her mouth fell open as she thought, "It's over." The other two women could not bear to watch any longer. This defeat was even more miserable. Lin Yinfan truly could not understand the people in this world. They were so bad at Go, yet they still boasted so confidently. Then he realized that Luo Xiu was a princess. From childhood onward, perhaps no one had dared to defeat her, which was why she believed her Go skills were extraordinary. Thinking of this, he felt that she was rather pitiful. Luo Xiu's eyes filled with tears as she tried to explain, but Lin Yinfan simply patted her shoulder. "I understand. There is no need to explain." He then added, "It is never too late to correct yourself. Even serious illnesses can be treated, let alone the habit of boasting. Practice diligently in the future, and you will not embarrass yourself." The other two silently thought that they understood as well. She thanked him and promised that she would return to study and comprehend it properly. Lin Yinfan noticed that the women did not look well, so he invited them into the house to rest and play with Lego. Qin Manyan still maintained her graceful demeanor and declined to trouble him further, saying that playing Go had exhausted her mind and that she needed to return and recover. Lin Yinfan thought, "You ran out of energy after only a few minutes of Go." He could only smile awkwardly and see the two women off. As they were leaving, Luo Xiu tripped. Fortunately, Qin Manyan caught her in time and asked what had happened. Looking down, they saw a bamboo tube on the ground. The two women stared at it in a daze. In their eyes, it was enlightenment bamboo. Both were shocked. Luo Xiu did not know what enlightenment bamboo was and asked Qin Manyan. Qin Manyan thought it was natural that she did not know. Most people in the world had never even heard those three words. Yet for the near-immortal Tao Palace, it was a term they knew very well. While Qin Manyan explained enlightenment bamboo to Luo Xiu, Lin Yinfan picked it up and complained, "Why is firewood lying here?" The two women were confused. Firewood? That was right. Lin Yinfan had prepared it to cook dinner. He even added, "This is good firewood." Food cooked over this kind would taste far better than food made in an electric rice cooker. Though he might appear ordinary, he was very particular about the necessities of daily life. Luo Xiu looked at Qin Manyan and asked, "Sister Qin, is enlightenment bamboo normally used this way?" Of course not. Qin Manyan's expression was utterly miserable. There was an ancient legend of someone attaining enlightenment beneath a Bodhi tree and successfully ascending to immortality. The Bodhi tree itself also attained the Tao and became a sacred tree. Although enlightenment bamboo was inferior to the Bodhi tree, it was still incomparably rare. Without a great expert constantly remaining by its side, allowing Tao aura to circulate around it, how could the bamboo possibly gain consciousness and cultivate a Tao fruit? For hundreds of thousands of years, no one had attained the Tao and become immortal. Enlightenment bamboo had therefore become an object of legend. Even a near-immortal Tao palace possessed only a single piece of it, which was how they knew such an immortal material existed. Yet here, it was being used as firewood. What a waste. Qin Manyan thought that her arrival today must have been heaven's will, granting her the mission of saving this piece of enlightenment bamboo from the flames. Lin Yinfan looked at her in confusion. Qin Manyan cast aside all pride and begged the great expert to give her the firewood, explaining that it was rare and would be suitable for her master's weapon. Lin Yinfan assumed that her master also enjoyed handicrafts, since it was merely leftover material to him. He gave it to her without hesitation. He asked, "You only need this one piece?" Qin Manyan was already overwhelmed with gratitude and did not dare ask for more. But her smile froze when Lin Yinfan said, "Then I'll take the rest to burn." Countless pieces of enlightenment bamboo were thus consigned to the fire. Qin Manyun's heart ached, and tears filled her eyes as she mourned their fate. She could save only this one piece. Although Luo Shiyu did not know what enlightenment bamboo was, she felt that Sister Qin seemed rather pitiful. Later, at the near-immortal Dao Palace, mist curled through the air, giving the place an immortal atmosphere. Qin Manyun had returned. The scene was enveloped in mist, like an immortal realm. The disciples welcomed her as though she were returning home. She walked straight ahead, bowed toward the figure above, and said, "Qin Manyun pays respects to Master." The statue spoke. "Have you brought back the nine-tailed celestial fox? Then why have you returned?" After a brief silence, Qin Manyun explained, "This disciple knows where the nine-tailed celestial fox is now, and I also encountered an extraordinary person comparable to a god." What kind of person could compare to a god? He is not some fraud, is he? He is a true expert. He rescued the nine-tailed celestial fox from the heavenly tribulation. Her master found it remarkable that someone could save another from heavenly lightning and asked whether this person was good or evil. Qin Manyun respectfully answered, "He took in the nine-tailed celestial fox, but he has no intention of using or harming her." "Then do you think we can bring the celestial fox back from him?" Qin Manyun bluntly replied, "I fear that even if we tried to seize her, we would fail." The statue fell silent. Then a person appeared before Qin Manyun and said, "Since he bears no ill will, let us leave things as they are for now." He then told Qin Manyun to rest well after her arduous journey. At this point, Qin Manyun mentioned that the heavenly zither had been damaged. Her master shook his head and sighed. The true body of the heavenly zither had been made from enlightenment bamboo, using its very foundation. Now that the zither was damaged, it was likely beyond repair. Qin Manyun asked whether it could be repaired if she found enlightenment bamboo. Her master merely thought that his disciple was being filial. Only one piece had ever appeared in the world, obtained by their patriarch through a fortunate encounter. It had already been badly damaged when brought back, blackened by heavenly lightning. Otherwise, they would not have had to use something destined to decay after only a few thousand years. As her master sighed regretfully, Qin Manyun searched through her pouch and pulled out a piece of enlightenment bamboo for him to see. Her master's dignified expression instantly collapsed. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes at the sight of enlightenment bamboo, though it looked rather like two white ribbons had been tied around it. Holding it in his hands, he examined it closely. It is a little short. The side also seems to have been chopped by an axe, and this part is slightly scorched. Was it struck by heavenly lightning too? But it was undoubtedly genuine enlightenment bamboo, far superior to the scorched piece left by their patriarch. His master looked heavenward and thanked the heavens for blessing the near-immortal Dao Palace. For hundreds of thousands of years, their sect had been revered by all, and none had dared offend it. Apart from their superior cultivation, this was also because of the heavenly zither. It was one of the treasures closest to an immortal artifact in the world. With it, the current palace master's combat strength increased enormously. Whether sects, immortal dynasties, or demon sovereigns, great or small, all treated them with great respect. Now that the path between immortals and mortals had been severed and the heavenly zither damaged, the near-immortal Dao Palace faced no small crisis. But with this bamboo, no one would likely dare oppose them again. Her master wanted to know where Qin Manyun had obtained the enlightenment bamboo. She honestly replied that it had come from the expert. That expert originally intended to use it to cook. What? To cook? Yes. She said that the expert had a great deal of enlightenment bamboo. What was firewood in that person's hands was an ultimate treasure in theirs. Her master was utterly speechless. When he heard that all of it was used for cooking, he nearly spat out blood. His eyes turned fierce, as though he wanted to fight the expert to the death. Yet his instinct to curry favor prevailed, and he said, "You must treat an expert of such stature with the utmost courtesy. Do not be careless." Qin Manyun began recounting the whole story to her master, including the two requests Lin Yinfan had made of her. The old man was eager to hear them. "What are they? Tell me at once." The first request was this. Because the nine-tailed celestial fox had appeared, cultivators kept showing up around the expert's secluded residence, disturbing him. He wanted them to think of a solution. Her master immediately looked as though he wanted to kill every intruder. Qin Manyun explained, "The expert is kind-hearted. He only wants them driven away and does not wish to take their lives." Her master immediately understood and felt that this would be easy. And the second matter? The expert was fond of thousand-year-old profound ice essence, and Qin Manyun had promised it all to him. Her master looked as though he were about to cry. Her master immediately looked as though he wanted to kill every intruder. Qin Manyun explained that the expert was kind-hearted. He only wanted them driven away and did not wish to take their lives. Her master immediately understood and felt that this would be easy. The second matter was that the expert was fond of thousand-year-old profound ice essence, and she had promised it all to young Master Li. Her master looked as though he were about to cry. Qin Manyun was startled. "Master, are you afraid?" The old man's expression gradually became manic, and he laughed wildly. "All of it. Why did you not simply say we should carry the entire thousand-year-old profound ice over to him?" Qin Manyun thought he had gone mad, but he immediately transformed into an exceedingly eager and accommodating expression. "Take it all. Take every bit of it." He secretly thought that, after living 3,000 years, encountering such a person and having him take a liking to their thousand-year-old profound ice was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that immense fortune was within reach. He immediately decided to fulfill the expert's requests. Qin Manyun deeply admired her master's wisdom and decisiveness. At this time, several cultivators had gathered in the forest. They could not understand why, after searching for days, they had not found even a trace of the nine-tailed celestial fox. One person sighed. She went through a heavenly tribulation. Even if she did not die, she must be severely injured. Where could she possibly have hidden? Suddenly, someone shouted that the nine-tailed celestial fox had been found. The entire crowd abandoned their roasted chicken and rushed over. Someone asked whether the news was reliable. The messenger replied, "More reliable than finding a dragon fruit in instant noodles." Everyone hunting the celestial fox in the vicinity gathered. The one who had spread the news was Senior Bai. He pointed ahead and said, "She is over there." The group looked over in astonishment. It really was the celestial fox. One man shouted, "Stop her! She is trying to escape." Before anyone could act, the fox ran, but something trapped her in place. She could neither run nor jump and was sealed within it. Everyone wondered who had captured the nine-tailed celestial fox in the blink of an eye. It seemed they had arrived one step too late. Some expert had already caught her. The black fox looked up. Someone had come. That person shouted, "You have nowhere left to run, nine-tailed celestial fox." With a sharp cry, countless chains rose beneath the celestial fox and bound her tightly. That person shouted, "You have nowhere left to run." The nine-tailed celestial fox let out a sharp cry as countless chains bound her from below, causing her to wail in pain. The one performing the secret technique was Yao Mengji, palace master of the near-immortal Dao Palace and Qin Manyun's master. Everyone completely gave up hope. No one dared compete with someone of his status and strength. Meanwhile, Yao Mengji effortlessly subdued the celestial fox. After he uttered a single word, "Collect," the fox was gradually sealed away and vanished, leaving empty space behind. Then he simply turned and left without another word. Sect Master Bai stroked his beard and sighed. If one's strength is inferior, even the greatest opportunity is wasted. The near-immortal Dao Palace is not a force ordinary people can afford to offend. Everyone could only accept it. Some even comforted Sect Master Bai and thanked him for his efforts over the past few days, gathering and providing information. Bai appeared bitter over losing the opportunity and said he would return. Everyone assumed that he was furious. After all, ever since the nine-tailed celestial fox had appeared, he had not rested, remaining in these mountains to guard against her escape. He must have desperately wanted to capture the fox, but no one knew that it was all an act. Inside the forest, Qin Manyun was having people thoroughly clean up the area. She was annoyed at those uncouth cultivators. They had turned the place upside down while searching for the fox. How was the expert supposed to hunt and relax amid such a mess? Yao Mengji, the main actor, appeared, and Sect Master Bai, who had been waiting, stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Junior Bai Wuchen pays respects to Senior Yao." Yao Mengji was friendly. "We are both honored guests of young Master Li. There is no need for such formalities." Sect Master Bai asked what had happened to the nine-tailed celestial fox that morning. Yao Mengji produced something. It was merely a child's toy. Sect Master Bai looked at it and praised him. "Senior Yao, your magical powers are truly profound." Although he knew it was all part of the plan, he had almost believed it himself. Before long, the world would learn that the nine-tailed celestial fox had been taken away by the near-immortal Tao Palace, and no one would continue entertaining foolish hopes. It was the result of the flawless performance by these two old men. Afterward, they bid one another farewell. Qin Manyun said, "Though the cultivators have scattered and none will dare seek out the near-immortal Tao Palace, there is still one problem." "What problem?" "There is one person. He has hunted the fox clan for hundreds of years, devouring celestial foxes to increase his cultivation. His strength is unfathomable. If not for the deterrence of the heavenly zither, he would not even regard the near-immortal Tao Palace as worthy of notice. He will not give up so easily." Yao Mengji knew whom his disciple meant, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. The scene shifted to an unnamed village, where a pig demon was wreaking havoc. This pig had reached the Golden Core realm. He captured people as sacrifices for himself, and was also the head chef in the army of the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. While he was swaggering about arrogantly, someone kicked him so hard that he tumbled head over heels. The pig looked up and saw that it was the captain of Lord Silver Moon's demon guards. He called out, "Sister Squirrel." The figure was entirely purple and looked anything but kind. She scolded the foolish pig for fooling around while everyone else was working. "Be careful, or Lord Silver Moon will eat you." While he was swaggering about arrogantly, someone kicked him so hard that he tumbled head over heels. The pig looked up and saw that it was the captain, that of Lord Silver Moon's demon guards. The pig called her Sister Squirrel. She was entirely purple, looking like a good person, but actually not kind at all. She was annoyed with this foolish pig for playing around here, while everyone else was working hard, warning him to be careful or Lord Silver Moon would turn him into meat. The pig demon was unconvinced, though he was sprawled flat on the ground. He complained, "Everyone is busy searching for the nine-tailed celestial fox, but they still need to eat. I am Lord Silver Moon's head chef, so I came in search of ingredients." Looking for the nine-tailed celestial fox was only incidental. It was clear that finding food was his true priority. Sister Squirrel looked at the imprisoned villagers and pointed at one person. "Too old." The man begged in terror, but something like a ribbon wrapped around his neck and dragged him out. He fell to the ground and crumbled into dust. She wanted to capture fresh, tender meat to offer the demon emperor. Unfortunately, the strong men were too tough to eat, while the women and children had all been hidden away. Suddenly, the two demons sensed a pair of eyes watching them. It was a little girl. When they spotted her, they rejoiced. "Isn't there someone right there? There is our fresh ingredient." Then disasters erupted everywhere. Floods, thunderstorms, and tornadoes, as though the end of the world had come. This was caused by the arrival of the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. Sister Squirrel appeared on his shoulder, respectfully offering fresh meat as she said, "Great King, have a little something to fill your stomach first. Do not let hunger harm your stomach." But he only cared about whether they had found the nine-tailed celestial fox. She replied that they had not, and his displeasure was obvious. Looking up at the sky, he declared, "If she hides in the mountains, I will level the mountains. If she hides beneath the sea, I will fill the sea. If you cannot find her, then I will find her myself." He swept his sharp gaze over them. "But when that happens, all of you will become side dishes for her meal." Sister Squirrel hurriedly agreed. Just then, a bird demon flew back to report, "We have found the nine-tailed celestial fox, but she was taken away by the near-immortal Tao Palace." What? Silver Moon could not believe that the near-immortal Tao Palace had found her while his own subordinates had failed. He sneered that the near-immortal Tao Palace had been declining for 1,000 years. Now that its heavenly zither was damaged, it was merely a pile of useless wreckage struggling to survive. His subordinates had still lost to them, proving that they were worse than trash. The bird demon hurriedly added, "But we have found the younger sister of the nine-tailed celestial fox, a six-tailed fox." Silver Moon gave a surprised, "Oh," deciding that his subordinates were not entirely useless after all. He immediately decided to capture the younger sister first and deal with the elder sister later. Then he let out a roar and flew away. Though he was not a rooster, his cry was deafening. No one will escape. His cultivation was flawless. At this moment, Qin Manyun and her master saw the wildly abnormal weather and knew that the Silver Moon Demon Emperor had emerged once more. In his search for the nine-tailed celestial fox, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor had grown increasingly arrogant. Ordinary immortal dynasties and sects could do nothing but allow him to wreak havoc. Her master agreed. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor was a great demon at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Unless driven to desperation, no one dared risk confronting him. He had spread news of the nine-tailed celestial fox precisely so that others would search for her on his behalf. Once someone found her, he would simply take her. Qin Mannion worried that, since he was at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, he would surely come cause trouble once he learned that they had taken the nine-tailed celestial fox. But her master was not afraid now that the heavenly zither had been restored. He had even planned to wait for Silver Moon to come and teach him a lesson. Yet Yao Mengji was annoyed. He had only just finished cleaning up the area around young Master Li's residence. How could he allow Silver Moon to make another mess? The expert had instructed them to handle this properly. If that arrogant demon disturbed the expert and incurred his displeasure, would that not mean losing the finest opportunity Yao Mengji had encountered in 3,000 years? Qin Mannion had not expected this to be the real reason. Yao Mengji, however, considered it perfectly natural. He regarded himself as the expert's most important chess piece. Even if he had to leap into boiling oil or burning flames, he would not hesitate. Qin Mannion could only acknowledge that her master was the greatest. At last, he calmed down and praised her. "You are still young, but you can be taught." Elsewhere, the little fox was being watched by a group of demons. She had no idea whom she had provoked. The vile demon's attention made her shudder. They attacked, and the little fox rolled several times to evade them. Little fox, little fox. The demons had not expected someone with such short legs to run so quickly. Silver Moon shouted from above, ordering them to pursue her. The demons rushed after her. Silver Moon assessed her and found that she was genuine. She was even condensing a seventh tail. He found this extremely interesting and laughed maniacally. He believed the two foxes concealed some secret. One had risen from 7 tails to 9 in only 3 years, while the other was on the verge of becoming a 7-tailed fox as well. He wanted to capture them both, uncover the secret in their bodies, and become an immortal. Unable to wait any longer, he immediately flew after her. Hiding in a corner, the little fox was terrified and wanted to call for her family. But she knew Silver Moon had come to capture her because he had found her elder sister. She could only endure the suffering alone. Just then, a demon's hand reached toward her. "Surprise! Little fox, we found you." The little fox was so frightened that she suddenly burst forward, darted past the demon, and fled. The two demons laughed smugly. "Run then. Keep running." These demons enjoyed toying with their prey like cats with mice. The little fox resolved to run in the opposite direction. Even if she were captured, she would not lead them to her elder sister. But Silver Moon blocked her path ahead, intending to end it there. He cracked his hands and released overwhelming force. Just as the little fox was about to be struck, someone unexpectedly blocked the attack for her. The marks carved into the ground showed how terrifyingly dangerous it had been. The person who had come to save the little fox was Qin Mannion. She turned back and told her, "Go quickly." The little fox fled on all fours. Yao Mengji also arrived and said to the Silver Moon Demon Emperor, "Your day of death has come." Silver Moon's anger flared. His prey had nearly been in his mouth, only to escape. The bird demon was lazy and hot-tempered. With his good plans ruined by these two, he wanted to crush them flat. The pressure of the Tribulation Transcendence realm erupted from his entire body, and fierce winds howled through the air. Yet they seemed to do little more than cool Yao Mengji down. With a casual wave of his sleeve, Yao Mengji dispersed the wind. He even complained, "Your noise is deafening. Be quiet. What if the expert is taking a nap?" Silver Moon looked at him in confusion. "Who are you?" Yao Mengji introduced himself. Yao Mengji of the near-immortal Dao Palace, a specialist in dealing with demons. Silver Moon had not expected Yao Mengji, who had supposedly remained secluded in his palace for hundreds of years, to come outside today. Silver Moon did not fear the near-immortal Dao Palace. He believed that after the heavenly zither was damaged and the path to immortality became hopeless, Yao Mengji had been too frightened to leave his residence. He claimed to be in seclusion, and that seclusion had lasted hundreds of years. Silver Moon continued mocking him as a coward. Qin Mannion had not expected her master to be seen through so easily. Embarrassed, Yao Mengji coughed a few times and decided that if he did not eliminate this demon, life would no longer have any meaning. In truth, he had already fully accepted his role as Li Nianfan's chess piece. The bird demon opened his mouth as well. "Very well. To obtain the 9-tailed celestial fox, I will give it everything I have." The two immediately charged at each other, and a fierce battle erupted. Just as the two sides were evenly matched, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor suddenly unleashed his demon power, causing it to surge wildly. He charged forward and shouted, "You demons fear the near-immortal Tao Palace only because you possess the damaged pseudo-immortal artifact, the Heavenly Zither. Now that your Heavenly Zither has been damaged, why would I, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor, fear you?" Just as his claws were about to tear Yao Mengji apart, Yao Mengji summoned the Heavenly Zither. It seemed that he had invested heavily in this game as well. He immediately plucked a string, meeting Silver Moon's attack head-on. Caught completely off guard, Silver Moon was blasted across several mountain ranges. Qin Manyan reminded her master from the side, "Master, take it easy. Don't disturb the reclusive expert." "Ah, I nearly forgot." Silver Moon got back on his feet, bewildered. The Heavenly Zither was forged from enlightenment bamboo. There is only one such stalk in the world. Without enlightenment bamboo, how could it possibly be restored? Yao Mengji thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped his hand as realization dawned on him. Qin Manyan did not understand, so her master quickly explained, "Everything was within the expert's calculations. The enlightenment bamboo bestowed upon me by the expert was meant to help me kill this evil demon. Yet in only 3 years, she had transformed into a 3-headed, 9-tailed fox and successfully passed her tribulation. She must have encountered an enormous, fortuitous opportunity." He tempted Yao Mengji to uncover the secret with him, saying that becoming immortals would surely be only a matter of time. While Yao Mengji hesitated, Qin Manyan pursed her lips and said, "That immense opportunity must be young Master Li." Yao Mengji felt the same way. Silver Moon kept boasting until he finally noticed the strange looks on their faces. Pointing at them in confusion, he asked, "Why are you looking at me with such pity?" The two of them openly looked down on him. "Your enormous secret is just that." Silver Moon immediately cursed Yao Mengji. "You and I have always stayed out of each other's affairs. Yet now, not only have you stolen my opportunity, you even attacked and humiliated me." His spittle sprayed all over Yao Mengji's face as he swore, "If I do not avenge this humiliation, I am unworthy of the title Demon Emperor." They thought he was about to do something impressive, but he simply flew away, shouting, "I'll be back." Truly a bird through and through, he was only missing a dramatic dropping on the way out. Yao Mengji snorted disdainfully. He had thought the young man was all courage and no brains, but he turned out to be the type to flee without even looking back. Still, Silver Moon's cultivation was profound. If the two of them pushed him into a desperate fight, even Yao Mengji might not be able to retreat safely. But for the sake of the expert's mission, Yao Mengji was willing to be the first soldier sent into battle. Afterward, the two activated their magic power and vanished without a trace. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor had not expected to encounter someone so reckless. He had roamed the world for 4,000 years and had no desire to perish together with an old man already halfway into the grave. That would be far too great a loss. He decided that, once he found the chance, he would wipe out the near-immortal Tao Palace. Suddenly, he was startled when a dog blocked his path. The bird and the dog stared blankly at one another. The bird cursed. "Where did this stupid dog come from? Get out of my way." Blackie merely barked, "Little demon, destroy your demon core yourself, or make me do it." Silver Moon's eyes widened. He had not expected to encounter such a fearless dog. He laughed mockingly. "A tiger on the plains is bullied by dogs. To think that, while fleeing for my life, I would be provoked by a mere dog." He was in a hurry to escape and did not want to waste time. Just as he was about to leave, however, he sensed that something was wrong. Blackie had plucked out an entire basketful of tail feathers. Furious, Silver Moon cursed, "What an uncouth dog. Fine, I'll put a muzzle on you myself." Then he suddenly froze as heavenly lightning began gathering in the sky. It was all caused by Blackie. He demanded to know who Blackie was. Blackie rose to his feet and declared solemnly, "I am merely an ordinary watchdog." Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions left Li Nianfan stunned. The weather had been fine, yet thunder and lightning had suddenly appeared. He hurried over to check whether anything had happened to his dog. Meanwhile, Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun's expressions fully conveyed their shock at what they had just witnessed. Where had such a heaven-defying dog demon come from? It was simply terrifying. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor had been like an infant beneath its paw. The two of them immediately thought of fleeing before the dog demon noticed them. Unexpectedly, Blackie appeared right in front of them, wearing a terrifying expression that nearly scared them senseless. Yao Mengji threw away all dignity, looked at Blackie, and begged desperately for mercy. He even claimed to be a dog lover. Qin Manyun could only call out helplessly, "Master, a true man may die, but he must never submit to humiliation." At that moment, Blackie opened his mouth and barked, "I know that the two of you are guests of my master. You understand my master's rules, don't you?" Yao Mengji looked dumbfounded, while Qin Manyun finally realized that this was young Master Li's dog. She immediately nodded to show that she understood. Blackie reminded them sternly, "Remember this. I'm only a house dog that is good at hunting and barking. I do not wear a muzzle. That bird was just an ordinary bird that I happened to find." Yao Mengji knelt and fawned over the dog. "Understood, understood. Lord Dog truly is the greatest hunting dog in the world." He looked even more like a dog than Blackie did. Blackie had to admit that the old man learned quickly enough. Just then, rustling came from the bushes, startling the two humans and the dog. It turned out to be Lin Yinfan, worried that something had happened to Blackie. "How many times have I told you? When there's lightning, don't go to high places." He assumed that the two of them had protected Blackie from being struck dead by lightning, and he repeatedly thanked them. Qin Manyun introduced Yao Mengji. "Young Master Li, this is my master, Yao Mengji." The two men exchanged greetings warmly. When Lin Yinfan looked at Blackie, he still saw the same silly expression on the dog's face. However, he noticed the bird Blackie had caught. Lin Yinfan picked up the bird and saw how enormous it was. He praised Blackie. "Good job, Blackie. Amazing good job." With all those strange people coming and going lately, Blackie had rarely gone hunting. He had not expected lightning to strike his dog's head out of nowhere, which had frightened him terribly. To thank the two of them for saving Blackie, he invited them to visit his home. Yao Mengji believed that the expert had seen that the Silver Moon Demon Emperor was gone and had finally granted him this opportunity. Thus, 3 people and 1 dog headed back to the house together, their laughter echoing through the mountains. Yao Mengji said, "When Manyun told me about young Master Li, I had long wished to meet you. Today, my wish has finally been fulfilled." Lin Yinfan still looked bewildered as he replied, "Uncle Yao, you are too polite. An ordinary person like me is not worth meeting." Yao Mengji was now completely convinced that Lin Yinfan enjoyed pretending to be a poor mortal. He had to be careful not to expose him and ruin this fortuitous opportunity. Yao Mengji praised young Master Li's journey to the West as an unparalleled masterpiece. "With such learning, there is no need for excessive modesty. I also heard that you wrote a couplet. Everyone was greatly amazed by it. I would like to see it with my own eyes." Yao Mengji did not dare claim that he could guide him. He only wished to exchange ideas. Then he carefully examined the area behind Lin Yinfan and discovered that all the arrows were made of enlightenment bamboo. Wasn't that like using one precious arrow and losing one every time? Even the bow was made from enlightenment bamboo, causing Yao Mengji's heart to ache as though his entire fortune had been drained away. At first, he had not believed Qin Manyun when she said that the enlightenment bamboo Lin Yinfan brought back was treated like worthless scrap. But seeing it for himself, he had no choice but to believe it. Looking at Lin Yinfan, he dearly wished he could become a humble servant at his side, even if it only meant collecting scraps. Lin Yinfan did not understand what was wrong with him. So Qin Manyun quickly explained, "My master is simply a little excited to have met young Master Li." Yao Mengji looked at the completely plucked Silver Moon Demon Emperor and thought that dying at the hands of such an extraordinary figure was probably a blessing for him. When they returned home, Lin Yinfan called out to Daji. She happily came out, intending to ask what he had caught, but then froze when she saw Lin Yinfan carrying the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. Lin Yinfan said that Blackie had done a great deed on this hunt and asked her to praise him. Daji agreed nervously, then gathered all her courage to pat Blackie on the head. Blackie and Daji both looked grim. Daji asked him what had happened. Blackie admitted that he had done it, but said he had merely killed the bird in passing. Did she believe him? In any case, neither of them wanted Lin Yinfan to overthink things. Lin Yinfan thought Daji was unhappy. But a few moments later, she said with perfect sincerity. It's just that this is the first time I've seen such an enormous bird, so I was a little surprised. A bird this large must eat a lot. Lin Yinfan laughed and decided to cook it and see how it tasted. Yao Mengji and Qin Manyun stiffened again. They had never expected that Lin Yinfan would even want to eat the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. Later, following Qin Manyun's advice that Lin Yinfan liked ice jelly, Yao Mengji brought him some. Lin Yinfan happily asked, "Really?" Yao Mengji explained that it was not small and would need somewhere to be placed. Lin Yinfan said that it was easy to solve. He then grabbed a shovel and cleared a patch of flowers and grass from the garden, proudly showing Yao Mengji his solution. The two of them nearly coughed up blood. Staying near an expert was truly costly. Yao Mengji hurriedly stopped him, afraid that Lin Yinfan would destroy something else. Then Yao Mengji waved his hand and conjured a huge block of ice, making Lin Yinfan exclaim, "Oh my God!" Lin Yinfan had thought it was an ice jelly-making machine, but the ice jelly itself came from this thing. This mountain was a 1,000-year mystic ice mountain, yet it could only produce one portion of ice jelly every 10 years. Lin Yinfan casually scooped out a bowlful, making Yao Mengji suffer another blow. His understanding of the world was completely shattered whenever he interacted with Lin Yinfan. Yao Mengji's face twisted in pain. For this 1,000-year mystic ice, he had flattered it for more than 1,000 years before it reluctantly gave him even a single drop as though offering charity. Yet when it encountered an expert, it was far more skilled at ingratiating itself than he was, generously pouring itself out for Lin Yinfan. Lin Yinfan felt a little embarrassed. The others had just saved Blackie and brought such a valuable gift, so he wanted to repay them. Yet he still considered himself an ordinary mortal who only knew how to grow plants and had nothing valuable to offer. Therefore, he asked them directly what they wanted. The two were stunned and thought this was a test. If they lied and claimed not to desire anything, the expert would surely see through them and regard them as insincere. But if they directly voiced their wishes, it would seem too greedy. One careless word could cause them to lose this opportunity. Neither knew how to answer such a seemingly simple question. Yao Mengji finally said, "I had an ancient zither that had been damaged for a long time. Thanks to the enlightenment bamboo bestowed upon me by young Master Li, it has now been restored. Yao, will never forget such kindness. It is only proper that I offer this small gift in return." Yao Mengji believed that Lin Yinfan understood everything, so he stopped beating around the bush. He said directly that he wished to ask for some guidance. Qin Manyun was startled. She knew that her master hoped young Master Li would point out the path to immortality. Yet in her understanding, Lin Yinfan had always kept silent regarding cultivation. Her master's action was truly risky, and she did not know how young Master Li would respond. In contrast, Lin Yinfan readily agreed and led them onward. He also took out a zither, intending to exchange techniques with Yao Mengji. The master and disciple froze for several seconds. Lin Yinfan confidently said, "Don't let my appearance fool you. I may not look impressive, but I know a little about music." Qin Manyun was disappointed, thinking he had refused. However, Yao Mengji felt as though he had received enlightenment. As expected of young Master Li, with a single glance, he saw that this old man cultivates the Tao of the zither. Yao Mengji wanted to perform a duet with Lin Yinfan, but Lin Yinfan thought otherwise. He thought, "I merely play music, but cultivators play with spiritual power. What if I'm injured by the vibrations?" So he invited Yao Mengji to sit down and play a piece first, while he listened. The moment Yao Mengji touched the zither, he sensed that something was wrong. His hands began to tremble. Even the heavenly zither could sense the existence of this zither. It was a sign that the heavenly zither felt inferior. It was like a renowned beauty in a small village, who entered the city one day and encountered a woman of truly peerless beauty. All her former confidence and pride would be completely shattered. Compared to Lin Yinfan's zither, calling the heavenly zither mere firewood would not be an exaggeration. Yao Mengji pointed at the zither and asked uncertainly, "May I play this?" Lin Yinfan naturally agreed. Yao Mengji sat down solemnly and reached out to play, only to immediately cough up blood. The zither's rank was too high, and playing it consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Lin Yinfan wanted to advise him to stop if he was unwell, but Yao Mengji persisted. The sound of a zither reached Lin Yinfan's ears. As everyone stood there listening to Yao Mengji play, countless birds were drawn over by the music. Yao Mengji recognized the faint mist as immortal energy. He sighed inwardly. After cultivating the Tao of the zither for his entire life, he could now play this zither. He could die without regrets. Qin Manyan looked at her master. She had not expected that, despite his ordinarily unremarkable cultivation, he could pour everything into producing such music. She had learned a great deal. Lin Yinfan evaluated it as fairly decent. If the system were to grade it, it might receive an 8. The music reminded him of the days when the system had forced him to practice the zither. Back then, he had devoted all his effort to reaching level 10, thinking that he had become a master. But the system said that this was merely beginner-level skill and that he was still far too inexperienced. After that, he had been forced to spend 24 hours a day with the zither. To him, that period was truly an unforgettable nightmare. After Yao Mengji finished playing, he wanted to see how a young Master Li would evaluate him. Lin Yinfan clapped several times, stood up, and said nothing more. He simply intended to communicate through music. Then he quickly sat down. The master and disciple obediently took their seats to listen. Knowing that Uncle Yao loved the zither, Lin Yinfan decided to give it his all so as not to disappoint him. The two of them were truly full of anticipation. Lin Yinfan raised his hand and began playing with complete focus. Only seconds earlier, they had eagerly anticipated hearing him play. Seconds later, the sound of the zither had completely overwhelmed them. The music was simply too intense. Yet the sound waves filled the plants with life. Then the two noticed that behind Lin Yinfan, a door was slowly opening. It was a Tao realm. They found themselves drawn into a battlefield surrounded by an ocean of soldiers. Yao Mengji knew this was a battle Tao realm, but he had never imagined such a brutal war. A valiant and imposing general pointed his spear at the two stunned figures. Qin Manyan was terrified and wanted to run, but her master said there was no need. This Tao aura was not something they could resist, and running would be useless. In the blink of an eye, the general's figure pierced through Yao Mengji's chest. Only then did he truly understand what a Tao realm was. Afterward, the two regained their senses and returned. However, the plants and creatures in the garden began breaking through the soil and revealing their true forms. The two had never imagined that even the grass and trees had cultivated to such a level. Stimulated by the battle music, all of them revealed their original forms. Now, the plant and animal spirits looked at Lin Yinfan as if he were a powerful patron, drooling with desire. Then, suddenly, the music stopped. After finishing his performance, Lin Yinfan asked what they thought. The question left the two at a loss for words, but they understood one thing. With music like this played every day, it was no wonder the creatures here could cultivate into spirits. Naturally, the two were filled with envy, even jealousy toward the plants. Yao Mengji sighed and thanked Lin Yinfan for his guidance. He said he had gained immensely from it. Lin Yinfan hurriedly helped him up and modestly brushed it off. Yao Mengji then asked what the piece was called. Lin Yinfan answered, "Ambush from 10 sides," making both of their faces change drastically. Wasn't the hidden zither demon itself an ambush from 10 sides? Both of them shuddered. Fortunately, they had not done anything disrespectful, or they would have been doomed. They praised the piece as exquisite, saying young Master Li's zither arts were unfathomable and truly peerless. Lin Yinfan felt somewhat embarrassed about trading a piece of wood for someone else's jelly-making stone, so he wanted to write out the score and give it to Yao Mengji. Yao Mengji could scarcely believe his ears. After living for 3,000 years, he felt as though he had never truly lived before. At the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, everyone believed the pavilion master was about to emerge from seclusion. Even Saintus had kept watch for 3 whole days, and that light was the sign of a breakthrough. Lin Xingyun told everyone to circulate their spiritual power and lend her father a hand. Everyone simultaneously channeled their power into the yin-yang formation. The illusory bull let out a long breath, gathered its strength, and burst forth. Just when everyone thought they had succeeded, something unexpected happened. Lin Xingyun wanted to step forward to check on her father, but she was stopped. Something was clearly wrong with him. His entire body had turned pitch black as he told Qingyun, "I've reached the critical point of my breakthrough. If I fail, I'll be devoured, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Go quickly and bring me the 9-bin spirit ginseng from the top floor of the treasury." Her father urged Qingyun to fetch it at once. Whether he could break through depended on it. Lin Qingyun froze awkwardly before admitting that she had already given the 9-bin spirit ginseng away. He remained calm, saying there was still the morning grass. But Qingyun said she had given that away too. His face twisted in agony. "What about jade drunken mushroom? You gave it away too? And the 9-leaf dragon heart mushroom? That was given away as well." In short, all the top-grade spiritual medicines have been given away. He might not die from a failed breakthrough, but he would surely die from the frustration of having such a prodigal daughter. What a misfortune for the family. He could not understand why his daughter had given away so many precious spiritual medicines. Yet Qingyun still said it was for young Master Li. He is an unparalleled expert. I like how humble he is. He lives in seclusion among mortals, concealing his true identity. But in truth, even immortals in the heavens cannot compare to him. Her father listened to her talk about this reclusive young master who surpassed even immortals. His mind immediately drew one conclusion. His daughter had been deceived by some handsome scoundrel. Seeing his daughter so infatuated, he knew that not only was the family fortune gone, but his daughter's heart was gone as well. He lamented that his breakthrough had no hope, and now even his daughter had fallen victim to this fate. Suppressing his rage, he told everyone to leave. In his heart, he was already planning to tear that handsome fraud apart. Then Lin Qingyun remembered something and told him that although she had emptied the treasury, she had obtained something that might be able to help him. What is it? She confidently took out a bag of tea leaves. Her father looked at it and thought, 16 top-grade spiritual medicines in exchange for a bag of tea? His heart ached so badly that tears nearly fell. His daughter had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood. How had a handsome man managed to lower her intelligence so drastically? Seeing that her father thought she had been swindled, Lin Qingyun decided to prove it to him. The moment she opened the tea bag, a radiance spread out and dispelled the black aura around him, restoring him to his usual handsome appearance. Seeing the tea leaves brimming with immortal energy, he felt that the evil aura in his body had been completely swept away in an instant. He guessed that these tea leaves contained profound mysteries, so he told his precious daughter to brew him some tea. Once the tea was ready and poured into a cup, he realized that, despite his age, this was the first time his daughter had ever made tea for him. He was overflowing with happiness, looking every bit the doting father. Even if his breakthrough failed today, having his daughter make him tea would have made his wish come true. He boasted that he was truly unique in the cultivation world. Others advanced their cultivation by taking pills, while he would advance by drinking tea. Then he took a sip and immediately entered an immortal realm. He was astonished. He had initially thought it contained only Tao resonance, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the tiny cup of tea contained the realm of the divine soul. Suddenly, he saw his daughter as a little child running toward him. Just as he opened his arms to embrace her, realized this was his divine consciousness. At once, he understood everything. Outside, Lin Qingyun was still staring blankly at her father. He suddenly sighed before shouting loudly, enough to deafen everyone, "My daughter was truly adorable when she was little." The disciples stared at him as though he had gone mad, but they were delighted because they knew he had broken through. Lin Qingyun asked her father to describe the feeling of breaking through. Yet he continued mumbling, "She was adorable when she was little, and she is adorable now that she's grown up." Lin Qingyun was utterly confused. Only then did her father recover from his tea-induced trance and immediately ask her how much tea was left. There was only this much left, but compared to those 16 top-grade spiritual medicines, its value was far greater. A treasure like this could keep the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion flourishing and invincible for 10,000 years. He lavishly praised his daughter for having such a fortunate opportunity and bringing home such a treasure. He desperately wanted to know where that young master was. But Lin Qingyun told him things were not as he thought. Young Master Li was indifferent to fame and loved peace and quiet. He lived in seclusion in the mountains and rarely went out. She continued praising Lin Yinfan to her father. Meanwhile, two demons were clashing elsewhere. The green-haired female demon looked disdainfully at the pig demon. You only have golden core cultivation, yet you dare call yourself a demon emperor? The pig demon refused to yield. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor was dead, and the demons were leaderless, so they needed a new demon emperor to take charge. Naturally, the female demon did not want such a prize to fall into the pig demon's hands. Enraged, the pig demon transformed and shouted, "Whether I am qualified or not, you can find out for yourself." Just as the two were about to fight, an unexpected change occurred. They sensed a powerful demonic aura and immediately fled, though they did not forget to arrange another fight for later. However, the aura had been released by the little fox. She had no idea what was happening and saw only silence ahead. Panicking, she ran away with tears in her eyes before throwing herself into her elder sister's arms. From now on, the formerly six-tailed fox had become a seven-tailed fox. Throwing herself into her elder sister's arms, Daji would have to change this little brat's name from six-tailed to seven-tailed from now on. The little fox was terrified. Over the past few days, she had nearly died and feared she would never see her elder sister again. That was why she had accepted the healing fruit. Daji asked how she had escaped. Could it be that someone saved you? The little fox was stunned that her sister had guessed correctly. Daji proudly declared that it was not because she was divinely insightful, then told her junior sister to look over there. What is that? It's the Silver Moon chicken, plump, tender, and delicious enough to eat forever without getting tired of it. The little fox's heart skipped a beat as she jumped up and asked whether the Silver Moon Demon Emperor was truly dead. Of course, he was dead beyond all doubt. Not only had he been plucked clean and turned into a naked chicken, but his innards had been removed as well. He had even been salt-cured for an entire day in preparation for being served at the table. Daji connected all the bizarre events and concluded that Lin Yinfan must have known her junior sister was in danger and sent someone to rescue her. None of it had been coincidence. Everything had been under his control. But the little fox was too stunned to speak. Salt-cured and served at the table? Was that some kind of joke? Daji planned to seize the chance to give her junior sister a bowl of soup that could multiply her cultivation. She also had another thought. Perhaps the young master was hinting that her junior sister should take human form and serve beside him with her. But she was not certain whether she had misunderstood his intentions and worried that bringing her sister there would be too abrupt. Still, with the leaderless demons causing trouble everywhere, Daji wanted her junior sister to become the new demon emperor. She could bring the demons under control and create an excellent hunting ground for the young master. Once Daji understood the young master's feelings, she would bring her junior sister to his residence to serve him. The little fox was so overwhelmed by her elder sister's absurd plan that she did not know which part to be shocked by first. She did not want to become the demon emperor, but Daji persuaded her that she was now a seven-tailed spirit fox. Her strength was more than sufficient. She was merely too timid to dare accept the role. Without the Silver Moon Demon Emperor supporting them, those lesser demons were nothing but useless rabble. They should be the ones fearing the little fox. But if it was such a good opportunity, why would her elder sister not do it herself? Naturally, Daji had an even better opportunity. Now that Lin Yinfan was supporting her, she would never show herself outside without his permission. Love truly made people lose their minds. Then she took out a bowl of soup for her junior sister. The little fox looked at it for a while and helplessly sighed, deciding to accept her elder sister's plan. Daji assured her that she had already arranged everything concerning the Demon Emperor position, so there was nothing to fear. Failure is the mother of success, but success's mother had long since entered the underworld. Elsewhere, the Silver Moon Demon Emperor was still blending into nature. The aroma of salt-baked chicken made the air even more fragrant. At that moment, Lin Qingyun and her father stood outside. Her father asked, "Does that young masterly live here?" "That's right, father." She reminded him to remember the 5 taboos concerning Lin Yinfan that she had taught him. Though he was being lectured by his daughter, her father was delighted and assured her that he would not be disrespectful toward an expert. Then Lin Yinfan opened the door. Lin Qingyun explained that her father had heard Lin Yinfan's story of journey to the west and had come to visit him. Lin Yinfan warmly greeted him as Uncle Lin and invited them inside. Old Lin cupped his hands and said, "I have long admired your reputation and have boldly come to visit. I hope you will forgive the intrusion." Lin Yinfan replied, "Uncle Lin, you are too polite." He led them into the house and after exchanging idle pleasantries, old Lin suddenly asked where Li Nianfan had studied, how many cultivators there were in his family, and what level they had reached. He was even about to ask whether Li Nianfan was engaged when his daughter ruthlessly stepped on his foot. To thank Lin Xingyun for giving him so many spiritual herbs, Li Nianfan invited them to stay for lunch. He was preparing mushroom chicken soup. Lin Xingyun agreed with a bright smile, while her father was still aching from his daughter's secret punishment for his foolish questions. After Li Nianfan left, Lin Xingyun revealed a devilish expression and threatened her father. "Are you trying to die?" Startled, old Lin hurriedly explained. An expert like young master, Li has returned to his original state. Perhaps he has already comprehended the great Tao. To him, immortals and mortals are no different. Lin Xingyun became furious and warned him that he would be punished if he said anything foolish. Seeing the kitchen knife in his daughter's hand, old Lin quickly added, "To him, ordinary objects and treasures are also no different." Lin Xingyun felt that this made some sense. Ordinary people covet wealth because they lack money, but those who are truly rich have long lost interest in it. If a poor man constantly lectures a wealthy man about making money, the wealthy man will only find him annoying, because they are on entirely different levels. It was the same with an enlightened expert. Discussing the Tao might not please him. Perhaps ordinary, everyday matters would be more to his liking. Lin Xingyun understood what her father meant. Thus, while the expert was preparing the fire, old Lin wanted to lend a hand. In the kitchen, Li Nianfan was washing vegetables when he wondered why Uncle Lin and Miss Lin had come out. The two said they believed one should not expect to eat without working, so they intended to help Li Nianfan cook. The demon-slaying sword, once a weapon that brought calamity to countless lives, now looked impressively imposing, but it was being used only to chop firewood. After just one swing, old Lin was panting as though he had fought 300 rounds of bed. Li Nianfan saw that there were many things he wanted to say, but in the end, he could only make old Lin stop and rest. Yet old Lin still pretended not to be tired, claiming he was completely fine. In truth, he really was fine, except that the wood was spirit wood, while the axe he was using was the demon-slaying sword. Everything had seemed normal until these things fell into Li Nianfan's hands. The demon-slaying sword had originally possessed an inherently wicked nature. Any demonic cultivator who obtained it would receive the blessing of the supreme demon realm. Yet it had now abandoned evil for righteousness under the protagonist's sacred radiance, and even exuded a pure, holy aura. Although the pile of spirit would look no different from ordinary logs, old Lin needed to use 80% of his strength for every chop. Each strike made the spiritual energy pathways in his body feel as though they had undergone a violent earthquake. He was not going to die from exhaustion, but from sheer shock at the extravagance of using spirit wood as firewood. Li Nianfan was startled. Old Lin clearly could not continue chopping, yet stubbornly persisted. Li Nianfan could only pull him away to rest. His mushroom chicken soup was nearly ready anyway, so there was no need for old Lin to keep suffering. Old Lin thanked him. After Li Nianfan walked away, he suddenly came to his senses. Mushroom chicken soup? Could that chicken be that chicken? Earlier at the entrance, he had sensed a faint trace of the Silver Moon Demon Emperor's aura. After thinking it over, he shook his head and dismissed the thought as too absurd. But when the chicken soup was served, he confirmed that it really was the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. This was even more shocking than the axe. Li Nianfan came over with a bowl and warmly asked whether old Lin was feeling well. "You should drink more chicken soup to nourish your body. If you have any old injuries, I can examine you too, Uncle Lin. If they can be healed, you won't become so tired just from chopping a few logs in the future." Outwardly, old Lin remained calm, but inwardly, he was weeping. It was humiliating to be unable to manage even such a small task as chopping wood. He needed to find a way to salvage the situation, or his opportunity with young Master Li would be ruined. Looking again at the chicken soup, he had to admit that its aroma was so alluring it made it hard to focus his spiritual energy. Li Nianfan added some jelly for extra flavor, saying that he preferred stronger flavors, so there was no need to add salt. Lin Xingyun whispered to her father about the rumors outside. The Silver Moon Demon Emperor had disappeared in this soup. Her father understood what she meant and merely gave an awkward smile. Spirit wood was used as firewood. Jade dragon fire lit the flames. Spiritual water made the soup. Spiritual medicines were the seasonings. And thousand-year mystic ice essence was served as a side dish. As for the silver moon demon emperor, old Lin sighed. Only after death had that bird reached the pinnacle of its life, bathing in so many precious medicinal ingredients. Soon, Lin Yinfan brought old Lin a bowl. Old Lin held the bowl in his hands and looked down at it carefully. The broth was clear, with glistening oil floating on top, while its fragrance continuously washed over him. Then the chicken's head surfaced, making his scalp tingle. Yet looking at that bird's skull stirred the wicked energy in his body and made his mouth water. He immediately began gulping down the soup. In an instant, a pair of hairy legs appeared, and his whole body drifted with the wind. That was Tao resonance. Old Lin felt the dense Tao resonance surge like a tide, while abundant spiritual power rose from his dantian. At any moment, it seemed as though his body might burst apart. His clothes tore apart, making it obvious how wonderful he felt. He truly wanted to spend the rest of his life at Lin Yinfan's home as a woodcutter. Seeing her father's dazed expression, Lin Qingyun was left speechless. She looked again at the chicken soup, which contained countless rare treasures, things she might never find even in an entire lifetime of cultivation. She wondered whether her cultivation could withstand it. Only after putting it in her mouth did she suddenly realize. She could feel the Tao rhythm circulating within it. It was not merely Tao rhythm. It was delicious in its own right. A warm sensation spread through her entire body. Lin Qingyun unexpectedly felt so hot that she began panting, as though the heat might evaporate even her clothes. Wait, something was wrong. At some point, her father's clothes had evaporated as well, leaving only a leaf covering his private parts. A moment later, Lin Yinfan asked the two of them to rate the food. They both slammed the table and gave it 5 stars. Wonderful. Absolutely incredible. Afterward, old Lin remembered that he had a gift for him. Lin Yinfan eagerly asked, "Is it some miraculous magical treasure?" Lin Qingyun said it was nothing miraculous, merely a Tao-teaching relic passed down through every generation of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. It recorded the cultivation insights of every pavilion master. Though she called it a small token of appreciation, her proud expression gave her away. Lin Yinfan immediately recognized its value and called it a crystal ball. Then a faint light shone before him, forming an illusionary screen. It read, "100 Schools Immortal Cultivation Forum," and an elderly man with thick glasses appeared to lecture. Today, we will cover Lesson 4328. Please open your reference materials. How the 21st Pavilion Master of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion broke through to the Golden Core realm. Lin Yinfan could only stare helplessly. The Tao teaching relic represented the highest authority of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, and every pavilion master possessed one, just as old Lin had 2 balls beneath his robes. As long as one contemplated a spell or Tao technique, one could form a Tao teaching imprint and store it in the relic. Later generations could observe it, gain an understanding of the realm it portrayed, and resonate with their predecessors' cultivation experiences. This allowed them to rapidly improve their cultivation. It was the very foundation upon which Lingyun Immortal Pavilion had been established. While old Lin was still showing off his precious treasure, Li Yinfan asked, "Is this a television?" Old Lin did not understand and asked what a television was. Lin Yinfan quickly explained that it was a specialty from his hometown, a rectangular box that could play many programs. From home, one could see events happening all over the world. He added that he especially liked watching adult films. No, he meant immortal cultivation dramas. Neither father nor daughter could understand him at all, even if Lin Yinfan tried to explain it in simpler terms. Lin Qingyun then asked her father, could everything young Master Li described refer to the immortal realm? Old Lin thought so as well. A television had to be an immortal artifact far superior to the Tao teaching relic. While the relic could only preserve insights and experiences, that television could contain all sorts of divine abilities, allowing one to see thousands of miles away and choose whatever one wished to watch. Old Lin was extremely disappointed. He had wanted to show off and recover some dignity, only to discover that his prized treasure did not even catch Lin Yinfan's interest. He was so crushed that he felt as light as if he had lost several grams. Lin Yinfan on the other hand, thought it was rather nice and convenient to carry around. The only problem was that its programs resembled online classes. It reminded him of his school days, and his post-traumatic stress was about to flare up again. Looking at the relic, he asked, "Can it be changed?" Immediately, all the stored content was wiped clean, allowing new images to be uploaded. Old Lin was horrified. The 1,000-year inheritance of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion had just been erased. Lin Yinfan did not know how to upload new images. Old Lin told him that he only needed to think of something, and it could imprint the images in his mind and upload them. Lin Yinfan thought that was quite impressive. Suddenly, he had an indecent idea and asked, "Anything at all?" He had wanted to play something naughty, but reason prevailed. It would not be good to frighten Father Lin and Miss Lin, so he decided to try something else first. A marvelous mountain scene appeared in his mind. There was the Buddha and Sun Wukong. This was the scene of the great sage equal to heaven battling the Buddha, the story of Journey to the West. The Buddha lowered one hand as though Mount Tai were falling upon Sun Wukong, while another palm pressed down toward the earth as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. The land was left in complete ruin. When the scene ended, all three of them stood frozen. The father and daughter in particular were terrified out of their wits, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Heavens, was that the ancient immortal realm? Lin Yinfan merely regretted that the screen was a little too small. If it were an iMac, it would have been much more enjoyable to watch. Yet for the father and daughter, this was already an unimaginable harvest. Seeing the appearance of the immortal realm with their own eyes for the first time was an immense opportunity. Lin Yinfan greatly liked this useful item and thanked them. He told them to rest while he cleaned up. As he was about to leave, old Lin pointed at the bowl in his hand and asked what he intended to do with it. Lin Yinfan naturally answered, "Throw it away," terrifying the father and daughter. He pointed at the large chicken, saying it had eaten its fill but could not finish everything. It would not taste good if left too long, so it could only be discarded. Dodgy and Big Black were already full, and in this weather, there was no way to preserve it. He could not help thinking how nice it would be to have a refrigerator. Old Lin trembled with excitement. A staunch advocate of thrift, he begged Lin Yinfan for the remaining soup and packed it up to bring home. Soon afterward, someone from Lingyun Immortal Pavilion reported to the pavilion master with tears in his eyes. A high-grade secret realm tower has appeared in the west. The man was extremely excited, whereas old Lin remained calm as he recalled something. He had learned not only how to eat, but also how to pack leftovers to bring home. The messenger was so angry that fire nearly shot from his eyes. A secret realm has opened in the cloud-rising mountain range. Many sects have already set out. Pavilion Master, if you do not leave at once, it will be too late. Lin Xingyun still did not understand what a secret realm was, so the man explained, although the saintess is exceptionally talented, her cultivation is still shallow, so she may not know. To immortal cultivators with decent cultivation, secret realms are opportunities that are difficult to obtain. They may silently open only once every 10 or even 100 years. Before they are discovered, no one knows they exist. No one knows how they form or how they open. But everyone knows that they contain not only cultivation opportunities, but possibly rare and precious treasures as well. Anyone who enters a secret realm may gain a chance to greatly increase their strength. Before he could finish, the elder interrupted, adding, "The pavilion master has just broken through and his strength has increased tremendously. This is an excellent opportunity for Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. I have already prepared everything for you. All that remains is to depart." Yet the pavilion master was completely absorbed in his soup. Seeing his blank expression, old Lin explained, "Although secret realms may contain some good things, they are full of dangers. Why would I go? Wouldn't it be better to live comfortably here?" The elder was shocked beyond belief. "Pavilion Master, are you joking?" Old Lin then told them to calm down first, because he wanted to show them what he had brought back. The two elders assumed it was some precious item. When they opened it, it truly smelled wonderful. The gleaming container bore Lin Yinfan's striking face, and when they picked it up, they felt a gentle warmth of spiritual power. Its special craftsmanship even made it perfectly airtight. The three of them were delighted as if they had found a treasure. Old Lin could not be bothered to explain that it was only a food container. Although the box was no ordinary item, the true treasure was inside. compared with some secret realm. This soup was the true opportunity. The three men stared with eyes shining even more brightly. At a glance, they spotted 9 curved spirit ginseng, jade verdant mushroom, and dreamgrass. This was not merely an opportunity. It was extravagance beyond imagination. It was the first time the three of them had ever seen such luxury. The eldest elder could not resist taking huge gulps before the others could react, leaving them only to beg for a little soup. The father and daughter watched as the elders drank with immense delight. Then Lin Qingyun recalled Li Nianfan's words. It would be nice to have a refrigerator, but she had no idea what a refrigerator was. Based on Li Nianfan's words, old Lin concluded that it was a divine object capable of preserving food in cold storage. They did not know its exact function, but the less they understood, the more they wondered whether the expert had deliberately mentioned it as a hint for them to find one for him. In truth, it was nothing of the sort. Old Lin was simply overthinking everything. By then, the three elders regarded the soup as a divine treasure. Old Lin perked up when he heard them say, "What does the secret realm in the cloud-rising mountain range amount to compared with this?" Old Lin's attitude changed faster than the turnip page. He immediately became interested and asked where the secret realm was. In the western cloud-rising mountain range. Old Lin remembered that it was the western cloud-rising mountain range, the one blanketed by icy springs. Then he seemed to think of something and burst into laughter, leaving the three elders confused. In truth, Old Lin had convinced himself that Li Nianfan knew of the secret realm's appearance and had even calculated the treasures within it. That was why he had deliberately mentioned the refrigerator. He was telling Old Lin to retrieve it. The refrigerator must be inside. The elder now realized that his pavilion master had encountered an immense opportunity and felt that the pavilion master no longer needed to risk himself in the secret realm. He wondered if the expert was so capable, why did he not obtain it himself? Old Lin replied righteously, "If young Masterly has to do everything himself, then what use are underlings like us?" Old Lin had fully embraced the philosophy of being a devoted underling. To serve the great expert was a blessing. The three elders were also enlightened by his words and found them reasonable. Old Lin then used a talisman to travel at top speed, determined to obtain that refrigerator. Meanwhile, back at home, Daji was studying the chessboard again and again. After much thought, she finally made a move when Li Nianfan suddenly appeared, startling her. Yet Daji had solved the position this time. She became anxious, unsure whether her move was correct. Li Nianfan enthusiastically praised her. "You got it right. You've improved so much. I'm truly relieved you did not waste my effort." This chess puzzle had been given to him by the system. When he had only recently begun studying, he had spent a great deal of effort solving it. Yet the system's rewards had merely been pots and pans, making him curse the system for being such a scam. Since Daji had solved it, he intended to reward her. Daji did not ask for anything, believing that simply being by his side was already the greatest fortune. Li Nianfan did not think so. He had lived alone here for many years, spending night after night with only his own arm for company. But ever since Daji began staying by his side, life had become far more comfortable. The two were deeply moved, while someone else was suffering from the cold. Those around Old Lin urged him to return first. The cloud-rising mountain range was an extremely frigid place, and having lived in the south for many years, he could not adapt to it. Old Lin was so cold that tears streamed from his eyes, but he stubbornly refused to leave. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Before them stood a chessboard that no one had managed to solve for days. Many people had tried recklessly, only to be injured by the chessboard when they failed. Old Lin saw that the board was exactly like the chessboard displayed in Li Nianfan's courtyard. He quickly connected the secret realm to young Master Li. He announced that he had a solution, but no one listened. They were already preparing to give up. "There is no point in staying here and freezing. As expected, relying on our own comprehension, we cannot solve this chess puzzle." Old Lin said, "I think I can." Suddenly, a rosy-faced old man came over to speak with him. Old Lin immediately recognized him as Daoist Qingyang, the one who had discovered the secret realm first and spread word of it. He had hoped to gather everyone's strength to make progress, but instead, they had only gone backward. The secret realm was about to disappear, yet no one could solve the chessboard. The puzzle was too difficult, and Daoist Qingyang did not believe Old Lin could solve it either. Old Lin was furious. Of course he could solve it. Then someone shouted, "Who says no one can solve it?" Everyone turned to see that it was Taoist Tianyin. He rubbed his ear with a scholarly air, his bald head making him look especially distinguished. Everyone was astonished by the appearance of this imposing bald man. He possessed peerless talent and had reached the great completion of the nascent soul realm at only 40 years old. However, for some unknown reason, he later became obsessed with chess. Rather than advancing, his cultivation declined. He secluded himself for a full 400 years, playing chess instead of cultivating. Still, the world praised him as the foremost chess player alive. Everyone agreed that if he could not solve this chess puzzle, then no one under heaven could. Taoist Tianyin placed a white stone on the board. Afterward, he continuously placed white stones to stabilize his position. Before long, the board was densely covered with pieces from both sides. Everyone thought he was about to break through. At that moment, Taoist Tianyin became furious because the black pieces were stubbornly holding their ground by relying on the terrain, so he launched a forceful attack. He roared and placed another piece, determined to tear through the black formation. The battle on the board became so fierce that steam seemed to rise from it. Everyone stared in astonishment, and even Taoist Tianyin awaited the result. Then a force burst from the chessboard and shot directly toward him. His entire body flew away like a shooting star. He had failed. All of this was within old Lin's expectations. There is only one solution to this chess puzzle. One wrong move would lead to wrong moves thereafter. Taoist Tianyin may have calculated 100 moves, but since his opening move was wrong, defeat was inevitable. Old Lin sneezed. Seeing that even the chess fanatic Taoist Tianyin had been defeated, Taoist Qingyang believed there was no hope left. Everyone dejectedly began to leave, believing they had no affinity with this secret realm. Just as they were about to return, the door opened. Old Lin could no longer endure the cold and urged everyone to enter quickly. Taoist Qingyang was deeply impressed. Once they entered the cave, there was no sign of anything else, only a faint, wondrous light. Walking beside Old Lin, Qingyang praised his extraordinary chess skill. Old Lin replied that it was merely average, leaving Taoist Qingyang in disbelief. He was not only a master chess player, but an outstanding actor as well. Qingyang suspected that Old Lin had encountered a great opportunity and pressed him to explain it. Old Lin felt troubled, thinking that the great expert preferred peace and quiet. Young Master Li's deeds absolutely could not be casually revealed, yet he did not know how to respond. At that moment, the crowd murmured that Lingyun Immortal Pavilion excelled at medicinal herbs, not chess. Even Taoist Tianyin had admitted defeat, so how could Pavilion Master Lin have solved the board? Some suspected that he had simply gotten lucky. Old Lin heard every word, yet instead of becoming angry, he held out his hand and praised them. Exactly right. One elder could not understand it. At least refute them a little. Where is your dignity? Old Lin continued boasting. I merely tried it casually. I did not expect the door to open. When everyone believed he had truly just been lucky, Taoist Qingyang did not think so. His face darkened as he muttered, "How interesting." By then, both old men were shivering violently, growing colder and colder. Then the two people walking ahead revealed disdainful expressions. The other two had already been frozen into dark ice and could no longer proceed. Old Lin was terrified and did not know whether those two were still alive. They were truly frozen stiff. Taoist Qingyang, having seen much of the world, said there was nothing to be done. The secret realm does not conceal ordinary treasures. Paying a small price is nothing. If they are dead, then so be it. The cold of human hearts was worse than the cold of the weather. Old Lin silently mourned for them. They had not even made it through the process before dying directly. It was rather tragic. Yet this was the cruelty of secret realms. Secret realms had always been difficult to explore. Opening in dangerous terrain was already the first trial. If one could not fly through the air, one could not even see the entrance. Opening the gate was the second trial. If one lacked sufficient strength, they would instead be injured by the gate's barrier, and their lives could be endangered. Every step upon the ice was another test. If they could survive and venture deeper, they would surely obtain an enormous opportunity. Even so, among 10 people who entered a secret realm, perhaps only one or none would return alive. They might even freeze to death in this bitter cold. Old Lin thought this was the great expert's test for him. Therefore, he absolutely could not disappoint the expert's expectations. Suddenly, Qingyang called for him to look ahead. There was a staircase leading toward a treasure, a blue crystal. This was the treasure hidden within the secret realm. Old Lin was overjoyed, believing he had found the refrigerator Li Nianfan had mentioned. What refrigerator? Qingyang looked at Old Lin as though he had gone mad, wondering whether he was foolish or mentally impaired. Had the severe cold muddled his mind and caused him to lose control of his words? Then Qingyang thanked the heavens for not disappointing those with determination. Hidden deep within the secret realm was a water origin crystal. It could freeze one's lifespan, practically granting the treasure of immortality. Old Lin leaned out to examine the water origin crystal and immediately gave it a name, a refrigerator. Young Master Li would surely be delighted if he brought it back. Unexpectedly, Taoist Qingyang launched a sneak attack from behind. His methods were utterly underhanded, and Old Lin was struck so hard that he coughed up blood. Just then, Lin Xinyun sensed something and looked up at the sky. "Father, it's already dark." Daji stood some distance away, now dressed in a different style. Nervously, she asked whether Li Nianfan wanted to take her into the city. She did not know the rules and feared causing him trouble. Li Nianfan did not care about such things and simply pulled Daji along to have fun. Today was the Holy Origin Festival. With the inherited secret treasure, the Star Dragon Remnant Fire Shield, Taoist Qingyang was not frozen into an ice statue. Yet Old Lin had actually endured until now, which surprised him. Taoist Qingyang had not finished what he was saying earlier. Throughout history, few who entered a secret realm had returned alive. Out of 10 people, not even one might survive. Some searched for treasures and slaughtered one another over them. The people who obtained treasures had always been the strongest. Just as he was triumphantly about to claim it, his entire body froze. He was immobilized there, dying right at Heaven's Gate. Meanwhile, Old Lin slowly regained consciousness and let out a breath of relief. He had no idea what had happened. He only felt as though something had slashed his back just now. Thanks to drinking the Silver Moon Demon Emperor's stew, he sensed the soup transforming into spiritual power. At the critical moment, it had blocked the attack and the freezing force for him. All the credit went to Li Nianfan. Young Master Li had planned everything out. When he turned around, he clicked his tongue at the sight of Taoist Qingyang frozen in a pose, as though he were about to unleash an ultimate attack. Everyone understood what had happened except him. Old Lin was deeply moved by this brotherhood. He even clasped his hands and bowed toward Taoist Qingyang's backside in thanks. Taoist Qingyang had bravely taken the lead, allowing him to escape disaster. He would remember this kindness forever. Then he pulled out Li Nianfan's special soup container and carefully placed the crystal inside. Perfect, secured. Afterward, he happily ran off, not forgetting to praise Li Nianfan's unparalleled cleverness. Thanks to that container, he had successfully made it out. Somewhere nearby, someone was crying enough tears to form a river. The scene shifted to the city, where the atmosphere was festive. Children played and laughed happily. One squinting child ran straight into someone. It was Li Nianfan, strolling through the streets with Daji. The two children recognized him and politely wished him a happy, holy origin festival. Li Nianfan returned their greeting. Then Auntie Zhang rushed over, telling the little rascals to slow down. What if they ran into someone? Recognizing Li Nianfan, she greeted him warmly. She remarked that he had not come into the city for quite some time and wondered why she had not seen him for so long. Everyone probably knew that the cultivators had frightened him so badly that he had not dared leave home. But Auntie Zhang assumed he had been in love. Li Nianfan was secretly pleased but put on an act, saying they were merely friends. Auntie Zhang claimed she understood, though the expression on her face made it clear she did not believe him. Daji said that she was not Li Nianfan's wife. She explained that she was merely a pet raised by her young master. Auntie Zhang blushed, privately thinking that these two really had unusual tastes. Li Nianfan immediately jumped up in alarm. Was she not making things even more misleading? He tapped Daji's foolish little head and told her not to talk nonsense. At that moment, Auntie Zhang called her daughter over to meet young Master Li. The adorable Nianyan appeared and greeted him. "Brother Nianfan." She carried a basket of eggs in her hands and gave it to Li Nianfan as thanks for saving her. Li Nianfan praised her for being such a good child and accepted it. Nianyan then said she was about to join an immortal sect to learn how to fight demons and protect everyone. Li Nianfan was stunned. After the previous incident, the little girl had become determined to cultivate. It just so happened that during the Holy Origin Festival, various sects came into the city every year to accept new disciples and she was preparing to go. Lin Yinfan gave her a thumbs up, encouraging her ambition. He promised that if she successfully took an immortal cultivator as her master, he would give her a big gift. Nian Yin's eyes lit up as she asked whether he meant it. She took Lin Yinfan's hand and hooked her finger with his. Innocently, she said, "Then it's a deal." At that very moment, fireworks filled the sky in a dazzling display. Everyone watched the fireworks, smiling and celebrating the festival. Lin Yinfan and Daji watched the fireworks as well. It was Daji's first time seeing them, and she found the experience wonderfully new. Lin Yinfan told her that in his hometown, pollution was severe and fireworks were strictly regulated, so one could not see such a beautiful sight. Still, he knew how to take advantage of the moment, telling her that she was even prettier than the fireworks. Then Daji pointed to a building and asked what it was. The sign read Fragrant House. Lin Yinfan blushed and asked whether she was interested in that place. In truth, Daji had smelled a strange scent wafting out from there. Lin Yinfan hurriedly pulled her away, determined not to let her become interested in it. He hurriedly led Daji away and said vaguely, "That is a place where grown men and women discuss cooperation." Daji still did not understand what cooperation meant, so he could only brush it off by saying that it was a dangerous place that she absolutely could not approach. Daji glanced back at Fragrant House and thought, "Since young master knows how dangerous it is, I will not say anything more." In fact, in the literal sense, that place truly was dangerous. A dark and sinister scene was unfolding inside. A young woman had been drained until only a withered corpse remained. After finishing, the pervert licked his lips and gave a lewd grin. Wanting another victim, he flew off to find one. At the Golden Lotus Sect's recruitment site, Nian Yin turned her head and was delighted by the fireworks. "They're so beautiful." Then a voice called out, "Next, is anyone else registering?" The little girl immediately raised her hand. Me. Suddenly, the two stopped. Nian Yin stood before them beside an older woman with an exceptionally voluptuous figure. The child saw Lin Yinfan and eagerly called out, "Brother Yinfan." Then she introduced the woman beside her as her master. She proudly announced that she had joined an immortal sect and was now an immortal cultivator. Lin Yinfan was happy for the child. Daji, however, looked toward the older woman. Someone sneered, "The Golden Lotus sect is merely a small, unorthodox sect." Another person said disdainfully, "Only a minor sect like that would take in someone with a low-grade spiritual root." Every word reached Lin Yinfan's ears. Seeing the child so deeply hurt, he watched as she wilted like a flower upon hearing that she had only a low-grade spiritual root and would never achieve anything in cultivation. It had not been easy for her to find a master willing to accept her. Lin Yinfan rubbed her head and comforted her. "That is already an exceptionally rare talent. You are much stronger than I am." Suddenly, he remembered that he had a gift for her. Then a pile of items, paper, brushes, tables, and chairs, appeared. Daji seemed to realize what her young master intended to do. Lin Yinfan picked up a brush and told the little girl, "I am not as good as you. I am only a mortal without talent. I do not even possess a low-grade spiritual root. Knowing that I have nothing valuable to offer, I will make you a piece of calligraphy as this older brother's blessing for his little sister." His brushwork stirred the heavens, causing celestial phenomena to change. Luo Shiyu and her father were shocked. They could sense incomparably powerful spiritual energy. The lecherous, evil cultivator saw it as well, and a lustful smile spread over his face. Dark energy surged around him as he began plotting something. Lin Yinfan completed the final stroke. His calligraphy piece was finished, bearing these words. The artwork lay spread across the table, and everyone was dazzled by the brilliant light from before. They assumed it was some new kind of festival fireworks. Looking at the lines on the calligraphy, Daji thought, "Countless cultivators pursue immortality. Young master's words are a blessing that this child may attain the great Tao." Nianyan's master was stunned by the magnificent spectacle and secretly wondered who this young man truly was. Just then, Emperor Luo hurried over and recognized Lin Yinfan as young Master Li. Lin Yinfan gave the artwork to Nian Yin and told her to be good and study diligently in the future. The child beamed with joy and thanked Brother Yinfan. Lin Yinfan looked at the innocent child, then at Emperor Luo. Since she would be cultivating within his immortal dynasty, he hoped the emperor would take good care of her. Feeling that his request might have been somewhat presumptuous, Lin Yinfan said he would prepare a gift and personally pay a visit another day, looking just like a parent seeing a child off to school. Naturally, Emperor Luo immediately agreed. How could he possibly refuse such a fortuitous opportunity? Lin Yinfan did not wish to disturb the great cultivators any further, so he prepared to leave. As he departed, Emperor Luo and his daughter solemnly bowed farewell to him as though he were an honored guest. This made Ninian's master even more curious about Lin Yinfan's identity. Ninian tugged on her master's sleeve and asked, "Master, are you all right?" Only then did her master realize another issue. Just who was this little girl she had accepted as a disciple? This was truly a test of one's discernment. Emperor Luo, meanwhile, let out a long breath as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. Once young Masterly became serious, he was terrified. That calligraphy piece was surely a supreme treasure, far beyond anything he had ever seen. Yet Lin Yinfan had given it to a little girl with a low-grade spiritual root, making Emperor Luo unbelievably envious. With young Master Li's help, let alone a low-grade spiritual root, even a Sao could attain the Tao. Emperor Luo intended to keep his promise to Lin Yinfan and make proper arrangements for the child. Just then, the lecherous evil cultivator charged over. Emperor Luo turned around, but it was already too late. Ninian had been seized. The man laughed triumphantly and flew away. Emperor Luo recognized him as the heavenly demon Taoist. Unlike ordinary cultivators, the heavenly demon Taoist cultivated wicked arts. He loved drinking fresh blood and had a savage temperament. No one who fell into his demonic grasp had ever survived. Luo Xiu anxiously looked to her father. He had just promised young Master Li that he would take good care of the child. Emperor Luo was frantic and immediately gave chase. By then, the heavenly demon Taoist had already flown far away. He landed somewhere secluded, bringing Ninian with him. The child suddenly muttered, "Kill." Confused, he could not understand what she had said. The little girl was unafraid. "Demon, if you want to eat me, then eat me. In my next life, when I am reborn with the finest spiritual root, I will hunt you down and kill you." The demon smiled. She had misunderstood. His target was not her, but that calligraphy piece. "But killing you and taking the treasure works too," he said. The girl fearlessly replied, "Then kill me. You may steal it, but I will never surrender to an evil demon like you." Journey to the West had given her courage. Sun Wukong was her spiritual pillar, and she would never yield to evil demons like him. The heavenly demon Taoist did not know who Sun Wukong was, making the little girl fume as though her idol had been insulted. Suddenly, the heavenly demon Taoist sensed that something was wrong. Someone attacked him, causing a violent explosion. He barely escaped in time as the tree beside him was scorched black. He recognized his attacker as Emperor Luo. Three figures emerged amid the flickering flames. Emperor Luo, Luo Xiu, and his wife. Emperor Luo wanted the heavenly demon Taoist to understand that his actions had offended a supreme expert. The heavenly demon Taoist knew he was referring to that young man who had written the calligraphy. Although Lin Yinfan was strange, and his writing contained overwhelming spiritual power, he guessed that he was some old monster of the Great Ascension realm who had successfully passed his tribulation and merely assumed a youthful appearance. He had done this sort of thing before. Emperor Luo cursed him for being a frog at the bottom of a well, then unleashed his technique. Just as Emperor Luo closed in on his enemy, the heavenly demon Taoist spread his palm. Darkness and light clashed fiercely. The moment Emperor Luo attacked, the heavenly demon Taoist shamelessly used Ninian as a shield. Luo Xiu reminded her father not to let the child be harmed. However, this gave the heavenly demon Taoist an opening. Emperor Luo resumed the battle and unleashed Earth Dragon Fire, creating a blazing dragon. It pierced through the heavenly demon Taoist's shoulder in a devastating strike, causing him immense pain. He had encountered a formidable opponent, for Earth Dragon Fire was the bane of wicked arts. The heavenly demon Taoist was clearly no match for Emperor Luo. Yet the heavenly demon Taoist's attitude puzzled Emperor Luo. Since he knew he was outmatched, why had he come to cause trouble here? The heavenly demon Taoist merely smiled and taunted him. Take a guess. When Emperor Luo realized it was only an illusion, it was already too late. His wife and daughter had been captured. The two women were terrified. As a man, Emperor Luo could only draw the sword he had kept hidden away. Meanwhile, Luo's wife was being restrained. Yet Emperor Luo still seemed to be distracted by absurd thoughts. Luo's wife was exasperated. At a time like this, how could he still be imagining things? The heavenly demon Taoist transformed into a corporeal, shadowy form. This time, Emperor Luo had been careless. Since the heavenly demon Taoist had come to his territory, he had naturally prepared in advance. Emperor Luo glared furiously at the heavenly demon Taoist like a helpless husband. Both his wife and daughter had fallen into the villain's hands. The heavenly demon Taoist grabbed Nian, opened his filthy mouth, and prepared to devour her. Then he would refine the calligraphy and use the spiritual power within it. At that point, even Earth Dragonfire would no longer be able to restrain him. Luo Shiyu and her mother wanted to stop him, but they were powerless. Nian was terrified, while Emperor Luo wanted to intervene but could not. Nian was terrified, while Emperor Luo wanted to intervene but could not. The heavenly demon Taoist swallowed Nian. At first, he had not wanted to eat her because she had a low-grade spiritual root, but he had not expected her to taste rather good. What excited him even more was seeing the others' panicked expressions. Nian fell into the demon's stomach, surrounded by a horrifying scene. The child closed her eyes in despair. She had only just joined an immortal sect, yet she was about to be eaten. She could only hope that in her next life, she could become an immortal cultivator and protect Brother Nianfan. Just then, a streak of light flashed outside, leaving everyone confused about what had happened. Only the heavenly demon Taoist felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A hole opened in his belly, and a white-robed woman emerged from it. She entered and found Nian. The little girl believed she was an immortal. With a casual wave of the immortal maiden's hand, the heavenly demon Taoist was reduced to nothing. Luo Shiyu and her mother were freed from their restraints. They looked up at the woman, not knowing who she was. Emperor Luo, with all his accumulated knowledge, recognized it as Tao resonance made manifest. Luo Shiyu and her mother were freed from their restraints. They looked up at the woman, not knowing who she was. Emperor Luo, with all his accumulated knowledge, recognized it as Tao resonance made manifest. A thought could become reality. A word could become law. One brush could paint the changing seasons. One painting could determine the sun and moon. Everyone clasped their hands in reverence toward the great immortal. The immortal woman carried Nian out, and the child asked where that demon had gone. The great immortal told her to look. The heavenly demon Taoist primordial spirit was fleeing for its life. He was utterly horrified. A single calligraphy piece could manifest an immortal. This was the most unbelievable thing he had ever encountered. Nian was surprised that he had not died. The great immortal waved her hand once more, and the heavenly demon Taoist's escape route was sealed. He screamed in despair and desperately begged for mercy. With tears in his eyes, he pleaded to the great immortal, willing to serve her like an ox or horse if only she would spare him. Just when he thought he might be forgiven, his body and soul were annihilated, leaving behind only a single demonic core. All three of them were stunned as the heavenly demon Taoist simply lost his life. Nian looked at the pill and disdainfully remarked. The immortal kindly explained that it was a nascent soul orb, a means by which immortals helped others attain longevity. As the nascent soul fused with Nian, the little girl's consciousness gradually grew hazy. She gently descended to the ground, while the immortal had already vanished. Meanwhile, in Fallen Immortal City, Nian's nominal master was hurriedly packing up to flee. One disciple could not understand why their sect master was not waiting for the newly accepted junior sister. Her master believed that, once the heavenly demon Taoist had taken the girl, she could only return on the 1st and 15th days of each month. Even if Emperor Luo personally pursued him, there might still be a chance to turn things around. But one could save her once, not for a lifetime. She feared attracting the heavenly demon Taoist's attention. If he came to seize the girl again, she might be implicated as well. After all, she had originally recruited Nian merely to be a little maid who would bring water and wash her feet. Who could have imagined she would encounter such terrible luck outside and taken a troublemaker even worse than herself? A tiny sect like hers could not possibly bear such a burden. Suddenly, Emperor Luo's voice rang out. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The woman broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly bowed to him. Though Emperor Luo looked somewhat simple-minded, he immediately understood that this nominal master was rushing off to save her newly accepted beloved disciple. Do not worry, I have already rescued her. The woman's face turned pale. She said there was no need to trouble Emperor Luo personally for such a rescue. A disciple with only a low-grade spirit root was unworthy of it. Emperor Luo wanted to make this clear to her. This was the little girl young master Li especially cared about. Understand? Though she possessed only a low-grade spirit root, an immortal stood behind her, and the heavenly demon Taoist's nascent soul essence had completely fused into her body. Upon hearing such an overwhelming profile of her disciple, Ninian's master was so shocked that she could barely speak. Emperor Luo nodded. That is right. Her future potential is immeasurable. He then asked about the sect's origins. Ninian's master embarrassedly said that it was the Golden Lotus sect, located north of the Azure Dragon Immortal Dynasty. In truth, it was such a tiny sect that almost no one had heard of it. Emperor Luo suddenly leaned close to her with a threatening expression. Take good care of that little girl. If anything happens to her, there will be no afterward for you. Anyone who did not know better would think he was the villain. Remembering something, Emperor Luo took out a pile of cultivation supplies for Ninian, ranging from foundation establishment to golden core. If it was not enough, she could come to him for more at any time. The nominal master looked even more bewildered, having no idea what status her disciple truly possessed. She could only swallow her tears and promise Emperor Luo that she would take excellent care of the little girl. Her worries doubled. This was clearly not taking in a disciple. It was bringing home an ancestor. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains at night, two figures lurked among the trees. They were two lowly demons staring intently at Daji and Lin Yinfan. In their eyes, Lin Yinfan did not seem particularly clever, but he did look rather foolish. The inexperienced younger demon did not understand what a man and a woman were doing in a small forest at night. The more worldly demon believed that when a man and woman entered a forest at night, they could only be doing that sort of thing. They would wait until the pair had finished making love before striking. Then they would not even need to remove their clothes. Truly, his senior brother was experienced and knowledgeable. The younger demon could only admire him wholeheartedly. At that moment, Daji sensed something. When Lin Yinfan asked with concern, she replied that there were some irritating noises behind them. Lin Yinfan thought she was frightened from walking at night, so he put an arm around her shoulders to give her courage. He muttered that they had stayed out too late and promised that no matter what happened, he would protect her. This fellow was already a fox demon. What the hell was there for him to fear? The two continued walking home together, while Daji made her move behind him. Thus, two lives vanished, leaving behind only a farce. After they returned, Daji asked whether the young master had any instructions. Lin Yinfan only wanted to sleep, but Daji seductively asked whether he did not want her to attend him in bed. Lin Yinfan thought for 3 seconds before decisively saying no. He did not need her to serve him. What an idiot. Yet Daji did not know that he was so nervous he was nearly sweating blood. Since that was the case, Daji looked into the distance, preparing to do something else. At that moment, a group of demons gathered with banners, and the banner bearer loudly shouted, "The demon emperor is dead. A new emperor shall arise." The little fox stood amid the demons, crying rivers in her heart, not knowing how she was supposed to battle this group of monsters. She quietly ran to a tree branch to observe the chaotic scene below. As the little fox watched intently, an elderly bird demon appeared beside her and politely asked, "Have you come to watch the selection of the demon emperor too?" The little fox sighed dejectedly, saying that her elder sister had forced her to come. The old bird turned and asked, "Your elder sister?" Then he noticed that she was a 7-tailed fox and immediately flew back, looking quite cool as he did so. He then tried to appear calm and said, "Haha, not bad. At such a young age, you already possess this level of cultivation. Work hard and grow stronger. Perhaps at the next election for Demon Emperor, the world will belong to you." The little fox felt even more miserable. After all, she had come today to become the Demon Emperor. Below, the demons continued shouting slogans for the new Demon Emperor. Every demon was as excited as if attending a festival. The leading demon told them to quiet down so that he could speak. Lord Silver Moon has fallen. Did you not gather here because you wish to inherit the position of Demon Emperor? But is the position of Demon Emperor truly something just anyone can hold? When Demon Emperor Silver Moon was still alive, I was his strategist. Today, I shall bear witness. Whoever does not fear death, step forward and compete for this imperial throne with blood. At that moment, a tiger demon appeared, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Even when Silver Moon was alive, he had to yield this demon 3 points. With one roar, it could shatter a huge boulder. With one kick, it could flatten a small mountain. The strongest being of the Western Forest, the White Tiger Demon King. His appearance changed the entire atmosphere. The old bird had expected the White Tiger Demon King to come. The little fox asked whether he knew him. The old bird explained that their strengths countered one another. Since Silver Moon could fly, the tiger was wary of him. But in a battle on the ground, it would not be an exaggeration to call the White Tiger Demon King the strongest. However, the old bird was not certain whether those other two would agree to let him become the Demon Emperor. Just then, as if sensing something, he turned around. Boom! The strongest of the southern forest appeared, the Silver Lion Demon King. He too wanted to contend for the position of Demon Emperor. Then yet another figure appeared. A bear demon arrived to compete for the throne as well. All the demons trembled, for this was the overlord of the north, the giant bear demon king. The old bird felt that all the significant demons had arrived. He believed that with these 3 demon kings stepping forward, no one else would dare covet the position of Demon Emperor. Indeed, the demons who had been shouting so loudly moments earlier were now frightened pale. The demon strategist asked, "Is there any other demon who wishes to step forward? Does anyone else dare fight these 3 demon kings?" Just as he thought there was no one left, someone spoke up. "Edo." Everyone moved aside and saw that the voice came from the little fox. She pointed to herself and said, "I do too." Only then did the old bird realize that the little fox had disappeared at some point. He angrily believed that she had gone to seek death. Along with the old bird's confusion, the 4 demon kings were also puzzled. Surrounded by the crowd, the little fox sighed helplessly. She truly did not want to confront those 3 powerful men, but she trusted her elder sister more than anyone else. If her sister said she could do it, then she believed she could. That absolute faith gave her confidence that the position of Demon Emperor was already hers. Her appearance caused the entire gathering to erupt. Some female demons looked down on the little fox, believing that she had merely received a bit of good fortune and was now acting arrogantly. The crowd shouted together, "Tear her apart." The little fox was deeply uncomfortable under the hostile cries. Still, the demon strategist silenced the crowd. Though he looked exceedingly crafty, his words carried authority. This is a fair martial contest. Anyone unafraid of death may compete for the position of Demon Emperor. Even this ignorant little fox is no exception. Then he shouted, "Begin!" The demons immediately cheered as though they were watching a concert. Silver Moon had once emerged from a chaotic battle himself, and today would be no different. In the center of this demonic gathering, there were no rules for slaughter. Whoever survived would become a legend and the new Demon Emperor. The little fox summoned all her courage and challenged the powerful demons to come at her if they dared. The tiger demon struck first, and the force of his attack easily tore apart the ground. With a move called White Tiger Storm, he attacked the silver lion, but the lion leapt away and said, "What a brutal greeting gift." The giant bear was struck by the attack, yet felt neither pain nor discomfort. He mocked them for still behaving recklessly after all these years, no different from bull demons. Meanwhile, reality was harshly teaching the little fox a lesson. Things were nothing like she had imagined. After being struck, she was left in a miserable state, silently crying and cursing because she had no idea how to fight. She was slammed into a tree and fell to the ground. When she looked up, the tiger demon had begun using his ultimate move. Over the past several hundred years, he had grown much stronger. Opening his enormous mouth, he inhaled with all his might. This was his ultimate technique, Tiger King Devouring Absorption. The other 2 great demons were blown away by the tiger demon's wind. The silver lion acknowledged that the tiger demon had indeed become much stronger. The little fox fled with all her strength. She had no idea how to respond because her elder sister had never taught her what to do in such a situation. But it was already too late. The tiger demon's attack reached her. The old bird atop the tree thought the little fox was finished. Once the white tiger demon king dragged someone close, even Silver Moon would be in danger. Though he said aloud that the poor little fox was too pitiful for him to watch, his eyes were opened wide as he eagerly watched the spectacle. At the moment of despair, hope lit up once more. The jade pendant around the little fox's neck began to shine. Its brilliance nearly blinded the old bird. He had no idea what was happening. Everyone could only see a fiery phoenix emerge, frightening the tiger demon half to death. The phoenix gathered its power and charged directly at him. Within the flames, the tiger demon's body and soul were annihilated. The other demons could not believe that a demon weighing hundreds of pounds had instantly been reduced to mere ashes. The old bird watched in terror. The jade pendant had summoned true phoenix fire. He believed this was why the little fox had dared to join the selection. The little fox looked at the jade pendant her elder sister had given her. Back then, Daji had solved young Master Li's chess game and received this jade pendant as a reward. She had then lent it to her younger sister, certain that it could bless her and help her secure the position of Demon Emperor. The little fox thought about it and felt that her elder sister was truly incredible. She then arrogantly challenged them. Who else? The two remaining great demons sensed the danger and joined forces to deal with the little fox first. The smaller demons below looked down on the little fox for relying on magical equipment. Even a strategist reminded her, today's contest is about demon power. Using an external treasure to win cannot make the other demons sincerely submit to you. He declared that if she truly wished to become Demon Emperor, she could no longer use that jade pendant. Just then, the two demons pounced like starving beasts. With no other choice, the little fox could only dodge. However, the silver lion stopped her. He used his claws to carve a bloody mark into the little fox's body. Struck by the attack, she collapsed to the ground. She looked on in despair, hoping that her elder sister could save her. Yet before her stood the giant bear, ready to end her life at any moment. All the demons below wanted her dead. The giant bear used his giant bear fist to finish off the little fox. With a deafening boom, the shockwave shattered earth and stone. Every demon, including the bear demon himself, was utterly dumbfounded. Daji had arrived just in time. The two great demons had no idea who had appeared. Held in her elder sister's arms, the little fox felt hope return. Seeing Daji, the strategist assumed she was a human woman and decided that she had sent the little fox to disrupt the selection of the Demon Emperor. He pointed at Daji and asked, "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Daji mocked him for being so old that his eyes had failed him. "This gathering is in the middle of nowhere, and all of you here are demons. Naturally, I am a demon too." Then she manifested her 9 tails. Everyone could not believe it was the 9-tailed celestial fox, because they had heard that she had been captured by the people of the Lincian Dao Palace. Daji did not explain. She simply gave them one final choice. Submit or die. The silver lion was not intimidated. In theory, even if Daji had successfully taken human form, she should have needed to cultivate again from the beginning. Since she had not fled, then she had come seeking death. The giant bear sensed that something was wrong and wanted to stop the silver lion, but it was too late. The lion closed in on Daji and frantically slashed at her. Daji was silent for a moment, as though she had understood his decision. Then she lightly waved her hand. In an instant, ice spirits condensed. Before the silver lion could even react, countless icy blades pierced through his soul. His body was frozen in place like a nail. Just like that, he died. Daji descended as well, her overwhelming aura terrifying the entire crowd. Everyone feared that one strike from her would kill them before they could even scream. Daji looked down at them and asked again, "Who else refuses to submit?" All the demons were nearly frightened to death by Daji's words. They knelt before her absolute power. Compared to an existence like Daji, they all believed that Lord Silver Moon had not died unjustly. Daji fell silent, then turned her gaze toward the giant bear, startling him badly. She coldly asked, "Do you still refuse to submit?" As though a weapon were pressed against his head, he immediately denied it. "It is only because my legs have gone weak that I cannot kneel." Daji helped him by casting a spell upon the giant bear's legs. His knees immediately buckled, and he knelt down with tears streaming down his face, thanking the new demon emperor. Daji pointed her younger sister and said that she was the true demon emperor. Then she asked, "Does anyone object?" Her bearing was as domineering as a tyrannical empress. Meanwhile, young Master Li knew nothing of this. He had only just awakened from a deeply satisfying sleep. He looked outside and realized it had only been a dream. For a moment, he had thought the rice had burnt and frightened himself. The air outside was fresh. Lin Yinfan began his morning exercise again, like an elderly man practicing health preservation. Suddenly, he saw the door open. Daji had returned. Lin Yinfan reminded her that she had missed the morning exercise. Exercise must be practiced every day. You cannot be lazy, unlike my younger brother, who diligently exercises every night. Daji acknowledged her mistake and began exercising with him. Lin Yinfan then asked where Daji had gone earlier. She explained that the lanterns in the garden had flickered and gone dim, so she had gone out to catch some lantern fire. Lin Yinfan mistook that for actual lamps and could not believe such a thing could be caught. Then Daji brought out two small creatures. Lin Yinfan immediately recognized them as fireflies. As though they possessed spiritual awareness, the fireflies flew one after another into the lantern. Lin Yinfan found it marvelous. This way, he would not need to laboriously carry a lantern when walking through the courtyard at night. He sincerely thanked Daji. As long as he liked it, Daji felt it was worthwhile. But Lin Yinfan worried that fireflies had very short lifespans, so the lamps would still need replacing in the future. Daji reassured him that they would last a very long time. Inside the lantern, those two seemingly ordinary fireflies had entered Lin Yinfan's home and become completely terrified. They were the two demons from the forest last night, cursing inwardly. Was Lord Celestial Fox truly the same person who had been with that man in the woods last night? The scene shifted elsewhere. Beneath a blazing sun, a desert stretched out before two figures, one large and one small. The larger figure was Nyenyen's nominal master. She apologized to the girl, saying that the Golden Lotus sect was located in a barren land and that Nyenyen would have to suffer there. Nyenyen comforted her master, saying it was all right, and asked to hear more about the Golden Lotus sect. Did the Heavenly Tao sect lend our sect the antidote? Her master replied, "Of course not. That hateful Heavenly Tao sect master insisted that I do some shameless things with him before he would give me the antidote." In truth, she was lightly dressed only because the weather in this barren land was extremely hot. Although their sect was small, they were all genuine cultivators. Nyenyen asked for nothing more, as long as her master was willing to accept her as a disciple. After a while, they finally arrived. That dilapidated house, shabby on the outside and worn down within, was the Golden Lotus sect. Then her master led Nyenyen to her room. Nyenyen closed the door and looked around the room. Rather than being disappointed by how old and shabby it was, she was excited. Afterward, her petite master entered another room. The person lying in bed was her elder sister, who looked exactly like her, though she appeared to be in poor health. In truth, she was the real sect master of the Golden Lotus sect, Wu Hanyan. Her elder sister woke up and saw that her younger sister had returned. Her younger sister's real name was Wu Hanyu. Hanyan felt that she did not have much time left and could only entrust the Golden Lotus sect to her younger sister. She had been poisoned by a deadly toxin while going out to obtain honey, but their sect was too small, and no one was willing to provide an antidote. They had run out of options. Suddenly, Hanyan mentioned that she had taken in an unparalleled disciple. Hanyan found it hard to believe and assumed the child had a middle-grade spiritual root. Hanyu shook her head. Startled, Hanyan thought she must be a seedling with a high-grade spiritual root. Hanyu said no again, then bluntly revealed that the child only had a low-grade spiritual root, making Hanyan spit out a mouthful of blood. She had not expected to discover, right before her death, that her younger sister was such a fool. Now, she was even less willing to entrust the Golden Lotus sect to her. Yet Hanyu insisted that, although the child had a low-grade spiritual root, she was a tremendous stroke of fortune for their Golden Lotus sect. Afterward, she took out the spiritual medicines Emperor Luo had bestowed and showed them to her sister. Hanyan could not believe what she was seeing. Hanyu was thrilled because this meant her sister's poison could be cured. Hanyin asked whether all this was because of the disciple Hanyu had taken in. Hanyu replied that the little girl had an older brother like an immortal, and Emperor Luo had given them many treasures just to curry favor with him. Hanyin finally felt relieved. It truly seemed to be a stroke of fortune. The Golden Lotus sect had a chance to change its fate. Excitedly, she told her younger sister that she absolutely had to take good care of the disciple. Yet she still could not understand what kind of low-grade spiritual root could make Emperor Luo go to such lengths to please her. Just then, someone knocked at the door, interrupting their conversation. Ninian peeked in through the doorway before entering. Her petite master introduced the person beside her as her elder sister, Ninian's martial aunt. Seeing Han Yin before her, the little girl became flustered and bowed to greet her martial aunt. At that moment, Han Yin did not know what was troubling Ninian. Ninian took out a sheet of paper and asked her master to look at it. Written on the paper were several names: Star Leopard, Heavenly Demon Taoist, Heavenly Tao Sect, Heavenly Tao Sect Master, and Profound Nether Cult. Han Yin vaguely understood that these were the enemies Ninian had written down. The little girl wanted to deal with them one by one in the future. From now on, anyone who bullied brotherly Ninfan, the Golden Lotus sect, or her would not be spared. The two women felt their scalps tingle. The little girl was truly arrogant, making them wonder even more what kind of low-grade spiritual root she possessed. Meanwhile, at Li Ninfan's home, Little White had just opened the door when Emperor Luo and his daughter arrived with Ninian's letter for Li Ninfan. He was brushing his teeth and could only mumble in response to indicate that he was occupied. He then rinsed his mouth and spat into a flower pot. He was immediately full of energy again, though he did not want the task of delivering a letter to trouble Emperor Luo personally. Emperor Luo, however, did not dare delay such a matter. Before long, father and daughter noticed the flower beside them. It had manifested an old man's face and even a naked body, making for a truly eye-searing sight. It had been stimulated by Li Ninfan's immortal law. Emperor Luo and Luo Shiyu's faces darkened, while inwardly they were consumed by jealousy toward that thing. Li Ninfan's wits suddenly sharpened, and he realized that the two of them had brought the letter because they wanted to come eat. As it happened, he had something delicious to show them. In her letter, Ninian wrote to brother Li Ninfan that she had safely joined the Golden Lotus sect, and that her master and martial aunt treated her very well. She had officially begun cultivating and wanted Li Ninfan not to worry about her. After the three of them finished reading the letter, Li Ninfan asked whether immortal cultivation sects were usually like this. At Li Ninfan's request, Emperor Luo had already reminded sect Master Wu. Li Ninfan truly admired this old emperor. Emperor Luo and his daughter, meanwhile, were utterly impressed, as expected of young Master Li. Just then, Emperor Luo noticed the Tao-teaching relic from Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion. Both father and daughter found it unbelievable. There was even a millennium-old ice mountain, the great treasure of the Forest Immortal Tao Palace. Li Ninfan then invited the two of them to see something interesting. Kajda. It was a refrigerator. He had only mentioned it casually before, but Old Man Lin had actually found him a refrigerator. The two examined it eagerly, but could not see what was so special about it. Only when Li Ninfan opened the refrigerator did a blast of cold air strike them head-on, freezing both of them stiff on the spot. They then realized that it was glacial origin crystal. In fact, Li Ninfan wanted them to try an ice pop. Once they recovered from a chill, they stared intently at it. Li Ninfan called it a popsicle. It was an unprecedented item to Emperor Luo and his daughter. The ice pop emitted a dazzling glow, making Luo Shiyu drool as she assumed it was food fit for immortals. Emperor Luo began deducing the truth. This is food condensed from the cold energy of the glacial origin crystal. The glacial origin crystal is a vicious object capable of freezing even a person's lifespan. If you are careless, even one bite could cost you your life. Luo Shiyu shuddered despite herself. Then she looked at Li Ninfan, who casually ate his ice pop, with an expression of bliss, and sighed. This is the taste of summer. He asked whether they were not going to try it. Emperor Luo immediately tensed and activated all his power. With a resolute gaze, he decided to try first and extended his tongue for a lick. A wave of cold instantly surged through him, directly freezing him into stone. His consciousness then drifted to the Arctic. yet he did not feel cold. Instead, a spring-like warmth spread throughout his body. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a moan. Back outside, Emperor Luo's body began to shine, and the ice gradually melted away. Luo Xiu asked after him in concern, but suddenly he seemed to have achieved enlightenment and muttered, "Break, then rebuild. That is the trial this popsicle has bestowed upon me. As expected of immortal food, just one lick has restored me to my peak." Luo Xiu had absolutely no idea what her father was talking about. Emperor Luo warned his daughter not to be careless. Although the popsicle was beneficial, a moment of carelessness could leave her frozen in ice and snow. Luo Xiu hesitated as she looked at it, then began to lick it. Lin Yinfan taught the two of them how to eat it, or else it would melt away. He demonstrated by opening his mouth wide and taking a big bite, saying that this was the satisfying way to eat it. But for father and daughter, eating it that way would only result in instant death. Lin Yinfan continued chewing happily and invited them to try it as he did. Emperor Luo and his daughter went pale with fear, then steeled themselves as though preparing to confront a mortal enemy. Emperor Luo drew upon every ounce of his Earth Dragon bloodline and tiger physique, seizing this narrow chance of survival. With a shout, a tremendous force erupted toward the heavens. Father and daughter then touched their ears and sensed the world according to the immortal's words. The wisdom of the great Tao came only after seeing through life and death. Luo Xiu felt as if she had died several times. That could be considered great cultivation. Emperor Luo was deeply grateful to Lin Yinfan for giving him the chance to die so many times. Once he returned and contemplated it, he would surely achieve a tremendous breakthrough. However, once the ordeal had passed, the two of them were left utterly exhausted and wanted to return home. Lin Yinfan assumed they had eaten something too cold and gotten stomachaches. That was indeed the case. Emperor Luo could no longer hold it in, and his stomach kept rumbling. He then rushed to the bathroom and relieved himself 3 times. Afterward, Emperor Luo looked at Lin Yinfan's bathroom and could not help praising how extraordinary it was. Lin Yinfan asked with concern whether Emperor Luo felt better. Emperor Luo replied that he still needed to go back and slowly digest it. He meant digesting the wisdom of the great Tao, but Lin Yinfan took it to mean he needed to continue digesting his food. Emperor Luo called to his daughter, "If you are done, let us go." Luo Xiu had also come out, looking somewhat embarrassed. The two bid farewell. Suddenly, Lin Yinfan called them back. Emperor Luo was somewhat puzzled, but Lin Yinfan wanted to ask them for a favor. At the Forest Immortal Tao Palace, Manhwa was seated, surrounded by several important figures of the sect. They asked whether she knew how much danger her master was facing. Manhwa naturally knew. Her master was undergoing a trial of the Tao heart. Everyone knew that a Tao heart trial was a great tribulation. At best, one's Tao heart would be damaged. At worst, it would collapse. For someone at the peak of the integration realm, a Tao heart trial was not only an opportunity for breakthrough, but also a deadly talisman. If he passed it, he could reach the tribulation transcendence realm. But if he made even the slightest mistake, he would collapse and die. For the safety of himself and the Forest Immortal Tao Palace, Jiumengji had suppressed himself for 100 years. They did not understand why he had stopped suppressing it now. After all, the sects and demon beasts hostile to them were all waiting for this opportunity. The Forest Immortal Tao Palace was at a time when it most needed its manpower. The Grand Elder suddenly called Manyun's name, making her tense. He asked impassively, "At a time like this, is it really appropriate for you to deploy all the disciples to protect a single mountain?" It was not just the sects and demon beasts watching them like tigers. He had also received news that many demonic cultivators had entered the territory of the hidden dragon immortal dynasty. They could turn toward the Forest Immortal Tao Palace at any time. All the core members of the sect supported recalling the disciples to strengthen their defenses. Manhwa disagreed. Since demonic cultivators might infiltrate and launch a surprise attack, they needed all the more to ensure the peace and quiet of that mountain, the residence of young Master Li. The elders were speechless. They wondered why Manhwa was so stubbornly determined to protect that mountain. Just who was the person there for whom Manhwa refused to back down? The Grand Elder's face had darkened with frustration. Manhwa had no way to explain. The Grand Elder could only disregard her and issue an order on his own to recall the disciples to the palace. Manhwa asked him to stop. After about 2 seconds, he asked what else she had to say. Mannion abruptly mentioned that young Master Li greatly enjoyed the fish from particular fish shop. One elder was left wondering what she was even talking about. Mannion continued, since the Silver Moon Demon Emperor had been killed, the demon beasts had been causing trouble. The immortal Fox Lake beside Fallen Immortal City was also plagued by demons. That fish shop had been unable to catch fish for nearly a month. Young Masterly liked peace and quiet, and he also liked rustic food. Therefore, the demonic cultivators near the mountain had to be killed, the demons in Immortal Fox Lake had to be eliminated, and rustic food had to be found and delivered to the young master. To Mannion, every one of those matters was more important than anything else. Naturally, the Grand Elder was not swayed by her speech. He even confined the Saintess and forbade her from going out to spout nonsense. Mannion still wanted to stop the Grand Elder, but she was tied up. He said they would wait until her master emerged from seclusion, then explain who this culprit, young Masterly, was, the man who had bewitched her. Suddenly, someone said, "Did we come at a bad time?" All the elders turned toward Emperor Luo and Luo Shiyu. The two politely greeted them. Seeing the place empty, with no disciples around to announce them, they had called out for a long time without receiving an answer, so they had come inside on their own. Emperor Luo apologized profusely for disturbing them. Meanwhile, Luo Shiyu was concerned about why Mannion had been tied up like that. The Grand Elder then asked why Emperor Luo had come. Emperor Luo took out ambush from 10 sides. It was something Li Nianfan had asked him to deliver to Mannion. Mannion recognized the item as the musical score of the piece Li Nianfan had played. The Grand Elder fell silent, then decided to untie the Saintess. After all, it was unbecoming for outsiders to see Mannion in such a state. He sighed and said, "While the palace master is in seclusion, he entrusted you with all matters, great and small, within the palace. Yet I never expected you to become so willful." Mannion replied calmly, "Before my master entered seclusion, he entrusted the forest immortal Dao Palace to me. Naturally, my word is final. If the elders have objections, then you must first convince me." The elders did not understand what she meant. Mannion clasped her hands and asked the elders for guidance. To the Grand Elder, this looked like she was challenging him to a duel. But that was not the case. Mannion intended to take on all 5 of them at once. This made the Grand Elder laugh, because the 5 elders cultivated 5 different paths of zither music. If they joined forces, even the palace master might not be able to withstand 10 moves from them. One elder reminded her not to boast before understanding her opponents. Mannion asked, "Do the elders not want to know who exactly lives on that mountain?" "My master ordered me not to speak of it directly, so I will use this newly acquired musical score to tell you." Mannion began to make her move. The elders rose into the air and began preparing themselves. Emperor Luo and Luo Shiyu unexpectedly became spectators. Luo Shiyu worried about Mannion. She knew that Mannion was not even a match for one elder, yet now she intended to fight all 5 at once. She wondered what kind of musical score young Masterly had given her. Emperor Luo, however, knew quality when he saw it, and believed it was at least an immortal melody. He remembered the calligraphy young Master Li had given the little girl. The painting and calligraphy had even manifested an immortal. Naturally, the musical score in Mannion's hands was no ordinary item. She used it to face all 5 elder brothers at once. The Grand Elder said to Mannion, "Consider this exchange guidance from your seniors. Do not worry. We will hold back and make sure not to injure you. But once this is over, if you lose, you must hand the forest immortal Dao Palace over to me. You may no longer act so willfully." Mannion agreed. The Grand Elder asked whether she had any requests. She said she had no requests at all. Once they saw this stroke of fortune, they would surely be completely convinced. The Grand Elder thought she was arrogant. All of them took out their zither at the same time. They had originally intended to show mercy and stop at the right point, but Mannion's attitude angered them. They decided not to hold back as they taught Mannion a lesson. 5 streams of power spread out in unison toward Mannion. She remained calm, turned a page of the score, then raised her hand and summoned her own zither before lightly plucking a string. Instantly, those 5 streams of power were blocked by an invisible barrier. This shocked all the elders. One of them asked the Grand Elder whether they should continue. The Grand Elder sighed in frustration. His zither strings had already snapped, so how could he continue fighting? He admitted defeat, while Mannion continued to maintain a composed and confident demeanor. Luo Shiyu could not believe that Sister Qin had instantly defeated 5 elders. Young Master Li's musical score was simply too extraordinary. Only then did she notice that her father was crying, though she did not understand why. It turned out that his jealousy had reached its limit. The little girl had calligraphy, the Forest Immortal Dao Palace had a musical score, and Lingyun Immortal Pavilion had unknowingly formed a close relationship with young Master Li. Meanwhile, they had nothing. He swore that he would work even harder, since the great expert had overlooked them completely. Luo Xiu looked at her father with utter embarrassment. At that moment, heavenly lightning erupted around Manhwa. Her hair came loose, and all the elders realized that she was about to break through to the late nascent soul realm. They all watched Manhwa above. She began undergoing an intense breakthrough. Soon the sky cleared again, and Manhwa successfully completed her breakthrough. She descended to the ground with an otherworldly bearing. Luo Xiu looked toward Manhwa. After breaking through, the young woman scratched her head embarrassedly, saying that she had not played very well. She realized that she truly could not play Nianfan's ambush from 10 sides. Her cultivation was still too weak. At this moment, the elders fawned over Manhwa and eagerly attended to her. Only then did Manhwa understand that the elders had recognized the value of this opportunity. She admitted that the musical score had been bestowed by the great expert in the mountains. Knowing that the expert was extraordinary, one elder immediately declared that he would obey any instruction. Another elder, who was combing Manhwa's hair, agreed, saying that this score alone could keep their sect glorious forever. The Grand Elder changed even more dramatically. Gone was his lofty manner. He now humbly admitted that he had acted recklessly, wasted the Saints' time, and nearly caused a terrible disaster. From now on, their duty and mission would be to preserve the great expert's peaceful, carefree life in the mortal world. According to the gossip Manhwa provided, the great expert wanted to eat the water demon from a mortal fox lake. All 5 elders immediately set out. The 5 of them sped away at full speed, leaving behind only Luo Xiu and her father. Only now did they realize that they were merely humanoid errand runners. In the mortal world, that was called being a delivery worker. The scene shifted to a valley beside a lake, where several people were passing through. One man, though not personally affected by the darkness, still advised old fisherman Yu to stop. Another agreed, saying that demons had been causing trouble at Moontide Lake, and dying just to fish was truly not worth it. But the old man had to go. He had not caught any fish for a month, and did not have a single coin left. If this continued, he would not even be able to buy the next volume of Journey to the West. What an excellent reason. Therefore, he decided that no matter what happened today, he had to risk his life to catch fish. After casting his net, he sat on the shore and waited for fish to swim in. He believed that demons were not omniscient and omnipotent, and that he could not possibly be unlucky enough to encounter one. Just then, something rapidly approached him. Only when it got close did he notice it and turn around, but it was merely a small rabbit. It scared him half to death, but fortunately he had been lucky. Yet, just as he sighed in relief, a hideous demon suddenly sprang out behind him. It pounced on old fisherman Yu and pinned him to the ground. Just as he was about to die, Manhwa appeared. Her arrival made the monster stop its attack on old fisherman Yu, and it quickly fled. It immediately leapt into the lake, but Manhwa still caught up with it. "You will not escape, you filthy little demon." With a slight exertion of force, she instantly bound the monster's entire body and brought it ashore. Manhwa then told old fisherman Yu that the demon of Moontide Lake had been captured. From now on, he could fish at ease and catch golden fish. Before she had even finished speaking, the old man packed up and left immediately. The Grand Elder, who had been observing Manhwa all this time, could not help praising her. The Saintess' growth was truly astonishing. The Abalone Demon King she had captured was extremely powerful, and many lesser demons followed it. Thus, she asked the Elder to lead several disciples in clearing out the lesser demons nearby. The Grand Elder respectfully accepted the order. Afterward, Manhwa flew away, leaving the Grand Elder curious. When he asked where she was going, she casually replied that she was bringing this rustic delicacy to young Master Li. The Grand Elder's face twitched. Rustic delicacy? Then Nianfan was astonished because it was the first time he had ever seen an abalone this large. He had never eaten one in his past life, and his first taste would be a gigantic one. He immediately decided to stew it for lunch and invited Man Yun and the others to eat with him. The two women naturally agreed at once, but Man Yun noticed Luo Shiyu was there and gave her a judgmental look. Of course, wherever there was a chance to get close to young Master Li, Luo Shiyu and her father would be there. Her father had instructed her to appear before young Master Li more often. In time, perhaps a good marriage could blossom, and their immortal dynasty would be blessed. Therefore, she had to accomplish this important mission no matter what. Man Yun watched her, wondering whether she would bite her. As for Nianfan, whenever there was something troublesome, Little White would handle it. Little White immediately appeared, eager to show some real skill. It picked up a water hose and sprayed the abalone directly. The two women were shocked to see that the water was spiritual water. However, as experienced cultivators, they quickly calmed down and no longer found it surprising. Still, such extravagant waste made Man Yun feel that the Abalone Demon King deserved to die. By accident, spiritual water sprayed onto Man Yun and landed at the corner of her mouth. Man Yun desperately wanted to lick this spiritual water, which was brimming with spiritual energy. Nianfan had accidentally splashed her, so he hurriedly apologized and offered her a tissue to wipe it away. Man Yun's heart was in agony at having to wipe away such precious spiritual water. After struggling for a long time, she finally could not resist the temptation and stuck out her tongue, licking it all clean. Then she panted and told Nianfan not to worry, saying she had taken care of it. Watching this, Nianfan felt as though his soul had left his body. He had no words to describe it. Little White continued rinsing the abalone, while Man Yun was overwhelmed with regret. She had failed to restrain herself and behaved so disgracefully in front of young Master Li. Seeing this, Luo Shiyu comforted her. After all, it was an incredibly precious drop of spiritual water. It was only natural that she could not bear to waste it. Besides, young Master Li did not seem to mind. Yet Man Yun remained deeply embarrassed. It was only natural, especially since President Fan did not seem to take it to heart. But Man Yun was still deeply embarrassed. At this moment, Little White took out a sharp blade and swiftly sliced the abalone into many pieces. This sight greatly shocked the two women. That Abalone Demon King had lived for thousands of years and possessed divinity transformation cultivation, yet had been effortlessly cut into pieces like an ordinary ingredient. They became even more curious about Little White's true origins. At that moment, Little White began preparing medicinal abalone stew. Abalone could not only improve the body's immunity, but also regulate blood pressure, nourish yin and the kidneys, and stabilize the liver. Combined with medicinal ingredients, it strengthened the liver and invigorated yang. Drinking the broth would also quench one's thirst. Little White wanted the two of them to witness the true ability of Little White's culinary expertise. The two women blankly repeated the words culinary expertise. What was that supposed to mean? Then Little White shouted that it was finished. The two women hurried over and sniffed it, praising its wonderful aroma. It truly deserved to be called a highly acclaimed recipe. Little White opened the pot, and dazzling light immediately burst forth. The two women could not believe that food could actually glow. Surely that meant it was unbelievably delicious. They were both captivated at once. One look told them it would be exquisite. A top-grade artifact spirit served as the chef. Spiritual water was used for soup, spiritual medicine as seasoning, spiritual wood as firewood, and spiritual energy as the cooking pot, combined with the abalone's freshness, it seemed, to purify every obsession in their hearts. The three of them could only sum it up in one sentence: delicious. Seeing everyone so happy made Nianfan happy as well. He felt very proud that he could make cultivators enjoy food this much. At the same time, Lin Xingyun's side was shrouded in gloom because she sensed that a demon was heading toward her location. A female disciple reported the latest news. The demon had passed through the profound cloud pavilion and destroyed it. Lin Xingyun felt even more burdened. She asked the disciple whether her father had given any instructions. Should they prepare for battle or gather the disciples and seek refuge? Neither. He had said that everything was within Nianfan's arrangements. They did not need to do anything but wait for victory. Lin Xingyun repeated the words, "Wait for victory," seemingly deep in thought. Then more news arrived. The Blue Moon sect had been destroyed. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. At the same time, Nianfan saw the two women off at the entrance to his residence. Suddenly, both of them sensed that blood-red aura again. It was the demon. They had been unable to sense it inside Nianfan's courtyard. Manhwa guessed that young Master Li had purified the demonic energy, which was why the courtyard had not been affected. But outside, the demon had arrived, and demonic energy was now everywhere. It might not be limited to this area. Perhaps the entire immortal dynasty was covered by this demonic energy. At that moment, the Grand Elder appeared. Manhwa anxiously asked what exactly was happening. The Grand Elder had uncovered some information. The demon had come for the fallen demon sword. Then, at Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, everyone had gathered after hearing that the pavilion was in danger. One man grimly declared that they were preparing to fight the demon to the death. Manhwa reassured him that her forest immortal Dao Palace had come and would certainly protect Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. Luo Shiyu explained that Manhwa had broken through and obtained a supreme musical score, greatly increasing her strength. Her father, Emperor Luo, had also come. Manhwa confidently stated that ordinary demons would surely be no match for the three forces joining hands. They then discussed the demon's purpose, the fallen demon sword. Why was it headed straight for Lingyun Immortal Pavilion? The three elders said there was more to the matter and led them into the hall, where everything would become clear. They could not understand why, with such a major incident underway, Pavilion Master Lin was nowhere to be seen. An elder replied that their pavilion master was in the hall, and they would understand once inside. There they saw Old Man Lin still leisurely drinking tea, as though he had all the time in the world. He even calmly greeted the two women leaving, them so dumbfounded that their jaws nearly dropped. Pointing at him, they asked whether he did not know that the demon was about to arrive. Old Man Lin calmly replied that he knew, then handed them a letter. It was a notice. At midnight tonight, I will come to take the fallen demon sword. It was signed by Demon Star Descends. It was the first time the three of them had seen a demon send an advance notice. Why did it resemble a phantom thief? Yet because Old Man Lin knew the demon's objective, he was not worried. A few days earlier, he had gone to Nianfan's home and used the fallen demon's sword to chop firewood. Since he had been tainted by the sword's aura, the demon sensed that aura and assumed the fallen demon sword was at Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, so it came to seize it. After considering it carefully, Old Man Lin came to an understanding and declared that all of this had been arranged by young Master Li. He believed that young Master Li wanted to eliminate this demon and had used him as bait to draw out. The two women thought it made some sense, though Nianfan had clearly arranged nothing at all. Still, they had already accepted this explanation and asked Old Man Lin whether, when the demon arrived, young Master Li would arrange for a powerful expert to assist them. Old Man Lin answered with great certainty, "Of course." The three of them then put on knowing expressions and firmly declared that everything was part of young Master Li's plan. Thinking this, they stopped worrying and continued playing along. Luo Shiyu even waved dismissively, saying that there was no need to fear Demon Star Descends, one of the four heavenly kings under Demon Fiend. Then they suddenly realized what that meant. The four heavenly kings served Demon Fiend, the lord of the demons, and each was a great demon at or above the Tribulation Transcendence realm. In particular, Demon Star Descends relied on his Tribulation Transcendence cultivation to massacre without restraint. Wherever he went, blood flowed into rivers and no one survived. Manhwa then understood that the person Nianfan intended to eliminate was a major figure among the demons, which was why he had planned things so carefully. With that thought, they calmly sat down to drink tea and eat pastries, waiting to witness young Master Li's grand design. The elders watching them were stunned. Although it sounded plausible, it still felt incredibly unreliable. Outside, the demonic energy grew denser, signaling that the demon had arrived. Lin Xinyun thought to herself, young Master Li lived in seclusion in the mortal world and disliked conflict. Had he truly planned to destroy this demon? At that moment, three cultivators took the lead and rushed out to stop the demon. The three began a joint attack, but in the blink of an eye, they were all sent flying. The remaining people looked up at the demon, whose behavior seemed strangely unstable. Following Lord Demon Fiend's order, it had come to retrieve the fallen demon sword. It smelled the sword's aura coming from that residence in that direction and immediately teleported over to retrieve it. The entire Lingyun Immortal Pavilion shook violently. Those inside knew the demon had arrived. Outside, it was smashing everything apart and laughing wickedly, convinced it had found its target. Outside was a scene of utter devastation, while those drinking tea inside were completely dumbfounded. At that moment, the demon appeared behind Old Man Lin, making his hair stand on end. Before Lin Qingyun could warn her father, the demon lunged at him. Its two hands crashed down where Old Man Lin sat, yet it felt as though it had struck nothing. There was a protective barrier surrounding them, created by Manyun's zither music. Luo Xiu silently rejoiced that Manyun had that musical score. Otherwise, they would all have gone to the underworld together. They now realized that the enemy was extremely powerful. It was at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and even if they joined forces, they could not defeat it. At a time like this, all they could do was wait for young Master Li's powerful expert to come save them. Manyun continued playing her zither, making the demon's ears ring painfully. The demon became enraged and frantically continued attacking. It cursed furiously. "Damn it, this sound is unbearable." Then it unleashed its power, and Manyun could no longer hold on. The protective barrier could no longer be maintained and gradually shattered. Manyun was seriously injured and collapsed to the ground, deeply worrying everyone. Seeing this, Old Man Lin could not help wondering whether this, too, was part of young Master Li's plan. While he was still lost in thought, the demon approached and demanded that he hand over the fallen demon's sword. Old Man Lin was furious at this unforgivable insolence and prepared to strike. But in the demon's eyes, he was nothing. With a casual strike, it pierced straight through Old Man Lin's arm. Just as everyone stood stunned and worried for Pavilion Master Lin, Emperor Luo appeared. He promptly unleashed Earth Dragon Fire, sending blazing flames soaring toward the demon and forcing it to halt its attack. Emperor Luo stood in place, blaming himself for arriving late, then asked about Manyun's condition. Luo Xiu replied that she was in grave danger and needed treatment quickly. However, they still had no chance of defeating the demon before them. The demon sneered that Emperor Luo was weak, though slightly stronger than the ants from before. Therefore, it finally began to get a little serious. In a shocking move, it tore open its own stomach and left everyone stunned. Immediately afterward, a figure crawled out from that body. This was Demon Star Descend's true form, and he had all the qualities of a complete madman. He arrogantly intended to kill everyone. Realizing that things were bad, everyone formed a defensive formation together. But the enemy launched a frenzied assault for the fallen demon sword. They discovered that his speed and strength were several times greater than before. He kept demanding that they hand over the fallen demon sword, while unleashing his ultimate attack. With a tremendous explosion, everyone was blasted away. Old Man Lin was slammed hard against the rocks. When he regained his senses, he was horrified to see everyone lying sprawled on the ground. He suffered a severe blow to his confidence, wondering whether the great expert had miscalculated or whether he himself had become useless. To the great expert, the demon had grown tired of playing and wanted to return with the sword. The fallen demon sword was Lord Demon Fiend's servant, using Old Man Lin's blood as a medium. Since he had once wielded the fallen demon sword, it could summon the sword. The demon was visibly excited, because pleasing Lord Demon Fiend would earn a reward. Then it performed the summoning technique and shouted, "Sword, come!" It put on an imposing display, but nothing happened. Old Man Lin was bewildered, and so was the demon. It shouted again, "Fallen demon sword, come!" At that moment, the fallen demon sword was in the corner of Nianfan's kitchen. It clearly sensed the summons and shot away like a rocket. It flew off while Nianfan was not paying attention. Looking out the window, he wondered who was flying a kite. At that moment, the fallen demon sword truly arrived before the demon. Upon seeing it, the demon was certain that it was the real thing. Meanwhile, Old Man Lin had no idea what was happening. The demon was overjoyed to have found the sword. He could now bring it back to Lord Demon Fiend. Then he suddenly stopped, sensing that something was terribly strange. Why had the demonic sword taken refuge in Buddhism and begun chanting, Amit Ba, The sword slipped out of the demon's hand and asked, "Benefactor, were you looking for me?" The demon was utterly bewildered. "Where is he? Who is he? Why had things turned out this way?" Pointing at the demonic sword, he demanded to know why it had become like this. It was clearly a skeleton, yet it was even wearing clothes. The demonic sword kindly replied, "My Buddha has enlightened and converted me. I have taken refuge in my Buddha." The demon did not understand what this my Buddha was or why the sword had submitted to him. Was Lord Demon Fiend not magnificent enough? Yet the demonic sword had clearly been brainwashed to the utmost degree and now spoke with the manner of a Buddhist disciple. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back, and there is shore. All living beings suffer. Those who do not take part are the true winners. It even tried to persuade the demon to join it. Naturally, the demon thought the demonic sword had gone completely insane. He intended to forcibly take it back to see Lord Demon Fiend, so it would remember its roots. Seeing him attack, the demonic sword disdainfully revealed its skeletal form. The demon could not get past the barrier at all, let alone touch the demonic sword. No, it should now be called the Buddha's sword. Then it chanted, Ba, and manifested a Buddha's form, unleashing great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored one's great burial. Prajna, Buddha subduing. The demon stared as if in a dream, then was immediately slapped awake by the Buddha. Afterward, it said, "Benefactor, you should consider taking refuge in my Buddha as well." The demon was now enraged at being struck back by the demonic sword. Even Lord Demon Fiend had never hit him before, so he naturally fought back. A battle between the demon and the demonic sword erupted in the sky, flashing like meteors. Only then did Old Man Lin relax, deeply moved as he concluded that this had been arranged by an expert. So he truly had not been abandoned. That was wonderful. The demonic sword launched attack after attack, then pressed its hands together and said, Ba. Good. The demon had been subdued, and it then began healing everyone. Everyone woke up, though their heads were still spinning. Old Man Lin stepped forward to greet the demonic sword. The sword said, "The demonic sword is a thing of the past. My master has enlightened me. From now on, I shall call myself the Buddha's sword." Everyone promptly clasped their hands and replied, "Yes, Senior Buddha's sword." Since it had been away for quite some time and still needed to return to chop firewood, it intended to leave. Everyone therefore respectfully saw the Buddhist sword off. It entered the sword and flew back toward the rehabilitation camp. Watching the sword disappear into the distance, Luo Shiyu could not help imagining things. As expected of young Master Li, even his firewood chopping sword possessed such extraordinary elegance. Elsewhere, Old Man Lin was waiting for Lin Qingyan. Seeing this, Mannion stepped forward to comfort him. "We all serve the expert and are as close as branches from the same tree. I will certainly find a way to heal your severed arm." Old Man Lin insisted that they need not concern themselves. To be able to share the expert's burden, what does the loss of one arm amount to? Yet the grief on his face showed just how much it hurt. Father and daughter embraced and wept bitterly. The others also pitied his hardship. Emperor Luo had cultivated for many years and knew well that restoring a severed limb was harder than ascending to heaven. They could only suppress their sorrow and let nature take its course. Just then, an enormous bell appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Luo Shiyu recognized it as Demon Star Descend's Dharma treasure. The Heartless Bell. The Buddha's sword had likely forgotten to take the Heartless Bell with it, so they decided to deliver it to young Master Li on its behalf. They wanted Old Man Lin to remain behind and recover, but he insisted on going, even claiming that it was nothing more than a minor injury. Soon, they arrived and knocked on the door of Lin Yinfan's residence. Little White opened the door. It warmly welcomed the three of them inside with a level of courtesy surpassing even a 5-star inn. At that moment, Nianfan was holding his firewood chopping sword and looked very much like a wandering swordsman. Seeing them, he greeted them. "Why do the three of you have time to visit together?" Noticing Old Man Lin's arm, he asked in alarm, "What happened to your arm?" Old Man Lin sorrowfully replied, "I fought someone in a magical battle. My strength was inferior, so I suffered a minor injury. It is nothing serious." Nianfan stared at the man's missing arm, calling that a minor injury was absurd. He thought to himself, Old Man Lin is such a powerful immortal cultivator, yet he was injured this severely. Not long ago, Daji had been captured by a demon as well. This world of immortal cultivation was becoming more and more frightening to him, even though he himself was the most terrifying existence in it. Seeing that Old Man Lin could remain so optimistic despite such misfortune, Nian Fan admired him greatly. As expected of an immortal cultivator, he took Old Man Lin's remaining hand and gave him a thumbs up. 10 out of 10, but since you lost an arm, I'll only give you 5. Old Man Lin was deeply moved by Nian Fan's gesture. Could young Master Li be pitying him? He was young Master Li's pawn and should have faced danger for his master. Yet young Master Li had personally shown concern and acknowledged his sacrifice. With that thought, he felt that losing this arm was worth it. Nian Fan then asked Lin Qingyan how long ago the arm had been severed. She answered that it had been only a few hours. Nian Fan thought that since it had been less than 24 hours, it might still be possible to treat it. Old Man Lin asked in disbelief, "You can heal it?" Nian Fan was not certain, but said he could try. Old Man Lin glanced at the arm he had thrown away earlier, and his expression darkened. Nian Fan brought out medical instruments. While Old Man Lin lay on the operating table, Nian Fan told him it may hurt a little, so bear with it. Old Man Lin fearlessly replied, "Though Lin may be weak, I have cultivated for 100 years. Why would I fear pain?" But moments later, he cried out miserably. Blood splattered everywhere, while Nian Fan's expression remained calm. He merely thought, reattaching an arm is not difficult. The difficult part is reconnecting the nerves and blood vessels. Fortunately, Old Man Lin's wound was cleanly cut, and his cultivation protected his body. That was the only reason this otherwise extremely difficult operation had a chance of succeeding. Nian Fan proceeded to suture the nerves, tie off the blood vessels, and finally stitch the skin. Once he was finished, Nian Fan reminded him, "Try not to move your arm too much, and do not let it touch water. It will slowly recover." Old Man Lin looked at his reattached arm in disbelief. Nian Fan had not used spiritual power at all. He had simply used a mortal's methods to reattach a severed arm. The two women admired Nian Fan even more. Lin Qingyan was so moved that tears filled her eyes. Old Man Lin was overwhelmed when he discovered that his arm truly had sensation again. A few seconds later, he began crying out in pain. Everyone could only sigh helplessly. He had been told not to move it so much. Old Man Lin kept staring at his arm, still unable to believe it. Nian Fan had used neither spiritual power nor spiritual medicine. He had relied purely on the methods of mortals to reattach a severed arm. Everyone regarded him with even greater awe. As expected of an expert, Manhwa suddenly seemed to understand something, prompting everyone to ask what it was. Why did the expert prefer to live under the identity of immortal? She believed he wished to show the world that even mortals could accomplish many things that immortal cultivators could not. Everyone was amazed, praising it as profound wisdom. Old Man Lin then took out the heartless bell and presented it to Nian Fan. Nian Fan also remarked that it looked quite beautiful. He accepted it as payment for Old Man Lin's arm surgery. Then he hung it beside the well and said he planned to take Daji traveling, asking whether they knew of any interesting places to recommend. Luo Shiyu thought for a moment and said that she and her father intended to attend the Demon Sealing Grand Ceremony at Azure Cloud Valley, asking whether Nian Fan might be interested. Nian Fan had no idea where that was, so Manhwa explained. Every 5 years, Azure Cloud Valley reinforced the seal over the entrance to the demon realm within the valley. They would also sacrifice a few demons as part of the celebration. It was one of the grandest events in the immortal cultivation world. The others whispered among themselves that young Master Li must have arranged Demon Star descends death. He would surely be interested in the Demon Sealing Grand Ceremony. Perhaps killing demons was simply one of young Master Li's hobbies. Nian Fan said, "That is an event for immortal cultivators. Can an insignificant mortal like me attend?" Old Man Lin answered with absolute certainty, "Of course you can." In order to display its strength to the outside world, Azure Cloud Valley also opens a route for mortals. Nian Fan worried that sacrificing demons might be too bloody and frightened Daji. But Daji's eyes lit up as she said, "It sounds rather interesting." Since Daji was interested, Nian Fan agreed to go. The two women were delighted upon hearing this and wished to accompany him. Old Man Lin also wanted to join them, but Nianfan refused because his newly reattached arm needed rest. Left with no choice, Old Man Lin could only agree. 3 days later, at Nianfan's residence, besides Luo Shiyu and the others, an elder from the Forest Immortal Dao Palace appeared as well. The elder secretly considered himself very fortunate. The palace master was in seclusion to undergo tribulation, while the Grand Elder needed to guard the Dao Palace. The elder himself had luckily won the chance to come after competing with several other elders. Emperor Luo reminded his daughter to perform well during this journey. Then Nianfan came out. Big Black clung to him as though reluctant to part, but it still had to remain behind to guard the house. Nianfan greeted everyone. Luo Shiyu introduced the elder beside her as Elder Zhou Desheng. The spirit boat needed him to supply spiritual power. Nianfan thought to himself, so he is the driver. Outwardly, he politely greeted him. Elder Zhou reacted as though struck by lightning. Greetings, young masterly. Nianfan wondered why this driver was being so formal. Without further delay, everyone set out, while the lonely dog did its best to guard the home. It began to cry miserably, though the act was obviously fake. Once the flying vessel departed, Big Black grinned wickedly and announced to all its companions in the residence, "Master is gone. Everyone, let's have some fun." In a small corner, the seed given by old Zhao had already sprouted and seemed eager to join in. Back on the flying vessel, Nianfan was riding a spirit boat for the first time. He felt that it was even more impressive than airplanes from his previous life. Manhwa came out and informed him that they would need to change vehicles. Nianfan asked in confusion, "Isn't this the flying vessel going to Azure Cloud Valley?" Manhwa assumed he was joking. This was only a small boat used to cross over to the real flying vessel. The enormous flying vessel ahead was the one specially prepared for Nianfan. It was an exquisite and luxurious wooden flying vessel. Nianfan found it incredibly impressive. Luo Shiyu and Emperor Luo both nodded in agreement. Only standards such as these were fitting for young Master Li's travels. Nianfan, meanwhile, was delighted to be traveling alongside such great immortal cultivators. He excitedly shouted, "Here I come, luxurious 5-star flying vessel." Surrounding the vessel was not an ocean of water, but a sea of clouds. Nianfan and Daji stood at the bow, reenacting a scene from Titanic. Then someone flying past on a crane caught Nianfan's attention. Soon afterward, another group flew past on sword lights. The vivid world of immortal cultivation delighted him, and he longed to cultivate immortality as well. Hearing this, Daji said, "Young master, you are not merely an immortal cultivator. You surpass all immortal cultivators." Nianfan smiled awkwardly, thinking that Daji had learned from Big Black and had become very good at flattering people. Elder Zhou then reminded Nianfan that the journey was still long and asked whether he wished to return to rest. Nianfan instead asked, "Aren't you going back to your room? It is cold at the bow. What if you catch a cold?" Elder Zhou hesitated. If he returned, no one would control the spirit boat. The flying vessel could only fly if he continuously supplied spiritual power to its formation. Moreover, he had to watch for stellar fire pits. If one appeared, they needed to take a detour. Nianfan did not understand what a stellar fire pit was, so Elder Zhou explained. Every night, stellar fire pits appeared in the sky. If a flying vessel encountered one, even a massive vessel would be devoured. Nianfan turned pale with fear, hoping only that heaven would be kind to them and let them arrive quickly. He respectfully offered Elder Zhou a pear grown at his own home. Elder Zhou stared at the pair for what felt like half a century. His heart surged with excitement. Could this be the opportunity bestowed by the expert, the fortuitous chance the saintess had spoken of? The experienced elders had said that when one was beside an expert, nothing mattered more than maintaining the right state of mind. If one remained calm, a fortuitous opportunity could appear at any time. He had wanted to find an opportunity to please the expert, yet he had not expected a fortuitous chance to arrive so quickly. Thus, he took a deep breath and thought he had to perform well. He bowed with utmost courtesy, accepted it, and repeatedly thanked young Master Li. Nianfan then bade him farewell and returned inside. Outside, only Elder Zhou remained. Holding the pear, his heart trembled as he felt certain that it was extraordinary. He lifted it for a closer look, finding it more beautiful the longer he looked. The moment he took a bite, he was suddenly shocked. His mind seemed to explode. His clothes tore apart as his aura surged. From his expression alone, the pair was clearly incomparably delicious, and even his bald head became glossier and smoother. Seeming to sense the fluctuations in his aura, the others stopped what they were doing and came out to see. Following the fragrance, they flew over at once. There, they found the second elder, who had just finished eating the pear and was in an excellent mood. Seeing this, the group confirmed their suspicions. This truly was a pair from young Master Li. Elder Zhou assumed a solemn expression and said, "I am not trying to show off. I merely received young Master Li's favor and was fortunate enough to taste such a precious pear." The others immediately cursed his poor character. With such a wonderful opportunity, he had not informed them and had enjoyed it all by himself. Just then, the flying vessel suddenly shook. Emperor Luo did not know what was happening. Elder Zhou had no choice but to put aside the matter of the pair because they had encountered trouble. An enormous vortex appeared directly ahead. It radiated intense heat, and from within it slowly emerged. A glittering golden creature. It was a stellar fire pit. It was formed from the chaotic spiritual energy gathered in the heavens. Anyone who carelessly entered a stellar fire pit would be attacked, and its attacks could not be defended against. Though it was called a pit, it had an enormous beak. It bore down on their flying vessel. It seemed that they had no choice but to take a detour. Emperor Luo suddenly stopped. Everyone looked again and realized that the stellar fire pit was moving aside to make way, leaving them. In disbelief, Luo Shiyu asked, "It is making way, but for whom?" Manhwa calmly replied, "Who else could it be for, besides that person?" Only then did Luo Shiyu realize that she meant young Master Li. Manhwa asked Elder Zhou to recount what he had said to young Master Li earlier. He explained that he had said nothing in particular, only that if a stellar fire pit appeared, they would have to take a detour. Nianfan had then replied, "I hope heaven will be kind to us, so that we can arrive sooner." In Elder Zhou's recollection, Nianfan's face seemed even more handsome than before. After hearing this, everyone concluded that it had been young Master Li's command. That explained why the stellar fire pit had made way, though it still left them shocked. But the most shocked person was Elder Zhou. He could not imagine that a single sentence could make a stellar fire pit move aside. Was that something a human being could accomplish? Nianfan had merely hoped heaven would be kind to them, and heaven had truly complied. Emperor Luo stated that this stellar fire pit was currying favor with young Master Li. Moreover, its decision to make way must have been part of young Master Li's plans. First, he had raised the topic, then mentioned the stellar fire pit. With a single casual remark, he had issued a command for the stellar fire pit to clear the way. In the end, he even bestowed Elder Zhou with a precious pear. After thinking it over, Emperor Luo guessed that its meaning was to tell Elder Zhou not to be afraid and simply charge through. Elder Zhou looked astonished and asked, "Really?" Manhwa also agreed, believing they truly could break through. After being repeatedly persuaded by the others, Elder Zhou was finally swayed. He took a deep breath and decided to charge ahead. Thus, the spirit boat, which had been standing still, suddenly shot forward. The sudden acceleration startled Nianfan inside the cabin and created an opportunity for Daji to fall on top of him. Daji shyly apologized, but Nianfan simply said, "It's fine. Let's keep going." A moment later, he became shy like a young maiden and used checking on the spirit boat as an excuse to go outside. Then he abruptly stopped because another fantastical scene lay before him. Everyone who entered it was stunned by its breathtaking beauty. Nianfan came out and saw everyone gathered there. Daji followed behind him and told him to look. He raised his head and saw something appearing in the sky. Before anyone could understand what was happening, dazzling fireworks suddenly exploded overhead. Nianfan was moved by the beautiful sight. Meanwhile, the others inwardly sneered at the stellar fire pit for being so shamelessly flattering. They had never heard of that unruly thing yielding the way before, much less putting on such a performance. Nianfan could only exclaim, "Wow." Then he pointed to the sky and innocently asked, "Will those stars fall?" He had always wanted to see a meteor shower, but had never had the chance. The moment Nianfan said he wanted to see one, an incredibly realistic meteor shower immediately appeared in the sky, and Nianfan watched it intently. A stream of meteors poured down like a waterfall. The others' faces darkened even further as they silently cursed the stellar fire pit. To curry favor with an exalted expert, it did not even care about its life. Nianfan, however, believed that it was only because he knew these cultivators that he had the opportunity to see such a sight. Since he had enjoyed Manyun's grand spirit boat, he wanted to repay her. Thinking of this, he called Manyun over and took out a small crane he had made himself. He gave the little crane to her as a gift of thanks for letting him see the meteor shower. Yet the others were all shocked when they saw it. Holding the paper crane in her hand, Manyun seemed to sense that it was breathing. Like a child receiving a gift, she happily said, "Thank you, young masterly." Nianfan hurriedly said goodbye, claiming that he needed to brush his teeth and sleep. After he left, Daji explained her master to the others. He appeared casual, but everything he did carried profound meaning. Manyun looked at Daji with envy, admiring that she could stay by young Master Li's side. Daji also felt that being noticed by her master was her greatest blessing. Still, she knew that she was merely one of the many animals her master kept. She existed to keep him company and was not all that different from the others. Emperor Luo believed that Daji was simply being humble. Daji added that her master had also taken in a golden dragon and a black tortoise, both of which possessed the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. Everyone was stunned, speechless upon hearing this. A golden dragon and a black tortoise were both legendary peak existences among the ancient divine beasts. Daji guessed that her master might be collecting ancient divine beasts. Manyun was finally completely convinced and promised to keep a closer eye out for them on young Master Li's behalf. Daji politely thanked her. Just as Daji was about to return to her room, Manyun curiously asked about her cultivation realm. Daji thought for a moment before replying, "When a heavenly fox bloodline grows 9 tails, it has a chance to awaken an innate divine ability. Since following my master, my divine ability has advanced very quickly." Then she decided to demonstrate it. With a casual wave of her hand, ice crystals formed all over the air above the spirit boat, and blocks of ice cracked apart with crisp sounds. They dissolved and drifted down like snow. Daji's power seemed to have surpassed the scope of the cultivation world. They simply did not know how she compared to immortals. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. With a casual display, she had extinguished the stellar fire pit. If she was not immortal, how could she have done that? Yet the path between immortals and mortals had clearly been severed, and no one had ascended to immortality for thousands of years. Daji possessed the strength of an immortal, yet had not ascended. She calmly replied, "What are immortals and mortals in my master's eyes? Using mortal standards to judge my master would only waste the opportunity of knowing him. Everything has its own reason and its own destiny." Daji's words gave everyone much to think about. The next morning, the spirit boat finally arrived. They descended at Azure Cloud Valley. Thanks to the valley's presence, the people living nearby had prospered more and more. No one would have imagined that this place had been a barren wilderness where not even grass grew a few hundred years ago. Manyun led Nianfan to the lodging she had arranged and told him and Daji to make themselves at home. Suddenly, Nianfan said, "I'm afraid I can't stay at this inn." Manyun asked why. The reason was that a single night cost 98,888 spirit stones. Nianfan pointed to the price board and said it was a little beyond his expectations. Manyun smiled awkwardly. "I'll cover it for you." Then she curiously asked what price he had expected. "For 3 days and 2 nights, the price should be." Nianfan hesitated. For some reason, Manyun angrily struck a pillar. She inwardly blamed herself. How could she let young Master Li be put in such an awkward position? She deserved 1,000 deaths. Outwardly, she remained gentle and assured Nianfan that she had already paid all the expenses in advance. Nianfan hurriedly shook his head. He did not want to live off a woman. Manyun continued trying to persuade him, but he firmly refused to accept something for nothing. Manyun was deeply conflicted. The musical score he had given her had brought her tremendous benefits, and he had even treated her to delicious food. How could that be considered unearned kindness? As for Nianfan, he simply could not afford even one night at this place. Thus, Manyun tearfully begged him not to refuse. Nianfan had not expected Mannion to value their friendship so highly. He silently concluded that she must be very wealthy. After all, wealthy people did not choose friends based on money, but on how they felt. A sincere friendship was difficult to come by, and he could not bear to make her sad. Therefore, he agreed to stay, prompting Mannion to thank him repeatedly. However, Nianfan did not want to stay for free, so he suggested inviting Mannion to his home for a meal. The girl happily agreed at once. When Emperor Luo and the others returned and saw the situation, they could not help feeling regretful, wondering whether they had missed some great opportunity. Soon afterward, inside a restaurant, the air was filled with lively chatter. After bringing Nianfan here, Mannion bid him farewell to greet the Azure Cloud Valley Master. Emperor Luo and Luo Shiyu also had several elders to visit. Nianfan reassured them that there was no need to worry about him. Mannion had already told the waiter to bring the food. Nianfan and Daji could sit here, listen to stories, and sample the local specialties. Seeing that only the two of them would be eating, Nianfan told Mannion not to order too much. Mannion immediately replied, "Rest assured, young Masterly, I understand." However, the spread that arrived was several times more extravagant than a wedding feast, making Nianfan wonder whether she truly understood him, or whether he simply could not understand how rich people live. What left him even more speechless was that every dish was rustic local cuisine. The corners of Nianfan's mouth twitched as he wondered whether he really liked rustic food that much. At that moment, a young man dressed like a wealthy nobleman appeared and asked to share Nianfan's table. The inn was full, and Nianfan's table was the only one with vacant seats. Sure enough, the place was packed with people. Nianfan felt awkward sitting at such a large table alone and did not know how to explain it. The young man closed his fan and said that he only wanted to listen to stories, not eat. He then grandly offered, "I'll pay for this meal." Nianfan was stunned, but invited him to sit down and said there was no need for him to pay. After taking his seat, the young man insisted on showing off. "No need to stand on ceremony. If I say I'll pay, then I will." Nianfan was helpless. There really is no need. The young man seemed surprised that Nianfan refused his offer. What puzzled him even more was that Nianfan had no cultivation at all and appeared to be an ordinary mortal. He was plainly dressed, had an unremarkable aura, yet had ordered such expensive food. He concluded that Nianfan was concealing his strength. Nianfan turned and saw the young man staring intensely at him. Nianfan thought there was something wrong with the young man's eyes, but the young man was actually using his divine sense and still could not see through him. No matter how he looked, Nianfan seemed to be immortal. The young man arrogantly thought that to see through the other party's true nature, he would need proper equipment. He took out an extraordinary artifact, thinking that unless Nianfan was a great cultivator above the tribulation transcendence realm, no one could conceal themselves from his divine sense, enhanced by the heavenly pearl jade. Seeing him strike poses and act mysteriously, Nianfan was greatly annoyed and told him to speak plainly if he had something to say. The young man then finally concluded that Nianfan truly was just a mortal. He bowed and said, "My apologies. Seeing how handsome and extraordinary you are, I could not help looking a few times more." Nianfan looked at him as though he were some strange creature. At that moment, someone knocked on the table, drawing everyone's attention. The storyteller began, continuing from our previous tale. Tang Sanzang and his disciples, along with a white dragon horse, overcame countless trials and successfully obtained the true scriptures. They returned to the Tang kingdom and met the Tang emperor. Today, we shall tell the final chapter of Journey to the West. Returning to the Eastern Land, the 5 saints attain enlightenment. Nianfan had not expected the story being told to be Journey to the West. Suddenly, the young man beside him stomped his feet and began throwing out rewards. He loved Journey to the West the most, and the experienced waiters quickly collected the money in baskets. The storyteller cleared his throat a few times and began. The young man was a truly fanatical admirer and kept throwing out money. Nianfan had no idea where this rich young master had come from. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also quite unusual. Afterward, the people gradually left the inn. Everyone was still discussing Journey to the West. Tang Sanzang and his disciples had attained enlightenment, and people believed that Senior Wu Cheng'an must have intended to say that the path of cultivation was exceptionally difficult, but that one could attain immortality by persevering with one's original heart. The young man following Nianfan was moved to tears and asked Nianfan whether he had ever heard Journey to the West before. Nianfan replied that he had. Hearing that, the young master seemed to have found a kindred spirit and immediately began talking at length. Tang Sanzang and his disciples were clearly born extraordinary, yet they refused to settle for their circumstances. With immense perseverance, they ultimately attained enlightenment. The young man was about to offer another reward, but Nianfan quickly raised a hand to stop him. It was precisely because Tang Sanzang and his disciples had extraordinary origins that they had the chance to attain enlightenment. The young man did not understand and asked Nianfan to explain. Nianfan voiced his thoughts. From the very beginning of Journey to the West, the ending had already been decided. Tang Sanzang's journey looks incredibly difficult, but in truth, it was merely a formality. Don't you think the road and journey to the West had long been paved for them? The young man fell into thought. Nianfan continued. Among the 81 trials, how many people truly posed a threat to the 4 of them? This left the young man dumbfounded. For the first time, the young man was deeply shaken by Journey to the West. He had heard the story so many times that he knew it by heart, but he had never considered that every one of the 81 trials had someone helping them, and none truly threatened them. Compared with reality, cultivators faced death with every wrong step, leaving behind mountains of bones. The two could not be compared at all. Journey to the West was not really a story meant to inspire perseverance. In Nianfan's view, it was merely a travel legend and not worth the young man giving away so many rewards. Nor should he use it to understand the path of cultivation. As he spoke, Nianfan raised a hand to stop the young man from throwing more money. The young man pondered it. Tang Sanzang's journey had been aided by all sorts of bodhisattvas, and the demons he encountered all had immortal backers. If some minor demon without a powerful background appeared, it would simply be beaten to death with a single staff strike. The young man was deeply struck. He had never expected the story he loved to be so rotten. At that moment, Daji asked Nianfan whether the young man was all right. Nianfan thought this was for the best. Being too absorbed in novels could ruin a young person's life. Suddenly, the young man realized that he himself was like Tang Sanzang in the cultivation world. Nianfan had not expected that conclusion at all. The young man was actually the son of the Azure Cloud Valley Master, so his path of growth had long been paved for him as well. The demons in his tests of Tao Heart had all been prepared by his servants. Whenever he went out to gain experience, he was protected by a group of attendants. Even the rewards he gave the storyteller had come from the treasury. Thus, the young man suddenly praised Nianfan as exceptionally wise, declaring that he had finally understood. Nianfan looked blank, unable to follow this melodramatic turn of events. The young man further concluded that as long as he diligently followed the road his father had paved for him, he too could attain enlightenment. Feeling that Nianfan's words had enlightened him, he insisted on treating Nianfan to a meal. After leaving behind a pile of money, he turned and departed. Nianfan was utterly stunned by that move. Then Nianfan's gaze was drawn to the money. Smiling brightly, he said to Daji, "We have money now." He then wanted to take her out for a stroll. Meanwhile, at Azure Cloud Valley, Manhwa was meeting with an acquaintance who took the initiative to comfort her. "Your master is a good man. Heaven will surely bless him, and he will definitely pass the heavenly tribulation safely." Manhwa regretted that she had wanted to ask this woman's father about matters concerning tribulation transcendence, but had been unable to meet him. The woman tearfully explained that her father was busy handling matters for the Azure Cloud Demon Sealing Grand Ceremony and had no time. However, she quickly said that once the ceremony ended, she would bring Manhwa to meet her father. Inwardly, she thought that her father had no time to care about that old man's troublesome affairs. Manhwa heard that every Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator in the valley would personally take part in this ceremony, so she asked whether something had gone wrong. The woman answered that the Azure Cloud Demon Sealing Formation seal had been weakening. After so many years, its remaining power was running low. Over the past 2 days, the seal had suddenly begun fluctuating violently, creating a dangerous situation that even alarmed the Azure Cloud Valley Master. Manhwa had not expected such a major incident. Then that young master suddenly appeared. When the young man saw Manhwa, he recognized her and came forward to greet her. "Sister Manhwa, it has been a long time. Ziyu has missed you very much." However, his elder sister was very dissatisfied with his behavior. With so many guests present during the ceremony, he should have been welcoming them instead of running off to play. Ziyu told his sister that he had gone to hear the ending of Journey to the west. His sister seriously asked whether Tang Sanzang and his disciples had obtained the true scriptures in the end. The young man replied dejectedly, "The outcome was arranged from the start, so of course they did." Seeing her younger brother's disdainful expression, his sister frowned and asked what he meant by arranged from the start. She knew that he loved Journey to the West most of all, but the young man said that compared to Journey to the West, he had encountered an extraordinary person today. Although he was merely a mortal, he was clever. With just a few words, he had not only made his younger brother understand the truth behind Journey to the West, but had also shown him his own destiny. The young man fancifully believed himself to be a modern-day Tang Sanzang, a second-generation cultivator who could attain enlightenment without any effort. Yet in his sister's eyes, her little brother's mind was beyond saving. She apologized to Man Yun for letting her see such a strange specimen, but Man Yun still wanted Ziyu to continue. She was curious about the extraordinary mortal Ziyu had mentioned. Perhaps she even knew him. Upon hearing this, the elder sister was startled. At that moment, Nianfan had already returned home, carrying a pile of things with him. Looking over them, he had not expected that string of spirit stones to be worth so much money. Now he could pay Manyun's rent. Just as she was mentioned, Manyun appeared and asked Nianfan whether he had any instructions. Nianfan mentioned that he would pay the rent. He told her about meeting a spoiled, rich young master today who had given him a very valuable string of spirit stones. A spoiled, rich young master? Mannion asked. Yes. He looked exactly like the kind of teenager obsessed with novels, uneducated and wasteful. Since Ziyu was right there, he pointed at him. Exactly that kind of. He suddenly fell silent. The young man's eyes brimmed with tears as he clung to Nianfan's leg. Nianfan was utterly horrified that the youth had appeared so suddenly. Fortunately, Ziyu's elder sister stepped in, dragging her brother aside before saying, "Please forgive my younger brother's rudeness, young Master Li. Your judgment of people is truly accurate. My younger brother has been spoiled and knows no etiquette. I hope young Master Li will pardon him." She then introduced herself. "I am Gu Ziao, daughter of the Azure Cloud Valley Master. After hearing Mannion speak of young Master Li's deeds, I admired you greatly and came especially to greet you." Nianfan concluded, "So you're Miss Qin's childhood friend." Xiao's face darkened. Still, she politely replied, "Yes. Man Yun and I have known each other since childhood. I heard that her master is undergoing a tribulation, and I was deeply worried." Then the two sisters took out gifts they had prepared for Nianfan. Ziyu immediately opened them, revealing all manner of dazzling light effects. Nianfan looked closely and found an exquisitely crafted set of women's clothing. Nianfan was surprised. "Oh, this gift is for Daji." Daji looked at the clothes and felt somewhat embarrassed, not daring to accept them. But Xiao tactfully said, "After hearing Mannion speak of young Master Li's deeds, we were only worried that this outfit would not be worthy of either young Master Li or Miss Daji." Nianfan looked at Mannion. "What deeds?" Mannion became flustered and shot Xiao a dark look through voice transmission. "Did you forget the rules concerning great experts that I told you?" Xiao was also embarrassed by her carelessness, so she hastily explained, "It is your cooking, young Master Li. We have heard that it is truly exceptional." Nianfan accepted this explanation, so he did not say anything further. He took the dress, thinking Daji would look beautiful in it. However, these people clearly wanted to stay for a meal, while Nianfan had not prepared anything. So he asked Daji to bring out the breakfast she had made for the next day, then apologetically invited them to have some refreshments first. He promised to prepare a grand meal for them next time. That alone filled the brother and sister with gratitude toward Li Nianfan. Then Nianfan took out a pot and opened it, revealing several eggs. They were eggs laid by his own chickens, conveniently brought along with him. Seeing the eggs steaming so intensely, the brother and sister finally understood what Mannion meant by food containing the great Tao. From the perspective of the tea eggs, were these two not desperately seeking the Tao? Then Nianfan took out rice he had brought from home and cooked porridge. Daji ladled it into bowls and handed one to Ziyu. Holding the bowl, the young man was so moved that tears and snot streamed down his face. Inwardly, he cried, "Father, your son finally has food and porridge to eat. An immortal has bestowed precious food upon me." Xiao bluntly scolded her younger brother for being so undignified. Yet when it was her turn to receive porridge from Daji, She too froze, no better than him. Looking at the delicious porridge, Daji said, "Please enjoy it." Xiao swallowed hard. The moment it entered her mouth, it seemed to melt away. She felt as though a river of sweet dew flowed through every corner of her body, nourishing even her soul. The two felt as if they were strolling through an immortal realm, overwhelmed by Tao essence. They could scarcely believe that a mere bowl of porridge truly contained Tao essence. Before they could recover from their shock, another surprise came: the enormous tea eggs. Their rich fragrance flooded Ziyu's body like a collapsing tower of nectar, making the young man feel so blissful that he wondered what kind of immortal eggs they were. The two could not help exclaiming, "It's truly delicious." Nianfan smiled at Manyan. "Your friends are easy to please," Manyan replied. "Young Master Li's culinary skills are simply extraordinary." Therefore, Nianfan urged the two to eat more, and they devoured the food like starving tigers. Watching them, Manyan secretly thought, as expected, everything is part of young Master Li's arrangement. Young Master Li arranged for me to meet Ziyu and Xiao. He must have plans concerning the Azure Cloud Demon Sealing Grand Ceremony. As for being allowed to share these eggs, that must be young Master Li's reward for a pawn like me. She inhaled the fragrance of the eggs, which had been laid by immortal chickens and boiled for so long in immortal tea, praising them as wonderfully fragrant. When she put one in her mouth, she exclaimed, "So hot, but so delicious." Nianfan had no idea what she meant. That was the shared feeling among them all, pure happiness. After they left, Ziyu proudly spoke to his elder sister. "See, I didn't lie to you, did I? He really is an extraordinary and capable man." Xiao had not expected that her younger brother, who normally only ate and caused trouble, had genuinely rendered great service. She was still savoring the lingering taste of the plain porridge and tea eggs, which somehow contained so much Tao essence. After only a few bites, she felt as though her body might burst apart. She had never felt so fulfilled. If she had not already reached her limit, she would have swept the bowls clean without leaving even a grain of rice. But Ziyu comforted his sister. Though he lacked manners, he had at least learned to pack food to take home. Before leaving, he had asked Nianfan for 2 steamed buns. He intended to split them with his sister and eat a small piece each day, believing they would greatly aid their cultivation. Xiao rarely praised her brother, but this time she said, "Well done." She also sighed that the saying, "Suffer losses 99 times, and the 100th will bring good fortune," truly made sense. Manyan watched the siblings laughing together, while she herself sighed dejectedly. Seeing this, Xiao asked with concern, "You were able to eat a meal filled with Tao essence. Why are you still unhappy?" "The water used to boil those tea eggs is spirit water," Manyan explained. "A single cup of tea brewed from those leaves can bring enlightenment with just one sip. Those ingredients are all supreme treasures." Whenever she thought of young Master Li pouring them out after use, Manyan's heart ached so much that tears streamed down her cheeks. When Xiao heard how precious those things were, her face also darkened. The two women mourned and cried together. Ziyu looked at his 2 elder sisters and said, "Don't be sad. I'll take care of it." His plan was to wait by the drain for young Master Li to pour out the water from the pot, then collect every last drop. Meanwhile, Nianfan felt that cultivators from great families were rather strange. They even packed steamed buns to take away. He assumed they normally ate too much rich food and therefore preferred simple meals like this. He asked Daji about it. At that moment, she emerged wearing her new dress, looking far more beautiful than before. Nianfan was somewhat captivated, while Daji excitedly wanted to know what he thought of her appearance. In her excitement, she accidentally stumbled straight into Nianfan's arms. It was impossible to tell whether she had done it intentionally. Although she loved the outfit very much, she worried that it was a little too thin. If Nianfan disliked it, she was willing never to wear it again. Naturally, Nianfan praised it as beautiful. Of course, a beautiful girl should dress up for others to see. Daji was so touched by his words that she asked, "Then, young master, do you think Daji is beautiful?" Nianfan stared at her, his eyes slightly dazed. In the warm room, Nianfan said, "If I did not think you were beautiful, I would not have named you Daji." Early the next morning, Emperor Luo knocked on Nianfan's door, calling for him. Today was the day of the Azure Cloud Demon Sealing Grand Ceremony. However, Daji opened the door, leaving Emperor Luo stunned. Daji greeted him in the morning and said, "Young master has not risen yet. Please wait a moment." Emperor Luo understood the situation and wisely took his leave. When Nianfan came out and saw Emperor Luo's expression, he realized there had been a misunderstanding. Daji had merely come early in the morning to help him with his personal grooming. Helplessly, he told Daji that he had hands and feet and did not need her to serve him. But she would not listen. He reminded Daji that she needed to protect her reputation, as it would not be good if others misunderstood. Emperor Luo responded as though he understood. Nianfan then brought up attending the Azure Cloud ceremony. Emperor Luo replied, "Today is the Azure Cloud Demon Sealing Grand Ceremony. There is a tall tower in another immortal residence nearby, an excellent place to observe it." With that, he led Nianfan there. From atop the tower, they had a broad, unobstructed, and peaceful view. After observing the scene below, Nianfan had to admit that Manhwa had been right. She pointed toward the direction of the ceremony. Suddenly, a black shadow leaped out there, then passed straight into the protective circular barriers and instantly dissipated. It was a massive defensive formation jointly maintained by several people. Those people were Azure Cloud Valley elders participating in the ceremony, along with the Azure Cloud Valley Master. Nianfan asked Manhwa, "Are those your father and the others?" "Yes." Nianfan became uneasy. Seeing the black aura in that mountain ravine, he worried that they might be in danger. The black aura appeared again, and Manhwa pointed at it. "It's starting again." Increasing amounts of black aura rose from the ravine below, soaring into the sky and covering a large part of the formation. Nianfan was alarmed as he looked toward the ravine. That was the entrance to the demon realm. Yet seeing the others still casually chatting, he clicked his tongue. They said they were used to it. Every time, it was merely a spectacle. The formation of Azure Cloud Valley had been set up by the Azure Cloud Patriarch. After ascending to immortality, the Patriarch had reinforced it with the Tao arts of the immortal realm. So this seal had remained firm for hundreds of thousands of years. The Azure Cloud Demon Sealing Grand Ceremony was originally a ritual for Azure Cloud Valley to display its strength, though they wondered whether there would be anything new this year. Nianfan absent-mindedly said he understood, but he still had an ominous feeling. At that moment, the elders raised their hands and fired columns of light into the sky, illuminating Nianfan's face. Affected by the radiance, the black aura gradually weakened, then fiercely began resisting the invading light. The elders continued doing their utmost to suppress it. Just then, several skeletal heads shot out from the black aura, breaking free of the light and falling back into the darkness below. The black aura slowly faded, while the elders' faces became noticeably paler. Meanwhile, the market streets were packed with people. They sold not only ordinary steamed buns, but meat buns as well. One young man walked along, finding everything dull. The food was not tasty enough, and the beauties were not pretty enough. "The demon sealing formation is just the same as always," the young man complained irritably. Hearing that, his attendant hurriedly told his young master to lower his voice, lest the people of Azure Cloud Valley overhear him. But the young man wore a disdainful expression. "I'm the legitimate son of the Liu family. Even the Azure Cloud Valley Master has to show my father some respect. What is wrong with speaking a few honest words?" As he turned around, his attention fell upon Daji's figure. His eyes immediately lit up, and he shouted, "Beauty!" When he saw Daji's peerless appearance, a lecherous expression appeared on his face. He rolled up his sleeves, apparently intending to do something, leaving his attendant wondering what he planned. The young man pointed at Nianfan, implying that a mere mortal was unworthy of such a beauty and that they had to be separated. With a righteous expression, he claimed that he was not forcibly taking her away, but rescuing an ignorant mortal. While Daji and Nianfan were chatting happily, someone placed a hand on her shoulder from behind. It was that lecherous young man, shamelessly asking to become acquainted with Daji. Nianfan and Daji could not even be bothered to respond. Emperor Luo and the others, who were accompanying them, were equally speechless. All of them inwardly cursed that man for being unbelievably stupid. Sure enough, Nianfan's expression turned displeased as he asked, "What do you want?" The young man smirked and snapped his fingers, calling several attendants forward. The man made no attempt to hide his lust, bluntly declaring that he craved Daji's body. He then threatened Nianfan, telling him to leave obediently or suffer the consequences. A foul foot immediately smashed into his face, kicking him flying several meters away. Even the attendants were stunned. It turned out that Emperor Luo and the other two had stepped forward, acting on behalf of Li Nianfan's devoted admirers. They wanted to see who dared act insolently before young Master Li. The attendants could scarcely believe that both the Hidden Dragon Immortal Dynasty and the Forest Immortal Dao Palace had appeared. Who exactly was Li Nianfan to have such terrifying support? At that moment, Nianfan adopted a serious expression and stood protectively in front of Daji. The young man, having been kicked, was furious. He once again invoked his family's name and threatened that Nianfan's group would regret this. As a result, he was beaten so badly that even his own parents would not recognize him. The young man cried bitterly. It was bad enough to be beaten, but they had beaten his face. Emperor Luo and the others did not care. They only tried to console Nianfan, telling him not to let such trash upset him. However, Nianfan's mood had sunk terribly low. He believed that if the three had not come, something might have happened. Daji felt Nianfan's hand tightening around hers and looked up at him. Nianfan had been struck by the harsh reality of this world. He thought to himself, I'm only a mortal. I had forgotten how dangerous and wicked the world can be. Public security had been so good in his previous life, yet there had still been hooligans. How much worse was this chaotic world of cultivation? He sighed, wondering how many weak people like Daji and himself might suffer misfortune at the hands of those who abuse their power. If only there were no more people like that in this world. His heartfelt words shocked the three once again. After he sighed, it was the others' turn to feel troubled. Interpreting the meaning behind Nianfan's words, they trembled with fear. Noticing their expressions, Nianfan casually said that he did not mean anything by it. He was merely lamenting in the moment. But though the speaker had no particular intention, the listeners took it to heart. They assumed he had already issued an order and immediately knelt. We understand young Master Li's meaning. Rest assured, young Master Li, we will handle it properly. Nianfan clearly did not understand why the three had suddenly knelt. They hurriedly pretended that the ground was slippery and that they had fallen. Nianfan thought that made sense, since the weather had been fine, but had changed so suddenly. He then wanted to take Daji back, leaving that scoundrel to the three of them to handle, meaning they should settle it through reason. The three widened their eyes and agreed, but what they truly meant was that they would eliminate him. Nianfan then remembered that the man had called himself the legitimate son of the Liu family, which sounded like a powerful and influential clan. Therefore, he reminded the three not to anger the Liu family and provoke retaliation. He put on a stern face and asked whether they understood what he meant, meaning that they should not go too far. Yet the trio nodded in understanding, interpreting his words as an order to deal with the entire family. Nianfan then led Daji away, reminding her to be careful when going out in the future. The young man still believed they were putting on an act. He stubbornly continued to boast that he was the legitimate son of the Liu family, a clan that had once produced an immortal. He further bragged that even the Azure Cloud Valley Master had to give his father 3 parts respect, and that even Jiomangji of the Forest Immortal Dao Palace had attended his 1-month celebration. In the end, he even threatened them not to act rudely toward him, or the Liu family would make them regret it for the rest of their lives. By now, the 3 of them could no longer suppress their anger at this fool, who had not only acted arrogantly, but also ruined everything through his stupidity. Manyun said, "If you offend young Master Li, then even if your father were an immortal, it would be useless." Only then did the fool realize that things were not going according to his script. The 3 stepped forward. Even the thunder booming in the sky could not drown out the miserable screams. Afterward, the 3 returned to Li Nianfan's room through the heavy rain. They exchanged glances and decided to knock on the door. All of them wore grave expressions. Outside, Emperor Luo informed Li Nianfan that the matter had been dealt with. After a moment of silence, Li Nianfan had Daji open the door. She invited them inside. Lin Yinfan apologetically said, "Thank you for your trouble, the three of you. I'm truly sorry for causing you so much trouble." Since he had nothing else with which to express his apology, he took out a calligraphy scroll. Emperor Luo and the other two carefully unfolded it. Written on the scroll were the words Lin Yinfan had penned: "Kill one man in 10 steps. Leave no trace across 1,000 miles." Lin Yinfan wanted to borrow the verse to convey his admiration for their lofty, unstoppable bearing. However, who knew what the three of them were thinking? Their faces darkened as they interpreted it entirely differently. They thanked him, then left and shut the door. Outside, the three were utterly panicked. They thought young Master Li was truly angry. That calligraphy scroll was a warning that they had to serve young Master Li with the utmost care from now on. Yet there was an even more serious problem. How were they supposed to divide this scroll among the three of them? Meanwhile, Daji saw that her master was dispirited. Lin Yinfan was deeply troubled. He had promised to take care of Daji, yet he had allowed her to face danger today. He could only blame himself for being immortal. The only thing he could do was build good relationships with those cultivators so that they would look after her. He suddenly asked Daji whether she was ever unhappy staying by his side. Daji froze, privately thinking that her young master was acting again. But Lin Yinfan was genuinely frustrated. If only he had some kind of cheat ability, he would definitely make that young master Lu beg him for mercy. He asked Daji, right? Daji could only answer, "Whatever young master says is right, okay?" At this moment, two people stood in the main hall of Azure Cloud Valley. They were the siblings Gu Ziyao and Ziyu. Their father emerged from the back and asked why the two had summoned him. When Ziyu saw his father arrive, a gaunt old man, he waved him over mysteriously. He told his father to look at this, lower his voice, and said it was something good that would absolutely leave him stunned. Then he took out two large, soft, white steam buns. His father was indeed astonished, but also furious. Seeing his son standing there blankly and apparently making a joke out of him, he wanted to teach the boy a lesson. Ziyu hurriedly tried to calm him down, and fortunately, Gu Ziyao spoke up. Their father trusted his daughter greatly, but when she also held up a steam bun and said it was delicious, then invited him to eat it, he was even more surprised. Furiously, he shouted, "Why are even you joining in to fool around? Only an idiot would eat this." Then he sat down and lectured his children. "I worked so hard to seal the demon realm, and you too bring me this thing to eat? I scrimped and saved for years to raise you too, and this is how unfilial you are." Ziyu still respectfully urged his father to eat it, but the old man remained displeased. Gu Ziyao then explained that the steamed buns had been obtained from an extraordinary expert. Her father did not believe that there could be someone in the cultivation world more formidable than himself, whom he had never heard of. Ziyu innocently explained that he had learned how to eat, talk, and wrap steamed buns, then brought some home. Hearing that, his father became even angrier. Not only was his son asking him to eat steamed buns, but they were leftovers he had brought back. But his son kept pushing the steamed bun toward his mouth, so the old man could only sigh and agree. After taking it, he had to admit that it was indeed very white, round, and perfectly formed. As someone experienced, he could tell at a glance that its exterior was completely free of impurities. Soft, clean, round, and firm, it was truly beautiful, with no sign at all that it had been left overnight. After kneading it for a while, he was surprised by how soft and smooth it was and how outstanding its elasticity was. It felt like touching his wife's body before she turned 18. After reviewing it for a while, he finally put it into his mouth. He immediately froze. It was like falling down, only to land on a cloud with incredible elasticity. It was not merely delicious. To his even greater shock, it contained immortal essence. He could scarcely believe that this single steamed bun actually contained Tao resonance. At last, he believed them and sighed that his two children had truly encountered a great opportunity. Gu Ziyao then told her father everything that had happened. After having his understanding thoroughly broadened, the Azure Cloud Valley Master was astonished that such an extraordinary figure existed outside Azure Cloud Valley. He firmly believed that there was no such thing as a free meal. Since that expert had bestowed such an opportunity upon his children, the true purpose must have been to take notice of them. His own strength stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. That expert used heaven and earth as a chessboard, so he must have a use for him and was inviting him to join the game. Thinking that he had understood the expert's intention, he kneaded. to think it over. Just then, someone reported that the Saintess of the Forest Immortal Tao Palace had come to request an audience, causing him to stop thinking and head outside. Outside, Manhwa was closely examining a painting with strange imagery when the Azure Cloud Valley Master came out. Manhwa immediately clasped her hands and greeted him. Seeing that Manhwa had made a breakthrough, he praised her. Manhwa proudly said that she had encountered an opportunity by chance and thus broken through. The old man forced down his jealousy and said, "Now that you've grown up, your temper has become much more arrogant too." Manhwa then tempted him, saying, "If Uncle Gu is interested, perhaps this opportunity may include a share for you as well." From Manhwa's words, he inferred that this involved that extraordinary expert, which surprised her. She asked, "Uncle Gu, do you already know about young Masterly?" The old man nodded. "As expected of Uncle Gu. Then I suppose you also know that we dealt with Lu Rusheng, right?" "What the hell?" Manhwa calmly explained that she had joined forces with the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty to eliminate every member of the Lu family who had come to attend the grand ceremony. Hearing this, Uncle Gu could no longer keep up and urgently wanted her stopped. Manhwa mischievously continued, "I was worried that Uncle Gu would be angry. After all, this is Azure Cloud Valley territory. It's wonderful that you aren't angry. Since that is the case, Manhwa would like to ask Uncle Gu to help us destroy the entire Lu family." By now, Uncle Gu felt as though he had become a dead man. He clearly had not said anything about the matters that came afterward. He asked Manhwa whether she knew that the Lu family head had advanced to the integration realm 100 years ago. "Of course I know." He then asked whether she knew that an immortal had once emerged from the Lu family. "I know that too." His face darkened further as he asked, "Then you still attack their people on my territory, and now you expect me to join you in wiping out their entire family?" Manhwa answered directly, "They offended young Masterly. There was no other choice." Uncle Gu clutched his head as though he had suffered a violent shock. He had no idea what kind of person this young Masterly truly was, to brainwash the Saintess of the Forest Immortal Tao Palace into becoming such a devoted lackey. Manhwa advised him that thinking this way would only narrow his path. The Lu family relied on its great power to bully the common people and forcibly seize innocent women. She felt that destroying them would be no loss at all. Besides, they could take the opportunity to fulfill the extraordinary expert's instructions. If it pleased the expert, why would they not do it? If the expert was happy, the opportunity he bestowed certainly would not be insignificant. Manhwa then admitted that the Forest Immortal Tao Palace and the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty alone would find it somewhat difficult to swallow the Lu family whole, which was why she wanted Uncle Gu's help. She even made it sound as though she were suffering a loss, since he would have to be given a share of the opportunity afterward. Uncle Gu was furious, inwardly thinking that she truly was a wicked woman, exactly like her master. He could only grit his teeth and wait until he met young Masterly. Before deciding, just as Manhwa was about to continue persuading him, the ground suddenly shook. An earthquake? No, something had happened. Outside, figures emerged from the earth and rocks, but they were not Sun Wukong. They were one-eyed, pitch-black demons. The others stared blankly at the word fire on a flag, after which the flag suddenly vanished. The scene shifted to a remote forest deep in the mountains. Two men were still searching for their young master, but there was still no news. One comforted his chief protector, saying there was no need to worry. Their young master had been clever since childhood and had guards with him, so surely nothing would happen. At the same time, they felt the ground shaking. Looking in the direction of Azure Cloud Valley, they thought something might have happened at the Demon Sealing Grand Ceremony. The Chief Protector revealed a sinister expression and said that this was a good opportunity. The fat man did not understand, so the other explained. It turned out that they were members of the Lu family. For more than 2,000 years, the Lu family had risen to power by following one principle. Only in chaotic times were there opportunities to seek treasures. The more chaotic other places became, the more opportunities they had as long as they protected themselves. Their master had coveted Azure Cloud Valley for a long time, merely waiting for the day when Azure Cloud Valley weakened and could no longer control the seal on the demons. If Azure Cloud Valley was destroyed, they would loot everything within it. And if Azure Cloud Valley asked them for help, they could make a fortune. They would help 100 times without being remembered, but refuse once, and everyone would hate them. If the situation was not serious enough, they could secretly stir things up and make it worse, then follow either of those two plans. The fat man's eyes lit up. As expected of a cultivation world pyramid scheme, their dirty tricks were no less impressive than those of modern pyramid schemes. The other man grinned eagerly. Let's go at once. He even intended to coordinate with their young master from inside and outside. Their young master was probably already at the gates of hell, handing out the Wi-Fi password. At this moment, hordes of demons surged forward with overwhelming momentum, but were blocked by the demon ceiling formation. Several people were doing their utmost to hold the demons back. Uncle Goo guessed that the seal had become extremely loose this year. Their goal was to exploit the opportunity to destroy the formation and allow the demons to invade completely. Thus, they rushed forward like moths to a flame in order to stop him. Manhwa mentioned the previous appearance of Demon Star Descends, saying that they would have died if not for the extraordinary expert's help. Uncle Goo was stunned because Demon Star Descends was a great demon of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Just as he was about to ask what had happened, the demons charged at them, and the group joined forces to send them flying. Manhwa and the others created an opening for Uncle Goo to reach the center of the formation. Together, they unleashed a force that blasted the demons away. Taking advantage of the moment, Uncle Goo flashed through the demonic horde and reached the center of the formation. There, the elders seemed to have lost their souls, collapsing one after another under a terrible pressure. A mocking laugh suddenly caught Uncle Goo's attention. Turning around, he saw a great demon wearing bone underwear and sporting a lecherous grin. The two immediately began fighting. Before Uncle Goo could even make a move, the great demon stabbed a sword into its own stomach. What? It turned out that it was using itself as a sacrifice to summon Lord Yuecha's descent. A beam of blood-red light burst out from its abdomen. Above them, a huge eye wriggled into existence. Emperor Luo and the others also looked over. Even the residual aura emitted by that was enough to affect Emperor Luo and the others. One cultivator was stunned, and then a hand landed on him. What a surprise. Thank you all for watching this video to the end. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like and subscribe to give me the motivation to continue the series. Thank you very, very much.